With Monday.com.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Did this guy get a new profile picture? What is up, one and all? Welcome back to the channel for more Midweek Muster. That's right. Today is Anatan versus Gully Deckle Day. That's at least how we're going to start it off. I mean, we've got plenty of things to come here, though. We've got Gully Deckle versus Anatan to kick us off. We still need to have a look at Wham versus Jiff. Winner of that going up against Myriad. There is also the Recon B set. Dude, I'm so excited for the Recon B set. And that definitely hasn't been scheduled yet, so I'm keeping an eye on my chats for that, because that to me might just be the set of the week, right? Like, the way those two draft, I warned you, it's going to be the most wild draft imaginable, and I am going to stand by that. I haven't seen it yet, obviously it hasn't happened, but we're going to start off with Anatan versus Gully. Gully, of course, one of those upcomers, aspiring players. Anatan just has already made that journey through to the other side, right? Like, you have to keep in mind it. You go back like a year ago, year and a half. I don't think it would be unfair to put Anatan in kind of the same position that like Gully is in now, right? Maybe Gully needs to find a few more hours to dedicate per day, but other than that, it's pretty much on course. What about Valdemar versus Starflock? We'll see if we can squeeze that one in. It really comes down to like limitations of time. It might be that we have to fast forward into the new Medan set, but we'll see how it goes. Like, you know, my goal is to cover as many of these series as possible. Sometimes, sometimes ones just slip through. It just occasionally happens. You know, we can't do every single series. It's impossible. Unless I do 8+ hours, which with my throw as it currently is not going to happen. We can see the drama go. Why is it the drama go? What? Isn't the drama go what's happening between Beastie and Marine Lord? I'm confused. Oh. I forgot to have lunch today, so I'm liquid mealing. It's probably not good for my throat. Can we talk PC? Sure. What player character do you want to talk about? Well, you want to talk about that sexy laptop, or do you want to talk about that sexy PC? I mean, you know, you got options. Here's the thing. How's the new camera looking, by the way? Is this like more crisp, more clear? I need to tweak the color calibrations a little bit, because this is the new Facecam 4K from Elgato, which is a pretty good price for the type of camera you're getting in there. Is 5800X3D to 9800X3D a good upgrade? Yeah, you should see relatively decent grains. Like, I mean, if you look online as well, you can literally see it in different benchmarks. Like, I imagine you're probably looking at, like, what, a 40 frame uptick, maybe? I'm even just double checking for you now. But, like, in terms of performance, I would expect a decent uptick. Okay, apparently it's 17%, so a little bit less than I actually would have anticipated there. I think that this tracker's wrong, though, because it's saying the 9800X3D is 8 cores, 8 threads. I'm pretty sure, was 9800X3D 8 cores? 8 threads? I thought it was 8 cores, 16 threads. Yeah, it's meant to be 16 threads. Okay, so the benchmarking site is wrong. But I'm pretty sure, like, you should be seeing decent uptick. Realistically, like, what are your needs? What are your limitations, right? Like, are you struggling? The thing I always say to people is you upgrade when you need it. You don't just upgrade because something new came out, unless you just got a lot of money to spend, in which case, always use my tracker codes. But in terms of like performance uptick in games, yeah, like I'm looking at right now, Battlefield 6 tests, there was about a 60 frame increase, 60 to 70 frame increase overall. So that's pretty good. As long as you're not being limited by your GPU, you'll be fine. And yeah, it would make sense that CPU is probably throttling, especially in a game like Age of Empires, if that's one of the problems. Like, RTS is typically use more CPU than GPU compared to other genres. But like, you will see a decent difference. If you were going from the 7800X3 to the 9800X3D, you would see a difference, but not enough to justify a full purchase upgrade. But from a 5800 to like a 9800, you're probably on average going to be seeing, I want to say like a 40, bare minimum 30, upwards towards 50. So let's just say average 40 uptick in frame rate per game. Yes, it's a decent upgrade. You could, if you need more cores, obviously go for the 9950X3D, but unless you're doing like production level stuff, you probably don't need the additional cores. Anyway, can we get the better vibe? That's the vibe I want. We are going to be kicking off with Anatan, Gully. Let me open up the game now so we can hop into that one. And by the way, actually, no, I don't have a link for like CPU parts. Damn it. That's going to be like, use my code. Instinctual, right? But like, I would argue, like, what's the other components in your PC as well? Because it might be that you'll do more of an upgrade than just one component, right? It's all about getting the pairings right between GPU or CPU. Otherwise, you're going to hop from being CPU bound to being GPU bound. Hello, Hussein. Hope you're doing well, mate. All right. Kicking up the game now. And we'll get ready for the first one. So probably we're going to be looking at 6 sets today. Would be the goal. Maybe 7. If I'm feeling generous. One sec. Let me see. I saw a detail I needed to change. There we go. Nice. Okay, everything's updated correctly. So, Gully versus Anatan happened pretty late last night, so we weren't able to catch it. Game number 1 is going to be Byzantines versus Malians on front range. We've seen a few Malian experimentations, but I feel like people actually moved away from it pretty quickly. I'm just not sure entirely why. I feel like the cow should be relatively safe, but obviously it's the lack of gold that's going to be a little bit annoying. But let's get ready for that as we hop into game number 1. I think we are live everywhere, right? I forgot to open something. I knew I forgot to open something. I need to open one of the chat windows to track chat. Oops. Dude, every time without fail you go live on Kick, someone's like, dude, you want bots? No, I don't want bots. Leave me alone. Pretty sure that crap gets you banned anyway. So, no reason for people not to bot. Alright. Let's get to it, though. It's a battle between the kid and the kid who has risen. That's right, Anatan versus Gully Deckle. Gully, I was just describing this in an interesting way, folks. Welcome back to the channel for another competitive series of Midweek Muster. The thing I was saying is you go back like a year and a half, and it would be fair to put Anatan in the position that Gully maybe is in now, right? This aspiring player, this rising player that still has a lot to prove, but you can see the potential. Gully has been hard on the grind, but is tricky with the balance of school, I imagine. And also the home life, right? I think his parents don't really understand esports, if I'm not mistaken, which is true of most kids' parents. So they don't really see the value prop for him. So it's maybe a little bit tricky to find time to practice. So big shout out to him for actually being able to prepare and participate in the KPMMs fairly frequently. I think it's a good way of actually sharpening his skills and getting better as a player. Anatan on the other side. Gonna be an interesting one here. Byzantines has become something of a masterful art for this man. I think I said the other week that this might be Anatan's best civ, full stop. I think he's made Byzantines a signature civ, and he's so classy about it, isn't he? You know, it's not just the standard Byzantine plays. You see a lot of creativity. We saw him going into a lot of mercenary play a lot earlier than anyone else in competitive AoE 4. Those mercs, probably not too tempting this game. I mean, the knights could be nice in some situations. Byzantines versus Malians is a matchup, but I used to feel like Mali could eviscerate some of the answers by stopping you playing feudal javelin spam. But I think the goal of Byzantine players in more recent time has just been to reach Castle Age with the lombos intact. Because if you scale lombos into Castle Age versus javelins, they will beat javelins simply by virtue of the difference in attack speed. Because when you get into a fight at that stage, it's not lombo, it's going to be jav, donzo versus, say, lombo, limitane, and then cataphracts, adding the sofa on the other side. Katas are performing really well at the moment. I think this is probably the most regular season where we're seeing cataphracts as part of the composition for Byzantines. But there is always a question about whether we're going to get that far. Yes, folks, because the map we're on here is an interesting one. Frontal range, or front range, don't know what I call it, frontal. Front range does not have much in the way of, say, food. No, you get about 9 sheep if you equally split the map, and then you have to play out for these pocketed resources. This is exactly why Gully, who is a bit of a Malian spammer, decided to pick this civ, because Mali have the ability to produce cow, keeping them safe in their base. The negative of Malians on this map is not a lot of rushed gold access on a civ that does have passive gold income, yes, but tends to also lean on the more heavy side when it comes to gold usage. And wait, what? Okay, what? Talk about creative. Out of the gate, Anatan is already delivering. We've got him gathering berries at the start, which looks like a hippodrome play, but it's not. He Ford Grand wineries out of his base. What does this tell us? This tells us that Anatan's going to be taking a very aggressive line in this game. This is not the type of move you make if you're planning to hunker down and play for castle. It's too risky. It gets exploited by aggressive civs. Gully now has to pivot. So I think his plan originally was just to scale cow and win over time. But Anatan, I think he just knows that with that infinite food scaling, you don't really want to give length. You don't want to give that opportunity to stretch the game out. You do that and you actually suffer. What a smart read. And this is cool as well, because not only did he get the olive oil already in before teching up, but now he's going to have the 8 stack afterwards. Look at the state of the mercenary timing here, guys. This is going to be one of the fastest mercenary timings you'll see, up to 3 stack in competitive AoE4, because he started with these berries already, right? He's already ready for longbows straight away, or javelins. Yeah, and by the time the first one should complete production, he should have the second ready to roll. What a cool build. Gully is going to be moving out for that second pit mine now. Wish he went Hippodrome, but why? I mean, I understand the desire against javelins to a certain extent, but this is just all about mercenary scale point. And it should heavily favor him now. Yeah, because this is the other thing. Like, he's going to be able to actually force his opponent to invest somewhere first. Normally, you have to open Limitane or Horseman, and then you go for, say, the Lombo or the Javelin. But here, because he gathered so much olive oil, he gets to start off with raw mercs. And that, by the way, the importance of getting this up straight away, it offsets the weakness of timing because he doesn't have maximum level assistance, right? Conscriptio is going to take a long time at 20%. You can see it takes him a minute and 20 to get units out, and it is indeed going to be the Javelin timing. Oh, this is cool. And I imagine it's just going to be following up with straight Limitane. Stables play coming from Gully. Is he think... Wait, he's going Pro Scouts, isn't he? Wait, you see the... That's kind of crazy to me. So he's seen this. Remember, he scouted this. He sees the olive oil gathering. He sees the Grand Winery. But he chooses Stables. Did he reinvest? Okay, that's better then. Whew. I was about to have a heart attack. I mean, he's floating 220 gold with nothing coming. But he is going to be a reinvestment. He's going to be going to the ranches. And I assume we're going to be getting a few Sofa to poke and prod his opponent. The Limitane are going to be added in by Anatan. So that's going to muddy the waters a bit for Gully. But in a weird way, maybe beneficial, right? You could get towards Archer Sofa. Which is technically like the comp you want to have when you go Castle Age. The problem here is he's going to be building it and getting counted in the way that the Malians would counter you in H2. Because remember, Malians love to do Spear plus Javelin. And that's exactly what Anatan's going to be doing here. And he just does it better, man. I mean, we've already got him first Javelin group out. Second one is a matter of moments away. And what is up, Jaquino? I see you with a raid. Thank you very much. I hope you had a good stream. Welcome, one and all, to a very different Byzantine opening. This was the starting berries. Not this. Man, this boy is cooking. And it is going to be Archer so far. What has happened in this game that the Malians have just switched places with their opponent's build? Right? Because, like, remember, Malians typically will go up against the combo of Cav and Archers, and they will answer Javelin Spearman all the time. This is absolutely comical. Second Javelin group already half complete. We've now got the systems being rushed in, which means he's going to be able to escalate the count even quicker. And it is going to be the 1-1-1 as he preps the stables as well, and for good reason. Gully does not have Donzos. Donzos that would have actually been ideal here. I was a little bit shocked he took the bait the way he did, because Javelins hate dealing with Spearmen anyway. Yeah, not to mention, like, the Donzos actually perform really well into Limitane because of the melee armor they have. And these Sofa, man. These Sofa are expensive. Gully needs to do something with them soon. They're going to be marching out. There's always Limitane marching across, so very difficult to get away with this. And well, he's going to encounter one and look to charge in. Brace is going to come through. Anatan actually got that perfectly onto the sofa. He's still going to die. Actually didn't even go for an extra strike, so he will reset, pulling the troops back slightly. But still, he's got, what, 3 Limitane through, which is good. Gully can't really commit with double sofa. I mean, Sofa have decent stats. They actually got buffed a while back, but it's still nowhere near comparative to the value of something like a Knight. I'm sure you pay less for a Sofa, but you'd happily pay 60 more to have a Knight. Javelins exposed here. Ano, oh, he just dives in. I think he realizes this is a screwed situation, so he moves past. He's trying to minimize the damage he's taking. One of the Sofas gets taken out. That's double Javelin down, plus the Limitane kills, but the second wave of Javs is now in. He needs to get more spears here ASAP, though. He's wasting a lot of time on the Warrior Scout, so this is expensive for Anatan. Should eventually get the mop up, but damn did it cost him. I mean, both players paying a pretty penny here. The thing you got to remember is, like, at this stage, there's not many ranches set up, so Gully doesn't have insane food income. That he won't be able to hold. And Nano... Now prepping the Horseman wave. I wonder if he could have actually waited on his timing, because this is where things get weird. But in fairness to him, you know, you're going Jav, Horseman, Limitane. Is this like a kind of bait and switch where you wanted your opponent to build archers, and you knew you'd lose the Javs? Because no hopium on this. Just think about it logically, guys. The reason why you normally do Javelin and, say, Limitane is because they counter different unit types. Now, the reason why you do Lombo and Horseman is because they counter different unit types. They complement each other, right? Lombos deal with the Spearmen, so the Horsemen are protected. Javelins fulfill the same role as Horsemen. So it's pretty polarizing to build them together like this. But if it forces your opponent into archers, it can be worth it. And the other interesting thing is Gully's now switching Javelins. Yeah, so he genuinely thinks that Anatan's just trying to out-Jav him. Oh man, this guy is so crafty. Ano also just prepping to poke raid a little bit with the Horseman soon. Level 5 system's going to be coming in pretty quick here. Yeah, not bad considering the way this opened up with the priority on the second berry patch with Grand Winery. Like 10 minutes, 10.5 minutes for level 5 system with what he's done is decent. And he's just fully tapping the berries, by the way. So he wants to make sure he's got enough troops. Even though the Javelins aren't the mainstay of this formation now, more units equal better. And just a little bit of poke in here from Anatan. Does reveal the Horseman, which might encourage, there we go, a Donzo switchover. Yeah, and this is what does feel a little bit weird to me. Is like, now, are you going to go Archers as Anatan? Because Archers could be kind of sick. It's gambly because if your opponent's been scaling Javelins, you're in trouble. But the idea behind Archers here that could make a lot of sense is you have quite a lot of wood in the area. But it looks like he's just sticking to the current composition. And looks like he will get the Pitmine kill as well. Really frustrating for Gully, who's trying to build Cow, Javelins, Sofas. These are all gold-demanding entities. Looks like the Sofa are actually suffering as well. Did they get a single kill? Not really. Not going to be easily capable of it now. I mean, this is the cool thing about the Horsemen now in the defensive, is they are quicker than Sofa. And the damage registration is pretty decent against these heavy cav units. You know, only 2 melee armor versus 9 damage. I know, just a matter of moments away from Castle. With a sizable military lead. Gully, I mean, he's not too far off himself, but the difference is he hasn't saved up the resources yet. Yeah, and, you know, you want to say cow is great. You got all these cow here, woohoo. You know, 375 extra food a minute. But remember that Anatan is gathering from better food gathering sites. And on top of that, he has got the level 5 system. So his eco is pretty buffed up. Yeah, it's beefy, man. It's worth like an extra 8 villages at this stage. Which compensates enough to offset the value of the cattle ranches right now. Blacksmith denial. I like that. In the event that Gully does now tech up, he won't have a quick way of just getting ranged armor too. Speaking of tech ups, Anatan's is already on the way. Yeah, something that Gully might suspect, but doesn't have confirmation of yet. It's going to be much towards the gold. That's going to be a blocker. That's a problem as well. Gully doesn't have much gold income, so if he ages up, what do you do? What do you get? Right? That's the biggest issue I now see. Your age up feels, I don't want to say completely worthless, but very low value. Yeah, if he wants to play in the Sofa, that's going to require a lot of gold. Javelin scaling is going to require more gold. And actually, I think Gully got baited. Like, hard here. This reinvestment into Javelins has offset his timings quite a bit. Actually, wait, was that a misclick? Wait, why are we gathering stone? Are we going to keep drop? Well, here's the age up. He's now going to shift more over to the gold. I mean, that's just weird. Wait, did he toggle it? No, he legitimately gathered 150 stone, and I have no clue why. Maybe outposts, but at this stage, from this position, it doesn't really seem to make much sense. Anatan, what a position now to be in. Veterancy's already kicked in where it mattered. He's got the veterancy on the Javelins as well as the Limitane. Horseman, it doesn't matter. He's only got 2. A Varangian switch up is crazy here, by the way. I wouldn't have expected that because your opponent can get Musafadi easily. He could even build them now. A little bit of poke in here. Donzos are going to be outmatched by the Limitane. Javelins trade out on the back side of this. But he baits him. I love that. Anatan just dragging him back into the melee. And remember, the Limitane, they're the big victors here. Because the shield wall, they just don't die quickly to Javelins whatsoever. He's broken that front line. Gully Deckle trying to rush the gold to get what he needs for an age up. But this is just wave number 1. He's disposing of the trash to throw him on the dumpster fire. We've got Varangian now arriving in force. And this was the fear factor. Gully was so leaned into Javelins, Archers, Donzos. He never considered the need for Musafadi. And now he might lack the gold to even do it. Cataphract's also coming through, just as all Donzos are gone. Fulani being built up right next to this fight. If Gully backs up, it is going to turn into a bloodbath on the worker line. There's not much army left to hold on here. Gully down to just 9 units remaining. Ranged armor 2 means that Anatan isn't going to stop diving anytime soon. He has been allowed to build this landmark, but now Anno's going to leverage a toll. Javelins turn onto villages without textiles means they're going to die pretty fast. And Gully, in a world of pain, tries for a Musafadi switch now, but I think he's going to have a gold issue with that. Oh, he's definitely going to have a gold issue. Anno is aware. He's chasing for the gold on the north side, so he's going to find him there. Shiv's out from the villages is a pretty bad look here. Yeah, the Javelins are just getting a great trade standing here. I think Gully is just a matter of moments away from calling GG, especially now that this has happened. Everything has gone wrong. And he'll throw in the towel as Anatan wins game 1 with a wild Ford Grand Winery opening. Damn, that was really cool. Quite one-sided, but a cool build. All right. So let's mark up game number 1. So that's going to be an Anatan win. And that was Biz up against Marlians. It's interesting as well, actually, the Marlians, because I think Anatan has been one of those players that's been frequently banning Marlians or trying to, like, prior pick it, right? So game number 2. Looks like we're going to Gorge. It's going to be Roos versus Delhi. Another matchup that's been kind of polarizing recently, actually. Mixed opinions on, like, which is better. New channel icon? Why? I don't know. I thought I'd freshen it up. What's wrong with the new channel icon? Bro, you got a problem with my face? Why don't you say it to my face? What the hell? The last icon is like... When did someone make that for me? I think that was made for me in like 2016, 2017. It's too orange. Are you colorblind? I'm not saying that to judge. I'm trying to figure out how it's too orange for you. Like, bro. I mean, are you trying to make a comment about my complexion when I'm not even orange? Brother. What? I can't believe that. You're so racist, man. How dare you put me in the same pigmentation as Trump? All right. Anyway, let's get ready to go. Orange. Outrageous. All right. Anyway, let's get in. It's time for game number 2 between the kiddo and the master. Yes, it's looking pretty rough for Gully after that game number 1. Let's see if he can rally with a Delhi pick here on Gorge. Because he is behind. That's right. Anatan, able to get that dominant win with the Byzantines. Now takes the Roos into good old Gorge. A classic pick for this map. But the Delhi have been one of the biggest bullies for this map since the early days. I mean, it might just be the brightness on my camera. It's also like the new profile picture being orange or whatever, or like more tan. Probably has something to do with the lighting, because you have to keep in mind that was in like a dark room versus like we are being lit up by lighting right next to me, plus a white door that somehow always makes everything brighter. Didn't they make up me? Not on that event. So the new profile picture we've got going on Twitch was from the Garrison, and the Garrison didn't have a makeup artist. Not all events have makeup artists because it's an extra expense, right? It's really nice to have, and I recommend it. The reason is like people's heads will shine or whatever on camera otherwise, and it looks really bad. It just basically makes your on camera people rather look really awkward a few hours into a broadcast, because it just like it gives a weird tone to the broadcast, the redness and the shininess or whatever. But for smaller organizers, they don't have the budget allocation for that. So unless you bring your own makeup, which I don't, then you just rock it. All right. So what is the plan here? We've seen a few different builds out of Roos in the Delhi matchup. We've seen some people still trying to do the greedy fast castle into horse archer builds. We've seen others switch it up with fast castle men at arms even. Not crazy about either of those because I think Delhi are favored with the Ghazi timing. What is pretty interesting though is night spam from Roos, which you can begin in age 2, scaling into age 3. And it's not a bad idea to do it in age 2, just to control the sacred sites. Remember, this isn't just a win con for Delhi, it's also a huge injection of economy. 375 gold if they get all 3. So definitely something that has to be on Anatan's mind. He did already open up with the double hunting cabin, which is standard at this point. I mean, when don't you see Roos do this? It's the bread and butter build for the Civ. And this is indeed a best of 3. Winner of this will match up against Sort of, which I believe is going to be happening later today. Dome of Faith coming in on the other side. So everything pretty much what you'd expect here. So you'll probably see Ghazi beginning, which could force Roos into spears. I actually really like the idea of Anatan just straight up going knights, though. The problem is, if he's going for a Pro Scout timing, it's very difficult to just straight up Knight. Because Pro Scouts drain so much of your early game economy, right? It's 450 resources allocated for over a minute. Sheep Haul is pretty good. He could technically forgo Pro Scouts, because he ended up getting 20 sheep from this map. Meanwhile, Gully, who never had to come home with his scout early, only managed to get 12. Yeah, so obviously it's double scout versus single, but the idea is meant to be that Anatan will have to send one of his scouts home much earlier than the Gully, which should at least kind of balance things out on the sheep game. Great position to be in. Wood has been gathered up, so it looks like he is going to be punching that ticket towards the Pro Scouts play, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, it could just be a stables beginning. He would have enough gold for the first night. Oh, hello. Yeah, we've got the gold workers moving, but it's only one drop. So this, I think this is just about Pro Scouts timing, no? Yeah, it is. I got excited for a moment there. I thought we were going to get some night spam. We've seen a few players try that, like CSO. It didn't work very well for him against Vortex on the LAN. Very clean timing. Pro Scout's kicking in already. So he'll be ready to pick up Deer at 5.5 minutes. Gully, yet to have a single military unit out to threaten with. His timing is pretty lopsided here, actually. Yet, the wood is finally there. So Stable's going to be coming through. First guy who should hit the fields about, what, 20 seconds out from Pro Scouts complete? Actually, maybe... I think it's going to be tighter than that because he doesn't have a scholar walking over just yet. Obviously, it's not built, but like this is why optimization is important, right? Like if you skim for 10 seconds on getting that scholar garrison for military efficiency, your Ghazi time is going to be pretty underwhelming. Like we're 25 seconds out, and boom, there you go. He's on point straight away. So well played. Gully doesn't waste any time whatsoever. Means that by the time Pro Scouts completes, there'll be 2 Ghazi in the field. That's pretty important. It means that he can actually identify where the early scouts of Anatan are going. We can see Anno's all over the place, by the way. I love this approach. He's got a scout on the west side to drag some deer far home. Then he's got 2 in position for optimal gathering. This is smart. The reason you want to do it this way is you want to have 2 scouts pulling back to the closest deer so that you shift over from sheep to deer almost immediately. Because you just spent 450 resources, you need to start returning the investment quickly. And the difference is quite big between deer and sheep. By default, it is a mere 0.9. But once you add in the very cheap survival techniques, it inflates quite a bit. It turns into like an extra 33% over what you get from 0.75. I.e. it goes up to 1. No, 0.964 I think is the specific. But basically 1 compared to 0.75. So for all intents and purposes, for simplicity, you pretty much just call it a 33% increase. Spear's already there. So we're getting the standard opening from Anatan. He didn't play into stable straight away. He will now, though. Oh, and Gully doesn't see it. Now, this is really important because the expectation is you build Ghazi, I build Spears. Now Delhi are quite happy with the idea of building archers. Why? Because, like, quite a lot of the time, Roost players want to build archers themselves. They build archery ranges to contest your archers on archers early, and then they scale into horse archers. But this is really crafty by Anno. We've seen a mixture from Roost against Delhi. Sometimes they do open with the knights like this. Sometimes they wait until castle to add them in. But I'm a bigger fan of this type of approach. You do need to be careful not to overinvest in knights too early on, because they're very flimsy at this stage in the game. Like, Ghazi actually compete really well. Spears. Ghazi are not going to compete well with that. I don't know what Gully thought was going to happen there. Oh my god, he didn't expect the charge brace. No, the problem there is at the start of the fight, he got hit and stunned, so he did nothing and took damage with most of the Ghazi. Horrible exchange. Let's get a baby back in the box as he starts to return home. He has got that archer switch now coming through. Problem is, he still hasn't seen the knights yet, right? The first ones are coming out. They have been subtle so far, right? The placement is critical here. And this was all intentional, by the way. If you look at the way that Anatan set up his base, Pro Scouts is all leaning south. This is very easy for Gully to anchor on, essentially, right? So what does Anatan do? he gets the MVP, the winning unit, by building the stables on the north side where Gully has no reason to look. And not just that, he's now using that north side to secure the enemy's deer. Bloody brilliant maneuvering by Anatan, and Gully just seems none the wiser. Weird duck and run from the scout. He actually survives. Can't believe he got away with that. Scholar also gets denied, so third Sacred Site won't be locked in. The other two are there, though. But that was the reveal on the Knight. So now Gully knows this. It needs to be a pivot into Rax. I don't think you want to be trying to contest Knights with just Ghazi here. Especially against Pro Scouts. Like, that is always the key takeaway here, is that Pro Scouts' Survival Technique's gathering rate will outshine the Ghazi spam. I believe we just got Pro Scouts completed for Gully, so he's trying to drag back whatever deer he can. Started to queue up more of the Scouts. I don't like this line he's taking. Like, he's got the one deer close by, so, you know, sure, gather deer there, take one or two back at a time. I think he's maybe got ideas about going for this wider deer. He hasn't realized what's happened here yet. Yeah, if he just looks over here in the fog, he would see the lack of deer. And just in a very forward position, waiting for that. I love the fact that he's just posturing here, knowing there's a good chance that Gully's just trying to split the deer. And even though he knows he's already got the advantage on deer count, he wants to now punish him. Creeping attempt. Anna shouldn't really be able to get in here and find kills as long as Gully's paying attention, which he's not. Work a kill. Actually had a second one there, but he didn't realize it. Sometimes villagers get trapped against the tree lines in a weird way by just one unit. And the pathing did suggest that exactly had happened there. Decamp, not going to be successful. Anatan a little bit slow on the reaction, so takes heavy damage there on the Knight. Reinforcements are arriving, though, so it will be a decap soon. And my worry here is Gully hasn't been able to recapture the north side. He's also just, what, rushing castle here? Oh. Okay. I think this took me by surprise a little because Gully's map control isn't very reliable. He's got the ford berries here. He's going to have the deer coming back. So, you know, in fairness, he's going to have, like, you know, 2.4k food at least runway. Because the sheep are expiring. So check-up's get... What? When was the last time you saw this? Compound of the Defenders is kind of a dead landmark choice. So I guess Gully, is he just trying to rush village fortresses and play castles? That would explain 12 Scholar Plus already. That's crazy. And Anatan's tech up isn't really that far behind. Yeah, his army is just a lot more scary. Posturing on the remaining deer. I know. He's just looking to scare his opponent away. It looks like the berry gathering is safe for the time being, but a new wave of troopers are on the way. Still Dara even being queued up, so Anatan can trade out a little bit better, but this is taking me aback, man. I was not expecting Compound Defenders. I think Compound of the Defender is kind of weird as well when you rush it, if that makes sense, because, like, the problem is you're not really going to rush people onto stone at 40 eco for a castle drop, even with 20% off. Because 20% off is still lofty. You're still paying over 700 resources, right? 720. Yeah, the way you have to think about it is like 720 stone, gathering that, you're like, what, going to idle 10 workers for 2 minutes? And then you're going to idle them again for like another minute at least to build the castle? Right, actually more like 2 minutes. Close to 2 minutes, I reckon. Compared to a TC that would be, you know, a lot more lean and easy to access. Not to mention the fact that you build it faster. And not to mention the fact that the TC returns investment straight away. Like, remember that really important detail, guys? Village fortresses, you have to wait for it to complete. And that's why he went for so many scholars. Like, credit to him, he's going to get it in under 2 minutes because of that detail. But it has left him quite weak militarily. Yeah, this isn't your standard Delhi game where you get all the relics, as you can see by the minimap. He's trying to move out, but already Anatan's waiting in position. Ball's going to be coming through. Anatan. Okay, never mind. The relics will be going the way of Gully in the weirdest of... I don't even know how the hell that happens. I know, just not really looking anywhere else on the map, or not having anything that he needs to really look at the moment. Gets caught off guard there. I think he was prepping the next unit type, so he's looking at his base. He's going to get the charge in and still get the kill. Reinforcements are arriving. He's got Veterancy in for Knights. Veterancy on the Archers is coming as well. Also, Delhi and free HP research. I mean, the thing is, like, you know, you're playing against Delhi. A player of Anatan's caliber is usually going to be able to remember that scholars do not die easily. Right? You just have to kind of hard ingrain it in your brain. Like, they are obnoxiously tanky. It's something I've highlighted about why they're so frustrating to fight in the Feudal Age. Is like, you know, how do you kill a 130 HP unit easily that has no bonus damage source it would take? It's not like if you had a Spim of 130 HP and you go, oh yeah, Archers do double damage. Right, these guys just require your base damage be good enough. And golly, is this castle good enough, man? It hasn't secured anything, right? He's gonna have to start adding in farms. Not just that. The other weird thing about this castle placement by Gully is he doesn't have enough stone for another keep drop. So, you know, this idea he has can work if it's fluid, where you keep drop and then you keep drop and you just keep moving stone to stone to stone. Instead, he's been forced to build it at home, so he's just not getting any intrinsic extra value. Like, the only thing you can argue is that Anatan can't dive your base, but when you're talking about a player who lacks food and will eventually lack wood, you don't really need to dive his base. You just need to wait him out. Relics are a big boon for Gully, though, if you can get them home. Looks like it's going to be tough. I think this is probably going to be Anatan getting free relics. Unless Gully wants to rush out to the east side, which is a little bit risky. Warrior Monk's on the way, actually. Oh, no. Wait a second. Gully will get there first. He might be able to force a fight over it as well. Wait, he backs up? Okay, Gully will not be able to force a fight and will probably end up losing the Scholar. Anatan's even hanging around. I mean, that Warrior Monk could actually beat this guy to death. Ghazi. I'm going to look to overwhelm. Good micro away at the last second there. And I do not know where the hell this Scholar is going. It's going to trigger the wall low. Anatan, let's not do this again. Let's make sure we get the kill this time. That was getting actually really close. And Ghazi now being mirrored by the Knights. I think what Gully wanted here was just a full macro game, right? Just get the first relics home, get triple castle, build farms, and play late game. The hilarity is, look who's going to get to the late game first. Like, this is pretty ridiculous. Roos going Imperial Age, 17 minutes. That's wild. The high trade house wasn't even crazy. He hasn't been getting crap tons of gold from that. I guess the idea here is high armory just to break the castles. Yeah, it's actually quite smart. Normally when people play Delhi like this, they rely on castles and elephants. So if you go high armory and you just spam up cannons, you address all concerns, right? Love the way that Anatan, similar to game one, is just posturing even though he's attacking. 2 TC coming in behind this. Like that as well, because he knows that for Gully, this is just eco-inflation. Right? But he's paying more for his TCs. And that's like an interesting way to think about this castle defense from Delhi. These are very efficient TCs, in that you're getting a castle and you're getting a town center for almost the same price as a town center. Right? Like, because combat defenders, it's slightly cheaper to do the TC instead. So that's a pretty cool deal. But it's only a good deal if the castle achieves something. Now, you could argue that it stopped Anatan diving, but with the way that Anatan has shifted gear, he's made it beneficial to not attack anyway. Does that make sense? So, like, he's essentially taken the value play of compound defenders, taken it out back and shot it. And waited until there's a point in the game where he has his own upsides to be exploited. Yeah, high armory should allow him to get into a siege workshop soon. Scholar count's getting pretty high, so Gully's thinking about an age up as well, but his food income is not there yet, no. And what makes this worse is, like, I think this is, like, what I'd classify as a cheesy build these days. Compound Defender keep spam. It kind of just requires that your opponent overreacts to the play, instead of remaining calm and appreciating it for what it is and isn't. It's not an immediate win. It's also a heavy burden. Like, we're talking free TC, essentially, right? Which means that Gully's now spending 450 food a minute on villager production. He only has 700 food income. Now it's going to be full TC. 600 food a minute on villagers. And look at what he is or isn't securing. I mean, it doesn't even look like he's going to get the cast up at this rate. Wait a second, more knights are coming. Frontside aggro is going to be there. That's distracting the army, so the knights just get to munch down, and the archers are moving over now. Crossbows can poke at the war elephant, but the villagers just ran straight into it. Gully, he was seeking safety in the army, and instead he finds defeat. But hey, at least he's got 4 TC to... No, we're not going to go there. I mean, in some ways slightly quick GG, but not really, because the other thing is that Anatan was moving with the army. Right, so like you're not... even if you get back to the castle, you're going to lose another 10 workers at least to range mass. That's pretty bad. That was rough. All right, so that ends up being a 2-0, which means later today we're going to have Anatan versus sort of in a best of 5. We're still waiting on Recon versus B to be scheduled. I think up next we'll have a look at Wham versus Jiff. So let me just update this screen. So Anno 2-0. Dude, like honestly, I think B versus Recon has the potential to be series of the week, because both of them just play very wild. Like game strategy wise, they are both looking at full off meta logics. But up next, let's get ready for Wham. And wow, thank you, Nightbot. I didn't know that I could get my hands on a brand new laptop, PC, all-in-one PC, or many other devices if I go across to PC Specialists, who offer incredible deals and also a discount code to get £30 off an order, which also gives Pigeon some money. That's a great deal. Thank you, PC Specialists. All right. Let's see. So game number 1, where are we at? We need... Oh, so let me check Jiff. It's hard to check Wham's profile because he obviously had a lot of scrim games. Yeah, Nightbot is very smart. Oh, by the way, guys, later today, I'm going to be giving away a key for The King Is Watching, a really cool indie game. If you guys want to be in for a chance of winning that key, it's !give King Watching in chat to enter in that giveaway. I believe I've already set it to start running, but make sure you're hanging around because... Actually, is it set to run? It is. Yeah, make sure you hang around because later on when I do the giveaway, and I haven't decided exactly when it's going to be yet, but when I do it, if you're not here and I call out your name, I'm not going to just DM forward. It has to be someone watching live. Hey, what's up, Faplop? Thank you very much for another gifted sub. You absolute legend. How many is that now? 131! Good lord. Those ain't just any subs. Those are Americano subs. Those guys get... what do you guys get charged now? Is it it's $6, right? I think they upped it to $6 if I'm not mistaken. All right. Let me get the draft ready for... I almost forgot to change draft. Let's get the draft for... Wait a second. Where is the draft? Am I blind? Oh no, there is. Alright. Wham versus GIF. I clicked the wrong draft. Will you cast Dota 2 Ti this year? I mean, I'd love to, but I need to be invited. And I have not. The problem is, I don't really do anything in Dota 2 these days. I'd love to, but the problem is it's become very cliquey and centralized on a few people. So, like, it's very, very difficult to penetrate a talent list that's always the same talent list, if that makes sense. You need new tournament organizers for that, right? That's why it's really healthy to have, like, you know, 4 or 5 different TOs activating, because then you have ways in. And thank you, Hendrix. Appreciate you, bud. I don't think we need to add each other in Discord, though, for that. But please, do keep enjoying it. Appreciate the kind words. A lot of people on Kick always want to add you. Same to you, Melil. We can communicate via the stream. Alright. So, let's get ready to go. Game number 1. Is that a remake? I think they had a crash. Oh, wait, no, I see what it was. There's Gully and Jiff practicing. Oh, that's kind of sad. I glimpsed that. It was a front range game that went almost half an hour, which is baffling. Game 1, though, is actually going to be Sushi vs. HRE. New map, and people are trying to find new ways of tapping it to maximum value. And this is a new pick. For the first time ever, we're seeing Sushi on Front Range. Front Range, a map that's going to be utilized in the upcoming American land. Welcome back to the channel, folks, for Midweek Muster week number 2 of 40 weeks with a $20,000 prize pool. Man, I really want to try to seek out some sponsors to up that even further. I'd love to be able to just come back in a month or 2 and go, actually, we turned it into a $30,000 prize pool. Fingers crossed. You guys who keep tuning in, who watch the videos, share them around, get more people watching the channel live, as well as the videos on YouTube, are what will make that possible, by the way. That's my dream, is we keep growing to the point that we can actually not just have to say, Microsoft, thank you for this money you gave us, but then go, by the way, we've also upped it because we got X brand involved. So Wham on the other side of HRE is something a bit more expected here. We've seen a few HRE picks on Front Range. Front Range is a map that actually rewards aggression quite a lot, and HRE are a fantastic aggressive civ, especially if you play into Minework. Minework that works very well in this map in particular, by the way. I actually think that this map is designed more for Minework than Arkan. The reason is Arkans don't have high value. The gold veins are 1.6k and the tree lines are small, so you're not really actually encouraged to do Arkan play here. Meanwhile, Minework would give you blacksmith timings to open up and be the aggressively favored party, which means you get access to deer, you get access to berries, which you'd also need additional products to gather efficiently on anyway. Sushi, on the other hand, not really a pick I've given much thought to, but I can see what Jiff is thinking. Yeah. Oh, wow. What? That's actually kind of sick. 96 food and 25 gold? Yo. Is that reliable? I don't think it's always 100% reliable, but you can see you regularly get, like, double berry together. That's pretty smart, actually. Like, the spawn code, the way it works is you're spawning, what, 7 berry patches, but you're spawning them on less than half the map. So they are likely to get clumped together. I imagine that's what Jiff was thinking here. Oh, come on. No, don't do this to yourself. Wait, he hasn't scouted it. He doesn't even know about it. Oh, mate, that is daylight robbery of oneself. Minework is to be coming through on the other side. So yeah, exactly what we'd expected. I like this from Wham. He understands, just as we highlighted, it's not a map that gives you long value on Arkan. It's a tough choice to make, because you could argue, man, if you go Arkan, you have farm transitions, and farms are really strong here. Looks like we are going to see, what's the split? So 5 sheep versus 8. Wow. Okay, Wham actually won the sheep game by quite a lot then. Because the thing is, HRE... Wait, did he... No. Okay, I'm wrong there. He actually started on the deer. That makes more sense. So I guess they probably split it pretty evenly. Reminder, there is 9 sheep per player on this map. And what's his reaction going to be? Because that meditation garden, it is going to be a juicy one. Oh, what? Dude, if only he knew. Okay, it's still reasonable. So he's going to end up getting what? That ends up being 4. Oh, he missed this one here. So that ends up being 54 food and 25 gold. That's a little bit underwhelming. Are they catching me live? Oh, yes, you can catch us usually around the same time. Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. We're usually live by about 1 p.m. UK time. Sometimes it's 2 p.m. UK time for Thursday. Just got to make it a habit. Always turn up. Always remind people to turn up. By the way, I saw some of the clips that people have started to ship onto places like Reddit and whatnot. Keep that up. That's incredible support. Like, that goes a long way because it lets people know how incredible some of the things are that are happening in a digestible way. So, mine won't complete. It looks like Jif is going Pro Scouts. Does Wham just play Spearman into all pikes? That feels like a bait. I think you're safer on Horseman. The reason is, if you go for Horseman, your opponent can't just counterplay Chuknu into you. Right? Whereas if you go Spears, you get shredded. So it definitely feels like your best option here is Ponies. And then maybe like a semi-fast castle. And oh no, it's Freya. Freya, what's up? No, don't come to me because Mummy told you off. I'm not going to make it better. You done something wrong, go to Mummy. Well, bye. Good talk, kiddo. You also seem to really not like clothes. We've got to talk about that. No, you can't sit on my lap. You're covered in chocolate and I sit in a white chair. That's not happening ever. Stables and rack. So it's actually going to be both things that can leverage all pikes well. She wants to say hi to stream. All right, make it quick, kiddo. Daddy's working. Say hi, stream.
Hi, stream.
Louder.
Hi, stream.
Say subscribe to Daddy.
Subscribe to Daddy.
Blow kisses. All right, bye-bye. Bless her. She does like to catch us when we're literally in the middle of the games, though. She never comes in when we're actually between games, is the funnier part. So, Pro Scouts, is it paying off? He's already got 1 deer stack home. That's only a 5 deer stack, though. The good news is the north side has 7 deer in it, so we can actually sneak out there easy peasy. But we know that this is going to be ramp pressure. Spearman plus Horseman on the way. And what is up, Milk Dober? Appreciate the gifted sub. Thank you very much, mate. See, this is the thing. Freya demands subs. And you would not deny a goddess. And Horseman's Spearman blob is kind of crazy, though. It's funny because we talked about, like, you can't just do spears, but, like, this together, it's so beneficial because of the all pikes tech, which he already got, by the way. And he's not even thinking about archers whatsoever. Jif's going to go for the age up, but mount the Academy into what? This has to be racks, right? Like, you don't really want stables against mass spearmen. The other cool thing about this from Wham is if he keeps scaling like this, he can just burn down these outbursts. I think that's what he's looking for is gold denial. Because if Jif techs up, but has no gold, what does he do? He can't even build mass Chug at that point because they also require gold intake. So Burn's going to come onto the outpost. Good target fire. Jif is taking out the spearmen because they are much more squishy. Trying to minimize the torch so he can last longer here. All pikes is going to make it tricky because he can get 5 hit on the villagers because of that. Nice chase away there. Just trying to intercept the attempt to repair here. It's going to be stabbing in. Mora arriving to try and assist. The Horseman will get 1 kill. No, Jif. I don't know if that was intentional in the garrison timing, but that was perfect. Outpost is still going to get intercepted though. And guys, we have a problem. Jif may be aged up, but he does not have much gold to work with. Both of his gold veins are south side lean. And Jif hasn't made a move out for the northern gold at all. He's going to creep for it now, right? No, just the scouts. And the Palace Guard spam's going to begin. Now, in fairness to him, you can afford a decent amount of Palace Guard off of just taxation. Right? Like, he's got 308 gold right now. He can definitely look to spam out a few here. But the dive is going to come through and connect. The villagers, there's nowhere safe to really be here. No, he blocks the path in towards the garrison spot. And Jiff has a problem. He has to micro like a god here because these horsemen 5-hit kill. And there's just no one to defend him. So Wham, while he idles Jiff's entire economy, he's getting ready for attack up. Man, this is the lean efficiency of mine work as well, isn't it? The undermesh, just allowing that dive, being so cheap to get into. Worker kill count, not crazy. He gets 3 total so far this game. It was 2 from that raid. And we do have Wham taking risks with his prelate play, which now could be in trouble with the arrival of Palace Guard. But you're noticing the paranoia. Jiff is guarding instead of attacking. I need to teach my daughter to be an interviewer? I don't know, man. If she wants to be in esports, it's got to be her own choice, I think. But if she does, I'll train her to be the greatest athlete that ever lived. All right, I'll be like that obsessive tennis dad. When Beastie's like limpering up on the stage with his walking stick, she'll just come out and just beat him. Marine Lord, when he has to be wheeled out in the wheelchair with the oxygen can, beat him. All of them, gone. These horsemen, another kill. Another one? No, the taxman as well. That's actually big if he gets that. Good garrison timing there by Jiff. The reason the taxman are a big deal is you don't have the Imperial Academy to just replace them as Shushi. So it's expensive losses. And now more workers going down. Oh my god. Wham! It looked like the aggression was over. But while teching up, he renews the dive and extends the worker lead with an additional 5 worker kills in the Shushi base. He's not even done. Like, this is the other troublesome part, is Jiff, because he's building PG, he doesn't have spearmen to brace against these horsemen. I think for Jiff, like, the big oopsie here was probably no textiles, actually. Textiles would have made Wham's life a lot harder. 3 additional hits to get kills. And I can't believe this. Our Regnant's in the middle of the map. Look at... Like, when do you see people do this? He's built the Regnants halfway between his base and the enemies. It's going to be an immediate deposit of 2 relics, basically. I can't believe he's done this. It shows you the confidence. Wham doesn't think that Jiff is going to be able to get out of his base. Wham is so different these days, and I praise it. Right, like we admitted to this, you know, there was a time where he was seen as a defensive player, and he's worked his butt off to be anything but these days. And I respect it. He changed with the times, because like back then, being a defensive player made sense anyway, it's the way the game was played. Now, I would say he leaned more defensive than some at the time, right? But when you compare to people like Lucifer and Vortex, of course you are in a defensive meta. But ever since we've moved towards more feudal aggression, Wham has been ramping up for earlier and earlier timings. You see a lot of players like this nowadays, like the return of Recon, another player that was known for his defensive late game play. Since his recent return has been anything but defensive. And looks like it's going to be a yoinkening. The deer are being taken away. Shifts have to come out from Wham. He's got knights on the way. And Jiff now has to pivot into spearmen. Land Snake's also a really big problem, actually. Jiff doesn't have an answer to that. He's going to queue up his own lances. But initial pushback is going to be good from Wham. That's going to give the breathing room. Can he now sneak the extra relics? He's got the horseman in again. Should be another worker kill. Yep. Gets him as he garrisons there. A 7 worker lead now for Wham. Wham, who doesn't have that many prelates right now, but that's being fixed. That's going to allow him to buff more of his economy, but also it could allow him to hiss the boo-boos better, right? To make these knights full HP again. Knights that will eventually have +2 melee and +2 ranged armor. That's why Shushi won't be favored in Lancer spam here, by the way. Their advantage is their tempo. They can get more Lancers out sooner. But if you're on equal numbers, Wham puts you on unequal terms because these knights are much more tanky. Now, I know someone's going to mention Dali horses. Dali horses with a 20% increased attack speed is meant to equal an extra 4.8 damage across the fight, right? Because you're attacking quicker. The problem with that is you're not always standing still to get maximum damage, but the armor is always going to be in effect. And let's not forget that Wham could also go for Inspired Warriors tech to get more armor, more damage, and most definitely then beat Shushi's Lancers. And what is up, White Walker? Oh, it can't be that. Some subs coming in. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the support. Did he just snatch the... He's taking the relic from right next to Jif's base. More land snakes are being built. Wham's going to have the gold for it. Relic is at least going to get intercepted. The Wallalow is going to be a big fat whiff. But it does actually... Wait, Jif, he runs away, which I'm a bit shocked by. I guess he's worried about a re-Wallalow here. But the boar... Well, the boar is now being accessed. Outpost being dropped here. Barded armor just came in for the +2/+2. Knights on the other side are going to poke into the base. So good raid coming through here for Jif. And a much needed one for the way that he's been hemorrhaging. Jif maybe in a position to pressure from both sides, actually. He needs to be a little bit respectful of the land snakes. That's his biggest threat. The men-at-arms do get revealed. With the heavy maces as well, they're a decent answer into Lancer play. And also will do phenomenally well against Chug. Yeah, this is the crafty thing for Wham. Like, land snakes usually can struggle here because archers are a very easy pivot to defend with. You can only build Chug as Jif. And you're building Chug into men-at-arms that are faster than you and knights that are much faster. It's pretty brutal. And thank you, Raisurante. Appreciate the sub, mate. Look at that. You guys are starting to train. Keep those subs coming. If you enjoy more games, we aim to please. We aim to almost cast every single game in the top 16 each week. That's a commitment we dive headfirst into. Jif, this is going to be a full commitment to dive into the outpost. Wham. He's got decent reserves coming, though. Spearman, not looking that great. Yeah, they're still hardened. Jif, kind of struggling on the gold count, right? So hasn't actually prioritized that upgrade at all. And I am a little bit curious as to what Jif's next idea is going to be. The Springalds would be kind of interesting with Lanchk and men-at-arms, but there's just not enough to justify it. He still needs to answer the Lancer problem. There's going to be a raid towards the economy. Of course, this is now going to be difficult because Jif should have additional villages to hide in. So he's got garrison slots for 31 of the 43 eco. Very, very difficult. I like that Jif is trying to counter raid though, because there's a lot more exposed economy for Wham. Wham, being very respectful of that, is already backed up with the infantry. Knights continue to dive, and he catches the Chug. GG immediately called a swift end to Jif in game number 1. And a showing of just how good HRE can be on these aggressively rewarding maps. Damn, that was really cool. +2 melee, furiously strong against attack speed, but knight damage is very high. Yeah, but you're missing the point, right? The attack speed is only really that valuable when you do not micro. Players at this level don't just not micro. They attack and move all the time. So because they're attack and moving, like, you're not getting as much value out of attack speed. Attack speed is great on range units. It's really deceptive on melee units. Because it's very rare. Like, even if you're killing units quickly, the problem there is, like, you're then moving after the units die. So you're losing attack speed there. Like, you're losing attack speed value, rather. Don't know if that one's uploadable. Probably not. Oh my god, dude. Like, I'm double-clicking to rename something. It's being silly. Don't think that Shushi has an answer to steel barding. Crossbows. But the problem is land snakes won't necessarily die quick enough, right? He has to target fire the crossbows before he target fires other things. It's just very tricky. His economy is just not good enough at that point. But let's mark up a point on the board for the Canadian Wonder Kid. Or Wonderkind. With the HRE versus Shushi. Into Highview, though. Wait a second, I could have sworn he hates this map, which is why Jif must have picked it. Highview coming in game number 2 for this best of 3. Welcome back to the Midweek Muster. That's right, and Wham, he's gone straight for House of Lancaster in the blue. Meanwhile, Jif relying on the Japanese and an immediate deer play to open up the game. Not your usual, and a little bit shocking to see this here with House of Lancaster on the other side. Because Wham, he could have went for a Rax beginning. It's not unheard of and actually quite often expected of Lancaster in most matchups. Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised he didn't, because you'd think, because Japan Dark Age rushes as well, that like Lancaster wouldn't want to part of that, right? But the weird thing is, like, I think in a long Dark Age, a Lancaster, like hyper long, suffers, but in a mid Dark Age, not so much. The idea is meant to be that Jiff will get better quality spearmen because he'd eventually get into Tatara, but for Lancaster, they get more spearmen because they're food gathering. And by the way, it has to be a really long Dark Age, because the problem here is you're often not going to get the stone quick enough if you're spear spamming. But yeah, looks like instead it's going to be a full macro game. So Jiff's going to be looking to level up quickly here, has survival techniques coming in. And Wham, straight up just sending it into the feudal age. Do we see Lancaster Castle? Possibly. This spawn isn't great though. He got double stone forward and double gold back. This is the absolute polar opposite of what you want as Lancaster. You always want your gold and your stone close together, because then you can drop the Lancaster Castle and scale the mana safely. Reminder, by the way, winner of this will be going up against Myriad in a best of 5, which we had to have a look at next. Oopsie, wrong scene. Wow, actually, I just realized this is the first high view game we've had for KPMM Season 2. I mean, we only added it in this week, right? But so far, it hasn't seen much presence. Abbey of Kings is going to be coming through, though, and I love this. Oh, this is cool. He sees Jiff's got Ford food and Ford gold. He's looking to punish him on that. That's so smart. So the problem usually with the idea of Abbey of Kings here and why you don't want to do it is against Japanese can just go into Mountain Samurai, and Mountain Samurai perform really well against these slow-moving men-at-arms, these chunky lords. But between the terrible spawn that Wham got and the perfect Ford spawn to harass that Jiff got, lords make a lot of sense. Yeah, and he can force a lot of defenses early from Jiff. Jiff, who right now is trying to be as lean as possible, goes out into the deer because he knows it will get him to castle quicker. He hasn't built a single tower, right? He hasn't prepped for a tower. He's going to need to get on that wood quickly after the Kura completes. The tricky part, though, is he's pulled 8 of his villages, 8 of his 14 total villages, out into the woods away from tree lines. Now, I know that sounds weird to say out in the woods away from tree lines, but these aren't really the things you want to be chopping down at this stage in the game. They're not efficient. Did I have my predictions for Thursday? What do you mean by predictions? Oh, we don't do like a full prediction of like the outcomes or whatnot. So how does Wham want to open this up? Does he go for Hobbler to lightly raid? Is it just going to be straight up Spearman to assist and prep for the Samurai? Do we maybe just see him go straight into Yeoman? Yeoman is definitely tricky. Yeah, instead he's going to scale his economy first. So it's going to be the mana opening. This is quite popular. Think of the Lords of Lancaster here with this role, similar to how you play English 2 TC. The value is that the king distracts and forces a reaction, and that allows you to get your greed. First Lord coming out at 15. Outpost is going up for Jiff, but that means he's going to have to pull off the deer. Probably before he completes it. He's got like, what, 1, 2, 3 deer left here? He actually done pretty well. Yeah, he absorbed a lot of this. And by the time the Lord's going to arrive, it'll probably be about maximum 500 food out of 2450 left. Oh, that thing. We might look to, depending on the time, we might look to actually watch the Gamescom announcement for Age of Empires live. I think that could be pretty cool. We'll see though. It depends. Like, obviously, maybe we'll have to just watch the videos after the finals. I don't know when they're doing the conference. It's probably going to be that we'll be in the middle of grand finals when they announce things, so we'll just catch it afterwards. But my predictions, I mean, new DLC, right? We know summer's coming. I'd like to see probably at least the same size as Sultan's Ascend, so 2 brand new civs and, what was it, 4 variant civs would be a really good position to be in. Maybe more. I think we need to see more single-player / co-op content. I hope they realize that as well. I think Lords of Lancaster, the House of Lancaster DLC, the Trials of Cross and Rose, were really cool to have the different scenarios. But I'm hoping we're getting something more replayable. Fingers crossed. Because I had a lot of fun with them, and I think a lot of people did have a lot of fun with things like Agincourt. But once you've done it, you've done it. And what are we doing? Are you kidding me? It's an outpost rush from Wham. That's sick. And it is going to be the Hobblar opening. The reason why Hobblars are so good here, folks, is the number one reaction Jif could give in Feudal Age that would make sense is Yuumi. You can't do Yuumi into Hobby. Another thing that's really cool about Hobblar is when you spam Lords, Hobblars get the same health essentially as Horsemen. Speaking of that Lord, he's going to dive underneath the tower, as it is going to be a counter rush to try and block this play. And it will work. Wham hasn't pulled away with that villager, though. 2 worker kills, however. And wait, Wham? What? Come on, man. There's no way. He finally reacts to it. That was so greedy. He actually tried to continue the outpost underneath the enemy one. That is wild. Alright, so that would have been an overall good exchange if Wham just backed off with the villager earlier. Instead, Wham makes it a bit worse for himself. Ends up being a 2-for-1 exchange. Did lose one of the Lords, which is quite pricey. The Lords are 1A60 each. Wham hasn't got the 3rd mana yet, either. He's shifting on a deer, so this is now going to be a steering towards a fast castle build. But this is kind of weird now, no? Because the problem here is, like, normally, the way the Lancaster deals with Japan is they'll go Mount Samurai, and you end up going 6 manas into your own knights. And you get the bonus heavy damage, you can test their knights really well. This feels like a white tower macro now. But I'm pretty sure Jif should hit castle around the same time. If he opens knights, that's a good answer towards Earlsguard. Now, the important part for Jif is to not get baited and react with Onimusha straight away. Because we've watched multiple players try and open Onimusha into the Earlsguard spam, and it doesn't work. If you rush an Onimusha into 5 Earlsguard, it will die. Yeah, and the weird part as well about this spawn for Jif is he doesn't really have much option but to rush out to react. Everything being forward spawn means that if you just get hit here, you have nothing. Right? The berries, the deer on the flank are way too risky. And I think that's a big part, by the way, as to why Jif went onto the deer straight away instead of eating the sheep. He's got 13 sheep reserved now, which should keep him somewhat healthy and safe. He's also gathering a lot of gold right now, probably aware of the likelihood that he'll be pushed off momentarily. Wham. Wait, is he... This is just the boar, right? I mean, it's 8, which is perfect for the boar. But... Is he... Wait, is he white tower dropping the enemy bait? No, he's securing the 8k. That's crazy. That also means that the Earlsguard are going to arrive earlier. And guys, that's unexpected. Jif has gone for the Temple of Equality. What? So wait, we've got White Tower middle map, and we've got Temple of Equality Japanese. What is happening? Temple of Equality is an interesting idea, by the way. Jif is up to something quite creative. It's quite smart, actually. The idea here, guys, is that if you debuff the Earlsguard, the daggers don't hit for 17 damage. They only hit for 8. That's really smart. The problem is going to be you don't have any military, and your opponent can just spam racks in the center of the map. So, like, it debuffs, sure, but if the Earlsguard count gets to 11, they'll still insta-kill the Buddhist monks, right? What a wacky game. Like, it's just... From the early aggression to now this. And yeah, it is going to be a move onto the ball. That's what I was waiting for. Because, like, he secures the gold, but really he needs food. Earlsguard are going to arrive a little bit late to assist with that. Daggers are actually surprisingly effective, by the way. 4 ranged armor versus 17, and he uses the white tower. I love this. Didn't Age of Empires 2 just change something? Because it used to be if the TC killed the boar, you lost value, right? And they're changing it to be more like our game now. I like that. I think it's like very annoyingly punishing for lower rank players. And very hard to follow as well. I rate it as a pretty decent change. But Jif, he is going to get a very aggressive timing towards relics here. And he even has the Abandonment coming out. Mountain Samurai are going to be on the way. Is it double stables? About to be. Makes sense. Like, you don't have the Yorishiro drop, so you're not producing that quickly. And when you look at his food income, his gold income, he can definitely afford it. Crossbows already from Wham, though. I mean, he has the answers. Not just that, he has the inflated economy as well, right? It's 3 manas plus boar. That's an insanely good gathering rate. Jiff, meanwhile, we talked about him running out of food. It's starting to happen. He's got 10 sheep remaining. He won't have easy access onto things like berries. He will, however, have decent gold. Yeah, he's still got the gold locked on the front side. He's got 2 relics coming in. Pretty wide with where he's getting them, but unnoticed. The cheeky thing about high view is very hard to see these. They're set up so you can't lame the boar anymore. I mean, I don't mind that, though. I think we probably need a change there. I'm not a big fan of Muslim civs being able to lame the boar in AoE4. Like, I don't know if I'm alone in this. I don't think it's a good, like, element to our game. Yeah, you could argue, yeah, but why do they get the 2.2k food, but I don't? But my counter-argument is you get better gathering rates on berries and you get more berries. That's your advantage over boar. By the way, that Buddhist monk is sad. He's like, don't see me, don't see me, don't see me, don't see me. He keeps losing line of sight, but yeah, he will get the kill. So good denial there. The other relic, by the way, did make it home. And not just that, Jiff, crafty son of the gun, actually pulled all the army to the west to get the central relic instead. So good start to this age for Jiff. Mountain Samurai are also intercepting crossbows, which is perfect. Well played. Monastery. Now coming from Wham, but I mean, there's just not much to gain now, right? He's built a monastery on the opposite side of the map. Monk is already in position for the first one. At this point, he might as well have built the monastery at home with where the remaining relics are. But still, the good news is they're both on the left side, so you can kind of patrol that area. Bad news is you're going to have to run all the way across in the center of the map now, with a high likelihood that you're going to be seen and killed. Full stealth forest and Wham has no scout. These are the type of games that I see Wham play, and then I know there's going to be a comment on Discord about like how much he hates stealth forests. It's like, you know, saying you hate gunfights when you turn up with a knife. It's like, well, it's a gunfight. I mean, come on. Right? Like, it's definitely making life a bit harder, but shout out to the devs with these abandoned outposts. That makes life a little bit easier. So he does have some vision because of that. Wow. Jiff is looking for that backside food gathering, but due to the boar, it hasn't happened. Jiff won't be able to keep the army of Wham at home. Behind this is beneficial for Jiff because usually with this Buddhist monk build, the idea is you want to scale into Zen. Zen is the tech, remember, that for 300 resources lets your monks generate gold 25 per minute. Doesn't sound like a lot, but monks are actually cheap. I think something that usually gets forgotten about by people is Buddhist monks actually only cost 80 gold. So the ROI isn't 4 minutes, it's just slightly over 3. Yeah, like, I mean, you can nitpick it and say technically it still takes 4 minutes to return the investment because you have to wait for that final ticket. But like, to be fair, that's not an ROI. At that point, it's like, it's a positive ROI. Whereas normally, if you thought it was 100 gold, it would be an even ROI, right? So return on investment difference is quite big there. Especially when people always praise manas for paying back after 3 minutes. Okay, so Jeff is actually doing a really good job of just keeping Wham his base. I am a bit concerned by the one-dimensional comp, though. Like, Jiff has seen his opponent has crossbows, and yet he refuses to budge off this composition. We are getting a switch now, though. What? Is he going samurai? But why? No, he's going Bugeisha. Okay, like, I mean, this is better than Samurai. The problem with Samurai is everything gets countered by crossbows then. Bugeisha can kind of ignore the Earl's Guard and go after the crossbowman. but you're still going to have to dive into them. Like, I like the idea in Jif's mind. I just don't know if I like the size. This idea is pretty cool when the Ulsgaard count is half of what it is, because you just run past the front line. But Wham is looking beefy with the beefy eaters. He's up to 20 plus Ulsgaard. He's got a thick front line. And Jif's going to need some time. If he can get a few minutes here to wiggle it up to, like, you know, 30, 40 Bugeisha, plus the Shaolin, Buddhist Monk count up to 15. Remember, these Buddhist Monks with the debuff is going to be a big deal. Wham has pretty good base damage on his whole army, right? You got 12 on the Crossbowman. You've got 13 on the Warhammer, but also then 18, make it 19 now on the Dagger Throw. So a lot of value out of getting these nice little circles over their heads. You see that right there. He's down to 6 damage and then 10 on the Dagger. This is cool. This is actually really cool from Jif. And if Wham hesitates to commit, it gets really bad for him. Yeah, they just keep waving at them. What a cool idea from Jif. Melee 2 is also being prepped. He needs that for the Bugeisha spam. I am still worried about the timing here. Jif's idea is strong. His timing, however, not. Jif, he's circling around the back. Wham has good vision now, by the way. He did add in a scout, it seems. Plus the outposts. Yeah, he sees a lot. Would it make sense to add horsemen since he has Uma Bannerman? Yeah, it would keep him pretty dynamic, but then your opponent could just build spears, which is the #1 thing Lancaster wants to be able to do in every game. So Jif, with this play, like, he blocks spear spam, and he also counters crossbowmen. The other interesting thing is that Earlsguard are most beneficial when they're against small count, high HP targets. Because the idea is the dagger throws, like, you get maximum value out of them as you scale, right? Where they suck a bit is when they're up against mass blob of low HP units. So things like Bugeisha do make sense for that reason, is that Jif is offsetting the dagger throw element of the start of the fight. Wow. Another surprise here, guys, is that Wham did not get melee tech at all. I think, didn't he not see the Bugeisha? I could have sworn they revealed. I guess not. Jif hid them well. And Wham now looking for the dive. Workers, the Seek Shelter! Oh, God, every time. This ability, man. He's pulled the relics. Now, this is the play. I love Jif is cooking, man. I love this guy. Remember, when you play with Buddhist monks, they have an ability. It's not a normal conversion, it's a Buddhist conversion. You get plus 20% damage for 20 seconds. He's going to be close to hitting, now about to hit the 10 melee damage. That puts him up to 12. He hits as hard as a man-at-arms. That's a sick idea. The problem is he's running away from where the wall is going to be. He forgot about it. Jif? Oh, without that buff, this isn't so good. He needs to get it out now. Walks in. Wall low, triggers one, triggers the second, but the snipes are going to come through. Wham is not going to let him have that. He gets all of them. Clean, crisp maneuvering, and because Jif blew the whole load at once, he's only going to get a good 20 seconds. And it doesn't look like it's going to be good enough. Jif, he clears the front line, sure, but the crossbow mass at the back still alive. Reinforcements soon to arrive here. Wham. I mean, Jif definitely made this look a little bit touch and go, but I think the crossbow mass is a little bit too big. Bugeisha technically can beat crossbowmen. The problem is there's not enough of them to beat the other things coming. A night switch now from Wham. We've got more Ulsgaard coming. It's just a full body and send. Damn. That's a shame. If only he had had that Wallalol before he entered the fight. Imagine what those Bugeisha could have done. Damn. That's crazy. Excuse me. Buddhist hyper damage boost build. Japan's cooking. Can Onabugeisha in the front and Onamusha in the rear be a good comp? Kind of. But the problem is, like, your front line is hitting the meaty armored units, and your Onamusha then have to clear fast. I think it requires a lot of, like, maneuverability. But like that's one nice thing is like if you can play Owner Geisha into your comp, the real big benefit you get is the movement speed element. They're very, very fast. Unlike other infantry types that slow you down, they'll allow you to be very fast across the map. That's why Horseman Bugeisha was a really solid comp. There was a player called Neptune out of China who was doing it frequently on the ladder last year, and he was beating up some of the best players in the game. It was crazy how good the build was. I'm kind of surprised it didn't actually catch on more. He would play pocket economy onto things like deer, boar, and he'd just scale Bugeisha horseman count up to 20, 30, 40. And then he'd just send it around the map. He'd just run around like a madman with this raiding army. In fact, I think people probably should maybe re-explore that now. With the feudal aggro meta, it might be even better than it was back then. Okay, so that means we're going to be having Wham versus Myriad, folks. I'm just going to update our bracket quickly. I don't think we have a start time still for B versus Recon. Then what are the other ones? Yeah, sometimes there's a few people you have to remind on this Tuesday. We try to always make sure that quarterfinals are played by Tuesday. That's a really big deal. Otherwise, it holds up the bracket. We had this issue last week. So, 2-0 for Wham. We'll do Wham versus Myriad now. After that, we'll be looking probably at like Valdemar versus Starflock. This evening, we have got Anatan versus Sort of, which we'll definitely hang around for. I think that's going to be about 7 UK time, which I'm really excited for. I mean, I think Sort of has been leveling up. Like his rate of improvement has been really impressive so far this year. I've been excited to see him start to make some deep runs in tournaments again. Yeah, guy is a grinder, right? Like for a long time, he was doing 6 to 8 hours of games on stream. And then I heard like he'd normally get off and then play more games. I was like, well, why even stop streaming, you know? One sec, sorry, just double checking something. All right, so let's get the drafts up. Wham. Oh, sorry, I forgot to update from the Anatan Gully thing, right? Wham versus Myriad. Yeah. So BO5, same starting map as per usual. And then it'll be Wham on the left, Myriad on the right. Switch over to BO5. Okay, that's everything. Fantastic. What on earth? English Knights Templar are you? For Frisian? I mean, that's got to be for the Knights Templar pick, right? But what's the English pick all about? Is he playing front range English? I think he is. That's pretty cool. But Wham has what? He's got Malians and French. You just French here? Let's find out. Game number 1. What? It's going to be English versus Lancaster. I think our champ might be taking the knee, man. Isn't this really hard? Folks, I think our champ is about to take the knee. Welcome back to the channel for Midweek Muster week number 2 of season 2. Wham, our reigning champion, has picked a civ that is hard countered here. House of Lancaster do not like playing against English, especially on this brand new map. That's right, we are of course on Front Range, a map that offers little protection and rewards plenty of aggression. Curious to see how Myriad wants to begin this, because a good old Council Hall rush, this might actually be the best map for it. Yeah, especially when you look at the spawn. Wham, gold, stone forward. I mean, this type of placement, this is the dream. What was Wham thinking? Because like looking at the draft, you can see it was very likely Myriad was using English here. You know, maybe he was a little bit worried about a Japanese pick. I think Lancaster can do well there. But the idea is pretty intriguing as well. Both of these civs are really good at just spamming into food infinitely, right? English get the super cheap farms, and then, of course, Lancaster get the manors. Now, you'd think that that's where it would go into late game. And if it does go there, English are surprisingly effective against Lancaster late. But I think there's really good strike timings for English in early and late game in this matchup. Yeah, if you guys haven't seen this, by the way, Front Range is going to be used in the upcoming NA LAN. Avali created this map, actually. It's his latest creation. And players are hard grinding it right now because there's an upcoming qualifier on the weekend to see who's going to be making it out to the NA LAN. And what? That's so cool. The ball play, this is kind of reminiscent of Mountain Clearing, is that you just play straight out to the middle of the map with English to get the ball. Only English in this game didn't. No, Wham is the one that took the aggressive line. Greedy line, mind you. You'd expect Hobbler plus Yeoman. The tricky part, though, is the timing. Yeoman are insanely expensive, and... Wait, is that not a boar? Wait, that is a boar. Oh, you mean it's not his boar? I was about to say, Mhodo's blind. Yeah, no, he snatched the enemy one. Did he pull it from here, or did it just spawn here? I was going to say, if he came out here to eat a sheep, I've got a problem. Wait, what? No. Oh, come on. Myriad. You just had to attack, man. If only. Oh, no. Guys, this means 2TC English. I mean, it's not disastrous, right? Like, actually, like, 2TC English has worked really well against Lancaster. We've seen Wham himself use that, actually, last week to great effect in an English-Lancaster matchup on Rocky River. My concern comes from the map. This map's very different to a map like Rocky River. There's a lot more opportunity to rush your opponent. So I'm a little bit surprised that Myriad shied away from it. Because I think Counter Hall makes a lot of sense here. This map, for English, kind of feels a lot like Himiyama. You guys remember Himiyama, where English was really good for the Lombo Rush? Because they could just poke at the tree lines on all sides. The Lancaster Castle drop coming in on the gold. So yeah, that would have been an extra exposure for Wham, considering his stones on the south side. So if you had played Lombo opening, your opponent couldn't get into manors at all. He's going to get back up. So Wham, he starts off eating. He doesn't even finish his meal. He just dabs the towel quickly. Gets 700 food there, and then falls back to the secondary boar. What? This is interesting. I mean, I guess the 500 food off of that makes it worth the movement, and you can come back for it later. He didn't take any damage on the workers either. We'll start to shiv it down. Wait, is he trying to, like, min-max off the gate? No, he's just going to commit now. He just fluffed up a bit, because I don't think he realized he still had the one villager originally away. But as you can see, 5 are capable of doing it. You just need a bit more micro. Now, if Myriad had been doing a longbow build, this right now would be disastrous. You'd just have one-hit kill villagers. But the king is going to struggle here, because the walls are already in. So what's Myriad's plan? Is it going to be a TC drop in the corner? It's a shame the deer in the north are so far away. If he got the spawn like Wham, where it's closer to base, this would have been a phenomenal TC drop. Yeah, if he got it here instead of the outpost, he got a TC drop that would secure 2 extra gold veins and a huge tree line. Instead, I think the only logical option for Myriad is probably going to be, what, gold on the backside here? Which also would protect against rotations on the back. Oh, he's going deeper. He's going for the deer. Okay, so he does just punt it all the way to the back. So Myriad is at least trying not to be too greedy. I know I'm saying that as he's walking out to do 2 TC, but the idea is if he has to go farms, he's just going to get starved, right? My concern is, what stops Wham now from just fast castling? Nothing. It's exactly what he's doing. Guys, he's not even going for manors. And I highly rate this. Villagers on the gold are getting idled out. Needs to be a little bit careful here. King's taking decent damage. I don't know if he's going to be forced into spears early. I think ideally you're looking to build Raxes over here to be close to the enemy base. But this is so loose, man. You just lose to Earl's Guard. Myriad's got a lot to answer for now. And this is why I was expecting it to be towards the gold, because it's close enough to the TC that you can then rush castle and build a white tower. But the reason why Myriad didn't do that is a fair one. He doesn't have enough sheep. This is another thing that makes Lancaster really good on this map. On a map where you will, on average, get only 9 sheep, Lancaster gets an extra 4. That's a huge inflation. That's almost 50% more sheep. Meanwhile, for Myriad, because he didn't have the extra sheep potential, if he hunkers down on the gold with a TC drop, he's going to have to add in farms. Which means this white tower timing could hit even harder. Yeah, it's just a brutal position for Myriad to be in. I love how we've seen many different civs now attempt greed on this map. And the success rate has not been impressive. They've just been getting eviscerated by aggressive players. Where do you rally villagers after the food's ran out? Berries. I mean, you don't really have a choice. And there we go, white tower on the way. Like the placement by Wham as well. Secures the forward wood line, the secondary gold, and also this just puts him closer to the enemy base for the Earl's Guard timing. Myriad did just scout that. But he can't really dive it. It's too close to the TC. King's going to try to get cheeky. Wham. Good micro. Staggers away. He actually could have turned the short bows a little bit sooner there. King down to 20 HP shouldn't really be returning to the fray. So should be safe to get the gold. And I imagine wood gathering underway will be seeing racks drops as soon. And the boar has just done so much work here. You know what's crazy, by the way? Wham never got survival techniques. That shocks me a little bit. He played boar 1 into boar 2 and didn't get the buffed gathering rate. I'm a bit baffled. Considering you get an extra 1.3 food... No, 0.1 free food a second. Which puts you up at 1.1, basically. Instead of the 0.9. Like, it's a very good gain, basically, is the point. And we aren't actually just getting Earl's Guard, folks. We've got stables. Okay, he's just looking to straight up dive with knights then. Which makes sense, yeah. He just scouted the corner. Myriad has got 13 people down here. He only has enough room for 8. Scout is going to get clubbed down. So Wham is now riding blind. This is going to be him molding like on high view again. But even with the frustration of that map, it wasn't enough to push the man off his game. First Earl's Guard are moving towards the gold. Now remember, Earl's Guard, 1-hit kill, 50 HP villagers. Myriad is going to move away early. He's got the white tower drop coming in on the backup gold. That's smart, because actually if he built the white tower here, he'd already be 2 villagers down. Tricky part though, 6.5 tower range allows these boys to be like snipers. First knight just hit the field. It's a little bit delayed from Wham. But as is the nature of 35 seconds to produce. A little bit surprised he hasn't gone straight towards the secondary TC, actually. Osgard, Wham. That is not a good start to this plan, actually, folks. Myriad. Got to be happy with that little kill. Because the other problem for Wham is this isn't your standard white tower rush. We do not have any manners at all. Wham is truly all in. He needs damage and he needs it now. Knight is going to arrive towards the TC. Forces him idle. But Wham, he wasn't paying attention. He sent the Knight too deep. Still, 1 villager going to go down. There's no wheelbarrow yet from Myriad, so good timing nonetheless. Just could have been 2/3 kills if it had been a bit quicker. Myriad, not with much gold, though. Does he tempt fate with crossbowmen? Crossbowmen is not really the answer you're expecting against Ulsgaard because they get killed too easily. Normally, that would be fine because with better eco, you can just inflate your crossbow count. But the thing that might have Myriad a little bit paranoid here is that his crossbowmen are going to be limiting count if he can only access the first gold. So he does have to be a little bit careful about that, but looks like he's playing into it. And English is subtly good at this because of the white tower. The white tower allows you to rush out crossbowmen quicker, remember. Yeah, usually slept on, but it works 75% faster. Used to be even better, actually. I remember when you could get knights out every, was it 15 seconds, I think? Shout out to State. I remember a long time ago on Prairie, him discovering the Fast Castle English rush build that was perfect against HRE on that map. Yeah, you just white tower dropped and you spam knights and they had no answer. It was pretty much a Euroshira drop before Euroshiras were invented. Myriad needs a subway for his villas? Mate, I don't know what that is. We're British here. We call it tubes. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's got the London infrastructure. Farms being set up now around the White Tower. Second cluster. We do not have any mana still. This is kind of wild, right? Like, we're 11 and a half minutes into the game, and the biggest army is 14 in size. It doesn't really feel like you're watching an aggressive map, but it's because people just struggle to find these key resources. More food gathering this time, though. It looks like Wham will better strike in. The crossbowmen are not going to be a good deterrent. There's only 2 of them. Start to club them down. The Siege Shelter is causing issues for Myriad. Yeah, not ideal for Wham, though, on the path in there. Kind of minimized his impact. Only getting 1 worker kill. And almost losing 2 knights. And reminder that this is not an Abbey of Kings build, so he can't just go home now and heal. Wow, I'm now creeping to that south side. But the Earlsguard has a little bit more presence because the crossbows can't really stand there in small numbers. Not just that, he's going to find the Stone Gatherers. Earlsguard, dagger throws come through. Textiles is going to minimize the kills a little bit, but still not enough. Now, if Wham just backs off here for the recharge, he can start sniping these crossbowmen. Instead, he's going to just A-click in. What? Oh, then again, Myriad isn't moving away. No, he needs to reach the White Tower ASAP. Get some range of it, but that's still going to be -3 crossbowmen, probably. Yeah, because the dagger throws. Okay, that was greedy from Wham. He didn't take the easy kill. He went for the full HP. Still, even after the losses back and forth like that, Wham, he's building a bigger military lead. Which is wild to say of the person who is now 14 workers behind. Relics are padding him a little bit, though. Relics are really powerful on this map, guys. There's not much gold on the south side. You have to move north for that. And we did talk about Myriad's gold starvation. He's already tapped dry. Yeah, so no wonder the crossbow count isn't going up. He can't afford them. I like how chat's being baited because they're so used to seeing Wham being the one playing English. I wonder if Myriad just needs to sneak out onto that gold. The problem is Wham was so smart about this. He already preemptively captured this outpost. You can't get out easily. And if Myriad wants to go Imp, he's going to struggle with that. I mean, what do you really get with Imperial? I guess if you get a Berkshire drop up here, you can move north for the gold then and wall off. Maybe that's the thought process, but you're going to have to sell a lot of food. We do also, by the way, now have manners coming through, so Wham is aware the villager count's getting a bit high. Still, there's not really much the Myriad can do with that villager count. He can't gather gold. There's not much wood. He can get food, and that's the other thing I think for Myriad. His idea here is if he could get Imperial, then maybe you could get towards enclosures, and then you never run out of gold. But I don't think that's going to happen here. He has to reinvest. Man, and Wham. Investing in real estate big. Yeah, this is more like London. Let's just get the high-value manners. Myriad has 13 more villages, but no soldiers. I mean, this has continuously been the problem, though. The crossbow count is getting high, but look at the switch now from Wham. He's baited him. We've got mass Hobbler strat. And reminder, Wham has map control, which means he has the deer to afford this. He also has the gold. He can move north freely. He also has 3 relics. Hobblars, remember, they're cheaper horsemen, but they cost some gold. Wham, I believe, yeah, he is moving north for the final relic. Because this one I don't think he should ever really be getting. Myriad has still... Oh, come on, there we go. He's got a monk coming. Ah, man, imagine if he could have done this sooner. This one monk relic would have paid for itself by now, most definitely. But now with his last sliver of gold, he does so out of desperation. He's at 2.6k food. Where's the marketplace? He doesn't have one. Even if he gets this gold, it's not enough for him. So really what's happening here is I think Myriad just doesn't know what to do. This is classic miss macro when you're not really sure what to do next. Because if you were trying to go imp, you'd at least be selling gold now so that the rate could replenish when you need to sell again. So like you sell food to buy gold. Remember, the market shifts over time. So you don't want to be doing it all at once because it's more inefficient. And having some extra gold isn't bad anyway because you need more crossbows. But now with the Hobblars, you're going to wish you didn't have them. He has no answer to Hobby. Oh, God. And it's +2 ranged armor, which means 6 ranged armor on these divers. Same as the Osgard. Nothing dies easily here under Wham's command. And there's going to be raids in multiple locations. I think, yeah, he was trying to poke him with the Knights on the south. That split the army. Just look at how little that health bar moves from an English TC. Idle gold workers. There's no real getting out of that. No, they're going to get surrounded and pounded. Myriad's lead begins to shrink as the mana count continues upward for Wham. 6 now online. And reminder, he still has got the abilities in that Lancaster castle. So that's a fallback plan when he needs to inflate further. Looks like Myriad, yeah, he sold off the food and oh my God, he didn't get much for it, right? Look at that, 100 food for 30 gold. He overused the button. And that was his one get out of jail free card. His one jail out of free card allowed him to get a few knights, a few crossbowmen, and he's down to 200, 300 gold remaining with only 500 in reach. Brutal one. I think ideally what Myriad maybe wanted was to get this stone earlier and then castle drop the north side to connect to the gold. But Wham has just done such a good job of constricting him throughout this. Wham just continuing to stay out in the middle of the field. He's getting a little bit paranoid about some raid potential. And apparently Wham totally forgot to pick up this before. So I think he had a monk coming out here ages ago. So we'll capture it now. He could also go for the sacred site. So yeah, 2-for-1 special. That's going to start the clock as well. And now look at the switch. Wham into Spearman Yeoman. Perfect answer for what Myriad can now do. Right, he's stuck on crossbows, not with much resource. He's switching into horsemen now. Outpost is going to get raided. Well, I'm showing a lot of respect because English are not easy to dive, military on military, because of the attack speed buffer. So it's safer to play it this way, like he has an edge. Because the other thing you have to remember is that Myriad, he may have a huge worker lead, but it counts for nothing if you can't do anything with it. All you can do is gather food. And with the current state of the market, you can't even use that to get gold. I mean, when was the last time you saw food to gold like trade rates that bad pre 20 minutes? This is the type of thing that happens when you're in the late game with 10,000 food. I mean, we should have expected this though, right? With the amount of people who complain about English cuisine, of course no one was going to pay much to buy it. Yeoman numbers are getting big. Sink shot is on the way. Because he's playing crossbows, he doesn't have good maneuverability. Spearmen also take double damage from the synchronized shot. Arrow range is just going to blow him up. What does Myriad really have to play for? Well, he's going to make a play for the gold. It is going to be the castle drop we talked about. But he just realized he walked into vision, right? Oh, Myriad, no. Do you actually want this fight is the question. He doesn't know how big Wham's army actually is, but he's about to find out. It reveals itself. Synchronized shot just a few seconds away. Hobbelar now the dive in, scares him off the castle build. Has got the attack speed aura still. But now, look at the way things get discombobulated. The Spearman march north. It makes it easy for the Yeoman to intercept. That front line's already gone. The synchronized shot connects onto the back. The arrow rain dropped on the crossbowmen to get them low and to run them through and out of town. English, that has been looking so good in this Lancaster matchup at the moment, not able to get to that late game cozy. And by the way, this is what I want out of maps. We talked about this strategy from Myriad working on maps like Rocky River. Look at how different front range plays. This is what map design should be. You have the same Civs matchup, they play the same comp, same strategy, but the outcome needs to be different. That was a cool game. English is good against Lancaster? Yeah. What do we call that? It's probably about the soul of the food, right? Like, I don't know. I don't know what this title is. He sells his favorite ham to try and survive. Like, whose brain decides to call a video he sells his favorite ham? I don't understand. Whatever. In your brain right now, it's got you going, huh? And you want to click on the video. So game one goes to Wham. Really solid unraveling of a matchup that has been looking really, really good for the English at the moment. Up next, it looks like we're heading to Frisian. Knights Templar versus Otto. This is an interesting one for the feudal timing as well. Like archers versus Sipahi, Chevalier versus Sipahi. I don't really like Chevalier into Sipahi that much. Mainly because the healing factor that comes down the line. Plus the meta, like if you split the fight off from the ranged. We'll talk about it a little bit more when we get into game. Because I think we are ready. Now, historically, the Knights Templar, towards the end of their existence, ran into quite a few conundrums with the Ottoman Empire. And I am not one to argue history. Welcome back to the Midweek Muster, folks. Ottomans for Wham going up against Myriad's Knights Templar. Map is going to be Frisian Marshes. And I'm curious to see what Myriad's going to try to do here, actually, because I think Chevalier comp might be a little bit of a bait against Ottoman. This is an interesting map for Ottomans. With Sipahi spam quite feasible, they can mirror Chevalier, the French knights that Knights Templar get, really well. The difference, though, is between meta and healing, a long feudal is very good for Ottomans. So I imagine Myriad's win condition is either opening aggro, get pawns, and have a ridiculous feudal advantage, or you try to skim feudal into castle. Templars were suppressed in 1314. I mean, but you had things like the Knights of Rhodes, right? That still existed for much longer, if I'm not mistaken. The Hospitaller were like, what, 1310 to 1522? Those are the Hospitaller, not the same. Well, they're part of the Knights Templar. So for generic encompassing, it is. Oh my god, the nitpickiness. Rivtroll, you must be the type of person that takes to Reddit to moan about Abbasids and the categorization all the time. Are they the Mamelukes? Are they someone else? Are they multiple civilizations? Or rather, Ayyubids would be the better one for the Mamelukes argument. But Spinman already arriving, so Wham, I imagine we're looking at Madrissa. This is a really frustrating situation to have to actually pull more gold workers straight away like this. Myriad has got a second Spinman coming, but it's just not going to arrive quick enough. It's a cool idea, though. Like, actually, Knights Templar can be pretty good with spear spam once they have fishing online. The problem is getting the fishing online. And that does surprise me. Then again, like Wham, we just saw him lose access to his gold, so Satani Trade Network does make a little bit of sense here. It's just most people prefer to have the Madrissa, resecure the gold, and just benefit from all the food. Yeah, the funny thing is, like, I walked into the trap that you could play with, which would be about Hospitaller and how they actually held out remarkably well against the Ottomans for a long time until they scared them off the island. But you didn't. Shame on you, sir. That is a very interesting piece of history, actually. Yeah, Ottomans just turning up on Malta and being like, why did we waste so much time invading this? There's nothing here. Myriad with the second bomb coming in now. Confident as well. He goes for the forward one. Sultani Trade Network is going to give a bit of gold generation, right? 72 gold per minute, which is going to allow things to come online for Wham, like the blacksmith techs. Eventually playing things like wheelbarrow. Military school's getting added in, though, because he actually craftily snuck out into the stone while Myriad wasn't looking. I've been seeing people rate the military schools at the beginning of Feudal a little bit better recently, which is surprising. You know, it kind of felt like it was just way too expensive an investment and it screwed with your timings unless you were fast castling. But I think with Feudals going on for a very long time, it's worked out a little bit more valuable. Also, Knights Templar, because here's the thing, by the way, like Knights Templar, if you think about all they embody, they kind of embody a lot of different civilizations underneath them. Because a lot of these different orders were part of the Knights Templar, right? Of the formation of the Crusades. So you can nitpick like the primary civilization if you want to. But like at the same time, I think we have other factional representations in AoE4 that get fully catalogued, right? Because like I think when you think of like the Crusades, you have like the Knights Templar, and then you have the orders that fought within them as like a big part of the body. But then you also have kingdoms within the Crusades, right? Like French and English kingdoms. So like I kind of see like Hospitaller, Teutons, as and like Knights of St. John, etc. like as part of the Knights Templar. I think like most people would categorize them that way. Like you can be super nitpicky if you want to about it. But considering how much the world likes to pit the poor Welsh people in with the English and then they hate them for it, I think you just have to let this one slide. God, what next? Are we going to complain? What? Why is Japan fighting the Byzantines? What is this madness? So Kingdom of France is going to be coming in. Imagine you are the commander of the Knights Templar. You're ready to go on another crusade. King Louis, he sends his regards. He promises support. And then he sends you the most under-equipped knights he has on his retinue, right? Not his royal knights. He sends you the budget knights. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they perform here for Myriad, because I do actually think Sapahi can beat Chevalier very well. The reason is that if you actually have a straight-up A-click fight, Chevalier are going to do really well. But that's not how Age of Empires 4 works. You know when people use that example of, like, counter units work? So, like, oh, elephants do get countered by spears. Look, A-click in, spear dies. Spear dies but kills elephant in the end, right? Like, 10 spears will kill an elephant. That's not how fighting works. Micro matters, right? Other elements of the comp matter. And that's where things get really good for Wham. Sapahi on their own against Chevalier are going to have a hard time, sure. But Sapahi, with the meta to give the +2 armor, makes Chevalier's life a living hell. To make matters worse, then there's the Imam to worry about. Myriad, was he trying for castle? 6 on gold, the macro hold. I think he was wondering if Wham was going to aggro him or fast castle, so he was holding reserves. Now he has confirmation he's going to start reinvesting, but this gives a big edge to Wham. And if you think Myriad's a bad player, go ahead and show me the games you've had against him on the ladder where you beat him. I mean, that's just like, that's rude, dude. Myriad is ranked 32nd in the world. He consistently places around there season after season. I think some people just become disillusioned by the idea that, like, someone being bad versus someone just being very good, you're getting those two things mixed up. Wham is a very good player. He shoot that in game number 1, and Myriad may end up suffering in game number 2 because of it, because he's already losing the docks. Like, reminder, by the way, on my channel, it's fine to criticize. But if all you're going to do is flame, head equal out of Asa, and be aware of world. Meta's now on the way, Wham. This is the thing that Myriad should be really worried about. I like that he's gone into spears. It's just a little bit tricky with him being denied in the docks, right? One's already down. And Wham is going to be moving for the second now. Yeah, Myriad's just trying to sneak up more behind this, which isn't great, because obviously you're going to get a little bit of fishing done, but the problem is you're having to start from scratch every single time. So I think the goal for Myriad is to eventually follow up and replace the losses from behind. In fact, he's marching out now to try and contest on the second pond. Spahi are rallying. Myriad. He's pretty far at the base, so he's definitely committed. He's got the demo ship to stop a hard dive. That's smart, actually. It protects the ram kill. So there you go. Myriad apparently a bad play. No, I don't think so. That was actually a really clutch play. The archer count isn't high enough to deny the demo straight away, and it meant the Chevalier couldn't be doped by the spearman. Great read there. He's even trying to hide the archers at the back here, but Wham, resisting the temptation. He's not going to dive it. Sipahi will be able to start moving away. Low on HP, but they haven't been finished off. And I love that. He frontlines with the archers to keep Sipahi alive, because archers will lose the fight, but this light cav can win it. Chevalier. Now outnumbered. Free Sipahi whittling them away. And the interesting thing is Wham could have activated Fortitude here. But, you know, clearly the fact he didn't makes him a bad player. Wait, no, sorry, I've been reading too... No. See, it's that he understands if he uses it too early, then he'll get counterplayed by the Chevalier. Yeah, Age of Empires 4 isn't as simple or as simple as a game as like, oh, this is good, this is bad. There are upsides and downsides, right? So like there, Wham doesn't use the Fortitude, because if he activates it when there's 2 Chevalier remaining, if Myriad then just targets onto the Chevalier onto the Sipahi, Wham will end up losing the fight. So instead, he shows good temperament there, good discipline. Comes back for a second ram, and Myriad, worse for wear because of it. When you only watch the top 5 players, doesn't mean that everyone that loses to them is a bad player. Exactly. Are they a worse player than Wham? Yes, like I don't think Myriad would argue that. On paper, he is statistically a worse player than Wham. That's just facts. But dude, to like insult him like that is dented. Wham. Gonna feel pretty good about this. Myriad invested in both an archer ship and a demo ship, neither of which is a good answer to the ram. And the dock is already heavily injured. I wonder, does Wham go for... No? Oh, wow, that's cool. I actually love that. He went extensive fortifications. That's super sick. And so underrated. Guys, extensive fortifications is the one that gives you bonus damage against heavy. It turns all your garrison slots into crossbow bolts. Your base damage goes up by 1 on all garrison slots, so you get +2 against heavy. It is super effective against Chevalier. What Wham realizes is with this denial on the ponds, Myriad's most likely follow-up play is going to be to raid with his cavalry. Now he can't do that. If he does it, he'll die diving this area. Good to know. Gets it all. This pond never got rebuilt, by the way. It's too close to the front. Myriad doesn't feel comfortable. I think if this goes any deeper in Feudal, you might actually see the Imam point for the healing. Definitely looks pretty tempting here when you check the health bars on a few of these units. Myriad has got back towards fishing. We've got, what, 2 ponds activated. Would love to see him come back and actually re-secure this pond now that the aggro is stopped temporarily. The problem is Myriad doesn't see what we see. He doesn't know that Wham is backed up like this. He'll probably start to get suspicious. I mean, I do wonder if Wham's considering going for an age up now. I don't know if I'd say he's done enough damage to warrant it, actually. He's been a bit annoying. He's definitely traded well. You can see that by destroyed value. But not to the extent where you just straight up castle. Yeah, instead it's going to be a steer wider. He's looking to deny the pawns. And credit to him, he goes ultra wide, knowing that Myriad's likely staying close to home because he's worried about being hit. Yeah, this is the thing. Myriad logically has to be somewhere in the middle of his economy to react to an either flank. And with the supply having fortitude plus the attack speed from the meta, that could give you enough time to actually deny a dock here. Yeah, I love this as well. Wham, he's checking for that one villager. Because normally you leave a villager out here chopping trees. And wow, Myriad, he doesn't react. He goes for a dive. Wham, gets caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Chevalier, have to pull back. That does reveal the spears to them, though. Attack speed aura is really good for the Ottomans, but the numbers are not. It's 5 archers versus 23. Doc is definitely getting denied. Myriad doesn't even try for a demo ship play to get some value. And now we get the steer. And here we go. The extensive fortifications. Damage is going to be big on the Chevalier, but there needs to be a quick reaction here. There's no full fortification. Knows the target fire. He is intentionally going after the Confrere. 2 Chevalier removed already. More to fall. Yeah, this is the worst place to fight for Myriad. It's horrible. Remember, look at the damage. He does 10 damage per strike before reduction to Chevalier. Chevalier only have 3 ranged armor. It's a mini crossbow. It's a feudal crossbow. Literally and figuratively. So Myriad baited into a fight at a horrible location. And keep in mind that Wham, he took that defense minus 8 units. 8 critical units. Myriad has at least now started to get the trade going, i.e. the pilgrims. Doc comes back in. Wham is just going to poke raid. But Myriad quick on the garrison. Isn't going to give any easy targets. Does Wham just resume going castle now? You can tell it was his real win condition in his eyes. But he got pushed off the timing with that dive. So what's the plan now? I guess Myriad's going to inflate pilgrims and then play towards castle timings. Because he's been forced all the way home, right? Like, the Sipahi raids are annoying enough that you need to kind of react to them. Maybe Myriad is expecting a tech up, but wham! Even though he is prepping for it, look at the size of the army here. I mean, his numbers are a little bit of a lie, actually. He's got... Oh, no, actually, he's got, like, no fishing boats anymore. I thought he actually set up one dock. He didn't at all. But these extensive fortifications. Ah, this hurts. This is ridiculous. Like, it's actually so effective. Minus 2 Chevalier at 170 resources a pop. Now the clash coming in on the other side of the map. Has got the attack speed aura. Myriad, a little bit reluctant to engage here. Spearman, still chasing away the Chevalier. Sipahi just looking for a lick of it. If they can just touch those archers for a second, but they'll happily oblige killing the Chevalier. And this is ridiculous. I mean, Wham, he's getting ready for castle behind this while winning the fight. Meta is at least going to get dragged. It looks like the A-click betrays Wham a little. But even without that... Oh, God, and now it gets bad. There's a button to press here. Wham, if he uses it... Yep! Fortitude! 50% increased attack speed on the villagers! Chases on through. Myriad running for his life off of the deer. A heavy price paid, and now Mehmed Imperial Armory on its way for Wham. Oh boy, this is looking rough. And you know, also, like, other thing to keep in mind here is that a lot of people are starting to agree that, like, Knights Templar isn't really all they're made out to be. They're decent on fishing maps like this, but I wouldn't say insane. While Ottomans has been a civ, I want to say consistently for the last 2 seasons, going up and up in terms of potential and value in drafts. And you see why. It's Sipahi. Sipahi is the backbone of a lot of these strategies. It's so reliable to lean into. And players have gotten so much better at scaling them into Castle and beyond. Like, it's a dead obvious play in Imperial, sure. But the thing that was lacking for a long time was feudal play. So tech out complete. Myriad, nowhere near his own. Needs a punishment. Veteran C for Sipahi is 50 seconds out, though, so he's on the clock. KT feels good in FFA. To farm. Ha 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 ha. Sipahi. I mean, a little bit low on HP, but the numbers are still good. The meta snipe is not going to be good enough. It does at least scare him away, which forces Wham back. A lot of gold gathering now to get idled out, as he has to pull back all of these, what, 25 villages? Okay, so Myriad has Stranglehold of the gold. Both of them are right here. But remember, the Veteran C was already queued up. So Sipahi upgrades are coming in, and it's also now Lancers. The villages, though? What? Wham! He's not pulling them back. Like, Myriad is just trading out. I mean, it's a good strike by Myriad, but the problem still remains that he's an age behind now. And he's starting to feel it. Now that it's Sipahi upgraded, Lancers as well. The good news for Myriad, though, is he can straight up just spear to answer all these problems. Wham is going men-at-arms, which will be slightly problematic, but that's a slow-moving unit. Yeah, the cool thing as well for Myriad is Spearman compared to Chevalier is affordable. Chevalier is going to burn a hole in your pocket. Spearman, not so much. Right, Chevalier. Actually trying to screw up in the center. A little bit surprised that Myriad didn't back off more, but I think he's paranoid about losing control of the sacred site. Yeah, he needs every gold injection he can get if he wants to find his way towards the next stage. Archer Master is at least trying to snipe down any injured parties. Already finding many. In fact, he goes for the Sipahi first, instead of the low HP Lancers. The Wham does need to slow down a bit. At this point, he's trickling troops into mass archers. Even with the armor, that's a fight that you can actually lose over time. Especially if Spearmen keep existing longer in these fights. New Chevalier now coming through. And a Janissary switch on the way. Wait, what? I like the fort from Wham because it's seeing the Chevalier, but it's still archers need to be addressed first, right? So I guess the idea for Wham will be to hold the Janissary back a little bit and then clear the archers. Because it does look like Myriad wants to ideally be just Chevalier Spearman, which will scale a lot better into this cavalry comp later. Myriad has really good food income per minute. Yeah, but it's temporary. It's started to run out. That's the big concern I have here, is like this map, when you play Pons, it's food burst. It doesn't last forever. The other thing is, as he starts producing less archers, he has less use for wood. And that's a really bad sign because he's getting extra food burst from gathering wood as well. Does look like Myriad might actually have the breathing room now to go castle. Reminder that Knights Templar get it really fast. Only takes them a minute. No, 45. Mango play now. Janissaries are being target fired down though. Mango's just saying to hell with it and shooting whatever it can find. And the chunky, heavily armored units are actually holding back the wave. Myriad has got a second group of Chevalier now arriving. Archers are going to creep in onto the worker line again. I mean, if he can just clear these archers, Janissaries will defend him. Most of them are now gone. And Myriad, I'm a bit shocked. There's still no tech. Chevalier not able to get the kill. Good repair, clutch there by Wham. Now the Janissary coming through. I believe he just invested in the Janissary company, so spawns the 8 at the perfect moment because Myriad no longer has archers. No, he could afford it with all this wood. I'd prefer he just adds in more farms though. Yeah, this is at least the good news, is he's got a lot of production already. He's got like, what, double racks, double archery, triple archery even, double stables. So the good news is once he techs up, he shouldn't really need to go into more production buildings, which means he can start prepping more farms. I say as he adds in even more. What? Myriad still doesn't feel safe to age. The problem with this, though, guys, is the longer you don't age, the worse this is getting. You know, there is a timing to keep renewing aggressively, but Has Myriad really been getting much value for it is the question I'd ask. Okay, he's getting it now. That's a nice little raid. If he goes further north... it's the outpost. The outpost is just such a nuisance with those crossbow placements. Honestly, I think that this might be the most underrated Vizier point at the moment. Extensive fortifications, when you get the right game for it, it looks ridiculous. Chevalier would have happily raided, dove, and killed these outposts if it wasn't for the existence of that plus damage. Mango. You're remassing archers, your opponent has started to get siege out. It's not a good look. Janissaries can be target fired down, mind you. Needs to as well. Janissaries not only deal with the Chevalier, they deal perfectly with the Spearmen. Just quick killers. Looks like the Blob is starting to overwhelm a little bit. Wham. Only a few heavily armored units left alive. The men-at-arms are the trickiest thing for him to kill. The Mangonels don't really have something clumped that they can easily target. The Archer's been doing a good job of dodging and sniping out the Janissaries. Wham is going to lose the backbone of the Ford army. But guys, he's got an extra 16 Janissary. It's just mass gunners. It doesn't even matter that there's archers to counterplay him. Oh my god. When do you see someone ego child by archers just spam Janissary? I mean, difference in age makes, right? Veterancy would have popped pretty hard here, but without it, it just feels like the Janissaries aren't dying quick enough. Now Wham has the troop blocker in. It's not just the pilgrimage, it's the active gold gathering that's going to be stopped here. Myriad's going to have to shift more of his economy outwards towards the mid-map in a game where he's lost map control. Love that he actually snuck over here, by the way. It's probably the only reason he's staying alive right now are those bonds. Can't Myriad change Sacred Site? Yeah, and then you travel even further though, right? So the reason why Myriad was going here is because he's trying to send it into the enemy base so he can guard this trade line while pushing. Now he definitely can't change it because he's just constricted in his base. What's up, Freya? I don't know what you mean. Go talk to mommy about it. Oh no. Freya has arrived again. Bye, Frey. She stares at me. Ram's now coming through. Yes, you're my daughter. Love you. Don't love Myriad's position. I can't believe just straight up Jannies is working like this. I mean, it really is just Jannies. He's got a few supply here and there, sure, but they're raiding. So technically, based on the counter system, archers should beat Janissaries. Mathematically, yes. If you have the same amount of resources, then archers will beat Janissary. But they're not the same at all. The Janissaries are 160 each. The archers are only 80. Yet somehow, Wham has more Janissary than Myriad has archers. That's why it's so hard for him to win. It's also a case of you have to kite. If you pull back, then sure. Because Janissary have really bad range and bad movement speed. But when you run headfirst in like this... Hiding behind the springles now. Meta's also taking shots. Myriad, for a moment, it looked like he might actually scare the Janissaries off, but towards the tail end of the fight, he just doesn't have enough to snipe them one by one. He will lose with archers versus Janissaries. And kind of a crazy one, actually. I don't know if I've really seen someone just mass Jannies like that into archers straight against a feudal opponent. I thought he just made arms, but... Let me know what you guys think of Knights Templar at the moment. It seems like a civ that is struggling, still underperforming. Which is crazy considering that when it first came in, most people are in agreement that it looked like the most broken water civ in the game. You take deep water away, they ain't looking so good. I don't know, I kind of want to upload that one just like, I don't know, dude. What do you think? Is it? It has to be like the Janissaries, right? Or is it about extensive fortifications? The extensive fortifications was pretty sick. So remember, by the way, these are best of 5 now, so we at least get bare minimum 1 more game. But Wham is now up on match point. And next up, we are heading into Dry Arabia. Rus versus Biz. I mean, this is meant to be pretty good for Biz. I've got a bad feeling for Myriad. What, you want to flame my cables and you don't even know the correct statement? It's exclamation mark cables, noob. Oh my god. There's nothing wrong with my cables. Is that Pokemon Gold in the background the best Pokemon by far? You're a man of good taste. It is indeed Pokemon Gold. Look at this beauty. Oh. Kept it in pretty good condition, actually. Considering it wasn't boxed up like this all those years. I'd grade this at like probably... It's got a little bit of wear in the top piece. Maybe like an 8. 8.5. And then we've also got Pokemon Sapphire and Pokemon Leaf Green back there. I sadly do not know what happened to my Pokemon Yellow box. I think one of my sisters probably threw it out or something, which is sad. Excuse me. Actually, I don't know. I don't think I had... yeah, it probably got thrown out because it wasn't the game box, because I got the Pokemon Yellow Game Boy. So it would have came with that. Say we're all aging nerds without saying we're aging nerds? No, we just experience games when they were peak. Alright, Pokemon Gold is the best Pokemon game, full stop. No arguments against it. Some people try to say black and white, and I played that more recently. I'm like, it's okay, but Gold wins. Alright. Let's get ready to rock and roll. Have we got on the right side? We have not. Let me flip that. Did you guys know that Byzantines hard counter Rus? At least the games I've been seeing, they've been looking brutal. I guess that's not really saying much, though, because doesn't Rus suck? Let's find out. Myriad, it's where he seeks his last hope to recover this. It's going to be Rus up against Byzantines. Now, when I say that Byzantines hard counters Rus, we're talking classic fast castle build. I think if Rus does the most done builds, Byzantines can annihilate them. The reason is actually Byzantines has a really good timing around Javelin Contract into Flamethrower Tank to kill the Rus upon castle arrival. That being said, Rus players have started to play Feudal Age again. The world is healing. And with that, there is a world in which Rus can compete with Byzantines. It's not easy. It requires the correct navigation of the Second Age. We'll have to keep an eye out to see if Myriad gets tempted by the greed, though, because I feel like most Rus players, all they think about is just going fast castle. Now, this is not a Recon game, so I'm not expecting Wham to have to rebuttal a spear rush at minute 2. Wait, what do you mean I'm the... Like, am I in the minority who thinks that Pokemon Gold is the best? Are you kidding me? Gen 2 was good. I think Gen 1 was good, but, like, Gen 2 just improved in so many ways. Gen 3 done some things better and some things kind of tediously worse. And Gen 4, I think Gen 4 is overrated. Because Gen 4 was black and white, right? And some people rate that as, like, the best one ever. I played a little bit of it. It's okay. Maybe I need to play the full thing. But yeah, I was like, what? How many gens is Pokemon on now? Isn't it Gen 9? It's been going for quite a while. I think it's up to Generation 9. So my nephew is really... So we went around my nephew's the other day. It was his birthday party. And his older brother is really into Pokemon. And he just spent the entire time chewing my ear off talking about Pokemon and his cards he collects. Right? And I was like, whoa, this kid really likes his Pokemon cards. Like, he's yabbing, he's yabbing. And then he goes out of the room. He comes back with 2 pieces of A4 paper with loads of scribblings of like card names and prices on them. And he says, these are the cards I want. Cheeky little son of a gun was like, oh yeah, and now that I've done the tour de card, it's time to let people know what I want for my birthday. Guy had the cards that cost like £23 on them. I'm like, £23? Do you know how many siblings you have? £23? What do you think I'm made of money? Hey, you're getting 15. Anyway, Golden Gate Crown Winery coming in. Oh dear, oh dear. Yeah, he was like, oh, I really want like an original like primate. Like, would you give me an original primate? Because I have a collection of Pokemon cards like first gen that I've had binded since I was a little kid, so they're in really good condition. I'm like, I don't know, mate. I don't think you really have anything I want. I was just very blunt about it. I was like, I mean, I don't care about collecting the new generation of Pokemon cards. I'm sorry. All right, you trying to get me to buy your like 15th rendition of a Bulbasaur for a first gen Bulbasaur? I ain't about that life. So, looks like we've only got 2 scouts. Is there a world in which Myriad is not doing pro scout here? I don't know, man. This looks way too tempting. Right? Like, if that kiddo had offered me a shiny Charizard first gen for my Bulbasaur, like, it would look like this. So, like, for Roost players, they see a shiny Charizard here. It's double 4 deer close to your base. Pro Scouts is really, really tempting. He could technically just play out onto the deer. Unlikely to be seen here, though. Risk-reward ratio, right? Just it's so easy to get it home. So beneficial. And yeah, there you go. Pro Scouts coming through. Not just that. It's not just his deer. It's kind of absurd, actually. Look at Wham's deer. It's a widespread. So this is a very easy spawn for Roost to get 3 deer stacks on. Diamond and Pearl? Wait, which gen was Diamond and Pearl? I always get it mixed up. Was Black and White? Black and White was Gen 4, right? And Diamond and Pearl was Gen 5? I'm pretty sure that's correct. I wouldn't say Myriad got the full Marine Lord spawn because his tree lines suck. They're really far back, so you don't have any natural terrain to block a hit on the front side. Plus all his golds are forward, so if he does need to go Knights, that is going to be problematic. But yeah, the deer are pretty good. Relic spawns, not so much. I'd say this is a bit tricky on the north side. And wow, I mean, it's going to be stables. I like this. Just a quick interceptor. Yeah, because he's got a lot of distance to cover. With how close these deer are to the base, it's very tricky to try and block otherwise. And also, credit to him. Myriad already opened archers, which is a little bit shocking. Normally, you expect Roost to be reactionary to the first step. Or, if they're not reactionary, most Roost players open spearmen. I think he's worried about a longbow timing off of mercenaries, which will still come, by the way. Wow, I love the fact he's just looming around as long as possible. It's like, okay, let's see. How many scouts are coming? How greedy are you being? He doesn't see an extra archer. Probably feels pretty good about that. Means he doesn't need to invest too hard into blocking the archers versus blocking the pro scouts. And also now allows him to go into the Limitane. Where are we go? Whoa. Yeah, he's dragging it wide pretty fast. I thought he'd just try to be optimal about getting the maximum level, but he's actually not. He's just trying to be optimal about getting a resource that matters underneath each cistern. In fairness, it's only a little bit more stone, right? But the build time, the walkout is pretty rough. What, the mercenaries? Oh, God, here we go. He's not going to go for this, right? It's Royal Knights and Horse Archers. Musafadi, Camel Archers. Nothing too crazy here. What you need as Byzantines, you need to be able to see the trade post at the start of the game. So then if you see Magadai, you're like, yes, I can simply go into Horseman. Hippodrome play, Magadai, easy win. Myriad. This should just be castle, right? No, he's adding it. Well played. Yeah, we talked about this timing, right? Like, if you try to aggro, you can keep the Byzantine Flamethrower timing at bay. But if you just straight up greed, like, even with Lombos over Javelins, Wham would have had a timing to kind of push in and intercept. And the extra berry is now being secured. Has got the outpost coming up, which also will protect the deer being gathered. We do still have Myriad gathering with 7 on sheep. He hasn't shifted them all across the deer yet because I don't think he has quite enough back yet. But with these extra 2 coming in, this would be a nice point to shift over. The gathering rate is substantially better on deer versus sheep. Nice. I'm going to run in first in the Matane, so a bit of a rough reveal there for Myriad. What could he raid? In fairness, Wham is playing super wide, but unfortunately for Myriad, Wham is being really optimal about it. He's not living beyond his means. He's got 5 villagers to each berry patch intentionally, bar the one at the Grand Winery, which is close enough to a TC. So what he's doing is he's ensuring that if the early knights come in, they will run headfirst into a full outpost and have no kills to be reaped. I do like this from Myriad, though. Going into horsemen instead of knights is a great way of dealing with the defenses. If you spam knights, it takes way too long to get them online to kill outposts. But with horsemen, it's double the torch for the same price. Because remember, torch is defined for most units by their age, not their cost. Right? Are you in age 2, age 3, age 4? Myriad is going to be marching over. He knew about the system starting to be built up. I think he got a glimpse of it earlier on. Yeah, outpost is going to be garrisoned. Army steering. Wham's goal now is to hit castle. Now that he's seen that Myriad is trying to aggro him, what Wham needs to just do is hunker down. Because you've got your systems up to level 5. Your eco is nicely scaling. And also the other thing, guys, is once you get level 5 system, you have a really nice timing to ramp up aggression by getting castle. Because the Golden Horn Tower, once you've got level 5 online for the systems, you pump out mercs so quickly. Myriad's still fishing. I'm not liking this so much now. Oh my god, the aggro to it? I love that. Wham! That's so much better than just garrisoning the outpost because the damage is much higher. Every little counts as well because Wham is also counter-offensive. So logic being like your opponent's probably going to have to keep everything at home, so you're probably not going to get raided again too soon. Aggro does have a very long cooldown though, which he just activated, right? It's going to be over a minute wait to get it again. I think is it 120 from the moment you press the button? Last 30 seconds? Yeah, there you go. 120 seconds. Myriad, so many horsemen now. This outpost, he's just not killing it. What? Why are we just watching this thing? Oh, God. Myriad, I think he's just trying to dive with the army to buy time to pick up the deer, but this is just getting ugly. Golden Horn Tower's coming. And, you know, we said about Byzantines to address Rus, and you're kind of seeing it, right? Like, you know, normally it's the Rus player being greedy, but you see how Byzantines are able to be greedy too. If you do take the aggressive line, it's still not that simple for Myriad. I don't know if I'd say hard counter is a strong word. Maybe, like, I do feel like Byzantines count as Rus. It's just a case where you put the percentage. Is it like 70-30? Hard counter suggests like, you know, 85 or 90%. I want to say this matchup feels like it's maybe towards 75 or 80. Biz has been looking phenomenal against Rus for quite a while now. I don't actually remember the last time we saw Rus beat Byzantines at like the highest level. Myriad. We'll be able to chase away workers. I love that. The army was too far away, so he didn't want to garrison, but look at the breakaway there. The archers didn't commit to the dive, so horsemen just get lost. High trade house is coming in now, but Wham's the one with the edge. Now, normally, you'd be like, ah, wow, okay, but now you can spam horse archers because your opponent has got lombos, not javelins. Fair point. Problem is, your opponent's got 20 lombos already. And with the level 5 Golden Horn Tower, every 1.5 minutes, he's going to get another 5 for free. There you go, just switched over. So Conscriptio activated is going to half the time it takes. I think Roos could do something in Dark Age. I think the catch if you're thinking about doing an outpost rush is you need to hang around afterwards. For me, like, Roos would make sense for Dark Age outpost rush on a spawn where the berries are next to a tree line. So like this. Because then you would outpost rush the berries and then chop the wood. The problem that you have with a Roos outpost rush is not only do they cost a lot, 175 wood, but the other issue is that for Roos, the mill is a extra 50 wood. That's a heavy investment. For other civs, they could try to keep the villagers around for a 50 mil, right? And also, because it's such an expensive investment, normally you don't want to bring one villager. You want to bring in, like, what, 3? Because it also, you know, it's 175 wood investment. If you screw up and that gets torched, you'll fall down the drain. Like, for comparison, a normal outpost rush failing, you can afford to do another outpost rush compared to a wooden fortress rush. No rush towards glory here for Myriad, though. Tries to intercept the cataphracts, and the get out of jail free card comes in. It's just like the hardest unit in the game to actually pin down. Melee surrounding cataphracts rarely works out because of that. We can give villagers short bows and infinite arrows, but pointy sticks? No, you gotta wait 120 seconds. They have to sharpen it, okay? We just go pick the arrows out of people's faces and shoot them again. An infinite bag of holding for arrows makes sense. An infinite bag of holding for spears? Nah, come on. Stop pulling the other leg. Lombos. Wait, the veterancy isn't in, actually. Myriad somehow beat him in upgrading the back line. Okay, so should turn into a reasonable defense. Look at what he's just doing. Diving past. Lombos are harder to replicate than the archers. It's a great read. We're about to snipe most of them down. And the cataphracts also dying. Wasn't in position to counterplay the crossbowmen. My only concern here is, like, Wham is in control of the map, and relics are now being picked up. Yeah, I mean, it's a good defense from Myriad, but the problem is, it's a defense. At a point in the game where both of these civs thrive off of relics. For Roos, it's the most organic play in their playbook for Castle. For Byzantines, it's the mercenary amplifier that they usually lack at this stage of the game. A reminder, when you drop these in the Grand Winery, they generate 80 olive oil a minute. We already had a lot of talk about Dark Age having more options. Someone mentioned the idea of like a slinger type unit would be intriguing. It's tricky because if you start introducing new generic type units, it has a lot more unforeseen evolutions towards the game because of asymmetrical balancing. Horrible fight, by the way, for Wham. Wait, what? So after losing the longbow ball, he just confidently walks across the map and gets caught like this. This is great for Myriad. And remember what he said, key point in the game because of relics. Does look like Wham is getting the edge there, by the way. Maybe just run north? No, he's going to straight up send it. Oh my god, if he makes it to stealth, he's safe. Yeah, I don't think he's going to get seen. This is 4 relics. The other one's in the back. So Wham is in a really, really confident position if he can just hold. Myriad. This at least could get the burn on the front side, but no villagers. Also, with the wall up, Wham can get cheeky. Yeah, Lombos just get behind the tree line. Annoying dive area from Myriad. Great use of his spawn from Wham. Bit overconfident with the chase here. But the beautiful thing is Lombos have great vision due to their attack range. They usually see you so far in advance. Ah, Myriad, what was the high trade-offs like in the end? 138 gold is actually pretty good. Then again, he did just crack into tier 3 bounty, so maybe not that good. And Wham. He's got a decent number of cataphract again. The nice thing about the way this plays out is like he's going to gather all this food for got the olive oil into the lombos, plus then he just puts all that food back into Kata. It's really surprising just how much more bang for buck you get with olive oil compared to most civs. My concern as well is like Myriad's going to have to do something greedy soon, isn't it? Yep. I think we got TC on the way. Because the problem here is now we're talking about 59 to 58 eco. The game is anything but even though. You lost the relic game and your opponent has got system buffing for 28% eco. Which at this stage in the game is giving him about an extra 15 workers. Now you do buff wood, but 13 of your workers on wood, that's 20% more, so that's an extra, what, 3 villages? Not great. I don't know, man. Like Myriad, the only backup plan that makes sense other than attack here is like what, 3 TC? Because I think 2 TC is going to be a bit slow. And in fairness to Myriad, I understand why he's backing up. Like you can actually see the #1 reason. When he dove towards that tree line, he saw an outpost. And an outpost from Byzantines means one thing. When you have them on the defense, it's never as simple as diving in for the kill. Because mangonel emplacements are absolutely absurd. Yeah, especially against the player whose half of his army is range units. Slow-moving range units with low HP. Kind of right. Not ready to get out of jail free trample. He just wanted to do it for the damage. Turns around for the fight now. Myriad's army split in a very surprising fashion, actually. In Myriad, it is going to be 2 TC on the back. No third one coming through, so it's going to be a little bit slow to recover the eco deficit. Meanwhile, more upgrades on the way. Wham has got teardrop shields coming through. Remember, that's going to give the plus armor to the cataphracts. Really good for the trade out against the knights. Cataphracts are already pretty good at doing so, courtesy of the high base damage, high health. The +1 makes it an even more beneficial trade. Myriad can actually reap that back, though, if he uses the Warrior Monk, which he's got 1 of right now. The Warrior Monk can actually buff you for +2 damage, +1 armor, which would actually give Roost Knights the edge against Kata. Definitely for the same pricing, right? Like, not 1-to-1, because it's 255 health versus 360. Knock at the door. Myriad wants to come in. Wham is pretty out of position right now. Then again, he's mostly gathered what he needs down here. It would be kind of a shame to lose the mangonel emplacements, but I mean, there's not really much down here to protect outside the workers, right? Like, the stone isn't necessary at this stage for Wham. And wow, wait, the one Varangian drags the whole army north. Okay, so danger alleviated. Myriad now trying to charge into the base. Cataphracts are on the way home. And a full Limitane switch from Wham. Makes sense. Myriad's been going harder into crossbows. There's barely any archers left alive. Land Snake's a bit ambitious. He doesn't really want them, though. They're just being produced out of the Golden Horn Tower. His Cataphract number is getting scarily big, though. And the other problem is, like, crossbows is meant to be the answer, but longbows are great at clearing that. Wham. Actually just A-clicking in the fight right now, though. Not sniping out the anti-armor unit at the back. Which is fine now. Cataphracts are starting to intercept some reinforcements. There is going to be a dive in towards the farms, which has gone unnoticed, but Wham now with the reaction of spears comes through. The Cataline, I mean, is traded out against the Knights. Myriad doesn't have any front line left here. It's going to be a hold. Wham able to push the aggressor away. And the remaining Lombos will be favored in the range exchange. So, realizing that, Myriad does just back up. He's got farms coming in now, but this isn't a great position to be in. Wham is already deep into farms. 31 olive groves with another 10 coming through. Yeah, this is looking pretty bad for Myriad. I think maybe, did he wait too long to attack? It's tricky because I think the way that Wham got his economy advantage wasn't overly greedy. So it wasn't as if Myriad had put himself in a position where, oh yeah, my opponent went 2 TC, I've gone 1, now I go all in. What does Myriad now do? Is it going to be just a hunker down tech? I guess the challenge then is like, what is your upsides? Lombos prevent you from going streltsy. Your knights are actually pretty good though. Roost knights, if you have the gold with the poleaxes, perform surprisingly well against Kato. I just don't know if you get to that stage. Like, Wham understands the strong point of the game for him is now. He's on the offensive. Walls are going up to make it harder for the remaining knights to get in. And not just that, look at what happened. The intercept on the decap means that Wham is aware Myriad's completely out of position. Marches in the north. Gold workers are going to be found. Scares them off of that. If these two armies fight right now, though, Myriad's not favored. We see this, Wham doesn't, which is why he's playing very kind of strategic. He's not rushing into the enemy base. He's just rushing towards their pocketed economy. He could trade? What, Roost trade? I think you've been watching too many Recon games from 2022. That's easier said than done here. Cataphracts raid is going to be a solid hit, by the way. Offsets a lot of that lead that Myriad have been building up off of 2TC. A split fight, however, could prove good for Myriad. Knights, they're going to catch the crossbow mass when it's actually not a mass. It's a minor. There's only 5 of them in total. The Limitane wave is arriving. On top of that, the Cataphracts on the flank. Trading out reasonably up against the Knights. The villagers are going to run out again before the fight finishes. Crossbow's now pulled to guarantee it's a win for Myriad. But that means he's got no push on the east side. So Wham coming back in with the second wave. Yeah, and I think we're just at Unlimitane point. Props to Myriad for this food count, though. He's competing really well. 2k food plus. But that's limited. And now it's going to run out. I love that. Look at this. Wham's like, wait, you've got that many villagers? Expillatores gets queued up. That's going to give him plus 30 gold per kill. Shiv's out now from Myriad. But guys, even with textiles, like you're talking about veteran horsemen, they don't die that fast. And the Expillatores has kicked in. So Wham is now getting paid for kills. Not just that. The second wave of horsemen convinces Myriad that was a disaster. Myriad now with a ridiculous 27 workers running for their lives. Meanwhile, on the north side, the Lombos are winning the end of the trade. This looks over. I mean, maybe Myriad's best showing so far in this series, just unfortunately not good enough. I like the idea around the fuel aggro. I think when Castle came, there was maybe a timing there, but Myriad was reluctant to go in for good reason against Byzantines. But Wham done such a good job of exploiting that detail. Got away with his greed, got away with scaling the groves, knowing that he can do so earlier with Byzantines than Rus ever can with farms. Gets us to this ugly stage of the game. Longbows now turning up. Myriad just trying to scale a few knights to hold, but it's looking impossible. There's just too much exposed eco, and they die way too fast to vet horsemen. Yeah, not just them, the Lombos. I think the next wave in should have Limitane with it, and that's when things get shaky, right? Like, Myriad is holding now off of, like, 5 knights. But make no mistake about it, he's getting bullied everywhere. A raid on the north side, more farms now being set up in the corner. But do you guys see the problem with the map now? Myriad has got barely any army, and he's expected to defend over half the width of the map. That's taxing for the best of players. So many units coming from Wham's base. Farm count is ridiculous now at 44. Some of them are not... Actually, no, he's pretty much buffed them all. Myriad. I think at this point he's just going through the motions. Hoping, praying. Yeah, Byzantines, they can't just have infinite economy, right? It has to stop at some... It's never going to stop. We had a game, was it from Core the other day, where he like tried to play like stoic mid-game Byzantines, but we highlighted that, like the difference there is that was the type of build where you don't scale groves. When you play Byzantines a bit more defensively and scale up the groves, this is the power spike that gets online quicker than most civs. Your food vomit is just ridiculous. And you see the difference in numbers now. Myriad, at one point, eclipsed this income of the Byzantines. But that was a finite resource. The infinite farms never got set up quick enough. It looks like now they never will. I just feel bad for Myriad, because I can just imagine the frustration. Like we said earlier, of the Mangonel placements. I think that was the thing when he thought about diving the base. It's the thing that always stops you against Biz. In some ways, Biz have become more toxic to dive as a civ in Castle Age than English themselves. Maybe that's just because Biz gets picked and English doesn't. If you're a Lombo fan, I guess that's a good thing, because you just keep seeing them win at the moment. Yeesh. What a civ. You just got Meet Roost's hardest matchup? Maybe. I'll try that. Roost buff, please. I mean, there's other matchups where they're still fine. It's not the end of the world for them. But it's the end of the week for Myriad. He's not going to be making any deeper, so his journey will end there in the quarterfinals. Up next, has BM Recon been scheduled? No. We're still waiting on BM Recon to schedule a time. We do know that we've got Sword Off versus Anatan coming up in 3 hours, which I'm really excited for. But in the meantime, let me update the bracket. So we just saw Wham versus Myriad. That means that Wham is going to be first through to semi-finals. We can have a look at Valdemar versus Starflock. And then after that, we can hop into the new Medan set. Yeah, so let me just mark this up. I'm updating the bracket now. So there you go. Oopsie. We need to get rid of that ping notification. It's annoying. So Wham on track to just make it back-to-back grand finals at this rate, unless someone can provide a big shocker. I mean, Numidan is definitely capable of it. We saw him able to make grand finals in the final week of the first season of Midweek Muster. But let me get the Valdemar draft. So Valdemar versus not Scatbrain. That was last week. Valdemar versus Starflock is what we want. Let me update title. Wink. Okay. Oh my god, my throat is... Dude, I need to find time to go see a doctor. It's like I just never have time to go see a doctor. It's also really annoying with my doctors because you have to phone up on the day. You can't actually book an appointment days in advance with them. You have to phone up on the day. Which is annoying because like even if you phone up the minute they go open, you're like 50th in the queue. Can everyone in my country stop dying, please? All right, so we are going to be seeing front range game number 1. Let's see. Byzantines versus Mongols. Same day appointments, that counts as a win for NHS? Yeah, but like you have to phone up and get a booking quick enough. And like if you are just 2 or 3 minutes late to phone up, you will not get a booking. If you phone up too early with my GP, no general practice, then you get a voice message that like monotonously goes on and then says you phoned up too early, basically. So then you just like, you rephone, and then by the time you rephone, it's too late. Everyone's taken all those slots. Or die faster? Yeah, like, come on, people. I mean, you'd think with how expensive gas is getting, you know? but they did die a bit quicker. Am I going to Gamescom? I wanted to go to Gamescom. Unfortunately, I didn't. I've just got way too much going on right now, like personal health-wise. I'm starting the KPMM up again. And then obviously I've got like a holiday with my family planned in late September. And I feel like the catch-up after doing Gamescom would have been a bit chaotic. Plus the loss of revenue of like not streaming for the week. I just didn't feel comfortable with this year. So next year I'm going to be going to Gamescom. But this year I just felt like I had way too much going on. It just didn't make sense. Which is a shame, really. I see a lot of people I know going, and I was like, damn, it would have been great to have caught up, but I don't know, it just didn't come together. But next year, most definitely, like, I run an agency, right? So, gotta really be going to those. That's what really made me feel pretty gutted about not going this year, is like, there's a lot of networking to be done. And I keep talking about how I need to find more sponsors for this and other things. Is this a British problem? I'm too American to understand. What, healthcare? Yeah, you guys just don't get it. I mean, they'll give you loads of drugs, but, like, free healthcare, Lamau. What about the AoE meetup? Oh, I'm figuring that one out. I'm going to be real with Oasis. I don't know if it will be feasible. Because, like, one of the other things that I'm literally, like, dragging up against the line right now is I've got to get my taxes done by the end of the month. And it's the 19th already. And by the end of the month, I mean before the end of the month. I'll see, but it's looking a bit tight. Because, like, Monday is one of my go-to days for streaming, right? Which would be one thing to skip, whatever, right? But it's more the case if I know at this rate, because I'm thinking of streaming this weekend because we've got the qualifiers for the NA event. If I do that, especially, then I'm going to have to use Monday in the evening to do my taxes. Which is a very boring and lame thing to spend the day doing. It's a bit unfortunate. I think I did warn about this though, right? Because like I think originally I didn't put down Monday on purpose for that reason, but I'll see what I can do. I just can't promise it. I think it's like looking like 20% probability of being able to make it right now. Sorry about that. Definitely the next one though. I think we just need to like organize it more in advance. I think we were like still figuring out the details towards the end, right? Maybe get something a bit more official. Talk to my guys at like Red Bull Gaming Sphere, maybe. See if we can. Oh, I don't know. Like, it depends how many. Like, I don't know. I don't know if we have enough UK people in general to like run some sort of cool UK Red Bull or tournament with them. Is my thought, because I know for my audience in particular, I think my UK demographic is maybe 5 or 8%, which is rough getting brands to send things, by the way, because like a lot of brands, like the reps for them, they manage on a country to country basis. So like if your core audience is not UK based, but you're in the UK, you have to go through that person still, and then they'll be nitpicky because you don't have a UK audience, which is really silly, by the way. Yeah, we don't have that many people. It's kind of rough, a little bit tough. We need more lands. EGC land when? Puppy dog, guys. I mean, I'm not going to run one. I ain't got that money. All right, anyway, let's get ready to go. We're hopping in. Game number 1 between Starflock and Valdemar. Valdemar has gone for his Mongols, and Starflock has picked possibly the worst civ against Mongols. Oh, God. Isn't this just nightmare fuel? Your main audience is the US? Actually, not just the US. It's also Germany. So my demos run about 20% US, 20% German. It fluctuates. Sometimes it's 25% NA, so like, you know, 21% US, 4% Canada. But like if I check my stats right now, in the last 30 days, I'm looking at 15% US, 14% German, 9% French, 6% UK, and then loads of like down on 2%. So it's so annoying when it's like that, actually, because like the problem with Twitch is it only tells you like the top 12 demographic locations. So if you're trying to create a percentile breakdown on regions, it's very hard to do so. But yes, in general, Age of Empires games tend to lean quite hard on European demographics with about 25% NA, except for Age of Empires 1, which is primarily Vietnamese and, you know, SEA. Okay, so Valdemar, why is this such a doom scenario for Byzantines? Well, because they hate being outpost rushed. And the OG outpost rushing Civ rather is Mongols. The double ramp up on Rax production is pretty vicious here. I'm also wondering, like, how did Valdemar do sheep-wise? 9 sheep. Starflock only got 5. Not just that, guys. He went for the stone opening, and he's got 4 berries. I'm not a big fan of this. No, like, if this was a back stone, I think Starflock could probably justify it more. Oh, what? In the Anatan series, he wanted you to pick Mongols? Why didn't you do it, man? I mean, it would have made for quite the YouTube video. He lost against Ford Grand Winery as Mongols? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. That would be quite the fat L to take, actually. And Starflock, yeah, he's done what we've been seeing a lot of players doing with the Limitane, but that is a horrible beginning. What? Oh, boy. I'm not liking this look right now. Starflock, what was the plan with this Limitane? And what was his scout up to? Had he not found all sheep in his eyes? I mean, the problem here is, like, usually the scout on this map, most players will look to push the scout towards the enemy side of the map pre-3 minutes, because you need vision. You need to know what's coming. That is a terrible exchange to open the game, though. Limitane that are more expensive in a game where you have less sheep than your opponent, and you already lose the first unit without getting anything. Well, okay, sorry. You done 7 damage. It's probably better if I don't say it like that. I mean, it's pretty bad, right? Like, Limitane are meant to be very chunky as well. They've got 90 HP compared to the 80 health of normal spears. But you do pay more for that. Probably the best map for Mongols. Yep, we've seen several Mongol picks for that reason. Mongol, Japan, HRE. Some French picks have been looking really good here, actually. English, when they do counter haul, looking solid also. You're looking for any civ that is very good at attacking. Yeah, now he's going to be forced to defend this because he doesn't want to lose the mining camp and give over the bounty. But Deerstone's already in the way. Meanwhile, Starflock. Oh, dear. He's got about, what, 2.5 sheep remaining? He's got maybe 500 or 600 food in his base underneath the TC. And he hasn't aged up yet. This is what makes Mongols so good here, by the way. The food is really lacking. And the reason that's important and why it makes it good for Mongols is they get half their spearmen usually by paying stone instead of food. Why not trade? I don't think you need it here. Against Byzantines, like, if you trade, you just open up a recovery arc. Because the other thing that Byzantines can then do is, like, a few horsemen plus exploratores, and they can kill traders. Like, they would actually get paid to kill your traders. This is all about pacing. Like, if you have an aggressive line and you're ahead, the cool thing about Deerstone is it enables you to push that even harder. Deerstone almost complete. Starflock is at least saving up, and it looks like he wants the Grand Winery play. The good news is, by opening Limitane, he did stop an outpost rush. Bad news is, you've heavily delayed your feudal timing. Valdemar can still get there and block you. And the wood gathering is underway. Archery range is already being built. You know what's coming next, guys. Look at the stone gathering. He's holding reserves, so he's going to be able to get the double pump archer 3 times. What? Oh my. Okay, if he gets away with this, Starflock wins. But in what world are you ever getting away with this? This is ridiculous. 16 berry Grand Winery. You guys remember earlier when I talked about my nephew asking for really expensive Pokemon cards for his birthday? Yeah, this is that in game form. This is like when you sit down on Santa's lap at the local shopping mall, and he goes, "And what do you want for Christmas, young man?" And you go, "I want a Porsche 911. Okay, we're aiming a bit big there. Do you mean one of the toy little cars? I think we maybe, I don't know if it's a Porsche, it's probably like a Ferrari. No, a real one. Okay, I think your parents need to have a talk with you about realistic expectations. Merry Christmas." outpost now coming up. The archers are behind this, though. It's only 3 on the outpost. Yeah, and he uses the maneuver speed arrow. He goes in. More villagers now being pulled. Archers are just going to dive in for the worker kill. Valdemar should be able to get +1 here. And now you just back up. So now you clear the Matane. And you can actually just wiggle around this. There's a gap, right? Like, this isn't protected. So he can still access. Second outpost is going to be coming in. This also doesn't necessarily give you free gathering until you get arrow slits. Starflock has got the stone for that. And Valdemar, is he going for blacksmith? Nope. More archers. Blacksmiths would make sense soon. Oh, wacky game. He cancels the second outpost. Okay, so single arrow slits play. But you've got 8 villagers here, guys. Like, that second outpost is kind of necessary if you want to be out here. Otherwise, it's going to be -3. He's gathering berries back in the base, so he's looking for that initial timing into probably javelins here. Has got the archery range as well. And Jav archers isn't a bad defense strategy. Actually, like, if you play archers here, you could maybe justify longbow horsemen. Just because all the food gathering, but I don't think you're getting that food gathering. Dive comes through. Spearmen are getting target fired down by the outpost. That's intentional to get rid of the burn power. But the 3 villagers are just dead. Yeah, Akratoy defense does at least drag their life on a bit, but oh my god, that is a peace out if I've ever seen one. Rough game, and one that he doesn't want to try to play out of the hole in. GG called incredibly early. Damn. Oh, that was a little bit rough to watch. A very quick GG. So Starflock now 1 game down. Mongols OP question mark. They beat the Byzantines. Yeah, I think actually since like Biz got added to the game, they first got added to the game. Ever since then, Mongols has looked, I think, consistently pretty good against Byzantines. You know, is there any meta where they were bad? Not really. Like, even in the Pro Scouts one, you could argue even better. Because in the Pro Scouts one, Mongols were a civ that could Pro Scout. Byzantines absolutely hated the Pro Scout meta, if you guys remember. Let's see. So, 1 game down. Game number 2, we're going to Frisian. Knights Templar versus Ibids. Okay, KT, we've been seeing it take a lot of L's recently. Ibids is an interesting one because it's not really a civ that stops you from dock rushing. Not well, anyway. Let me find the map. Boom. Let's hop in. I don't think we've actually seen Knights Templar win on the pond map yet. Not this week, anyway. So let's see if we can change that, because Starflock has chosen to go for the Camel Boys. Welcome back to the Midweek Muster, folks. Game 2 of this best of 3. Valdemar, if he wins this, he'll meet up against Numidan in quarterfinals. Numidan, no slouch. I'm not sure if Valdemar, has he got a win over Numa in the past? It feels like Numidan's definitely meant to be the favorite there. But with the way that Valdemar opened this series, getting an 8-minute GG out of Starflock, Starflock has got a lot to answer for. And I think this is actually a matchup where Valdemar shouldn't be too concerned. Normally, Knights Templar struggle on Frisian because they're facing off against HRE, House of Lancaster, Mongols. Civs that will open with block play. They'll open by going into racks and stopping you from ponding. But Ibids don't really do that, guys. If anything, Ibids are the ones at risk of being blocked from their pond play. Because this civ right here is meant to be good on Frisian due to how cheap their docks are. No, but no dock coming from Starflock. So I think instead what we're probably seeing here is military wing reinforcement. That was another build that has been seen quite a bit on Frisian. Is the idea is if you know your opponent's going to go for pond drops, you rush feudal, and with the camels you build rams to take out the dogs. We did see that the other day against Knights Templar, and it didn't work very well. And yes, reminder, guys, we'll be giving away a key for The King is Watching later on. Which is an incredible game, by the way. I don't know what their sales sit at, because I don't think it's made public data unless the developers talk about it. But at the time of recording, The King is Watching on Steam has got only 1.4k reviews, but overwhelmingly positive. Yeah, honestly, I think that game deserved a lot more sales than it's probably got. It surprised me. I think I put like 35 hours into it, which is pretty good for 15 bucks. What? Okay, so Starflock is not doing the expected at all. He skipped on going for the early ponds. He skipped on going for the aggro with the Desert Raiders. Instead, he's going to be going for Eco Wing Industry, which will give him the wood to then rush into the ponds, right? Unless he's thinking of double archery range and ram. That is an interesting idea. The only concern I have is like Knights Templar. If you turn this into an Eco Chow with archers as Ibids, Knights Templar are better for archer spam. Much better. What an interesting game this has become. So I guess... Is there anything else Starflock could do than listed options? Not really. I think you just kind of like railroad yourself into a delayed eco inflate or a denial on the docks. Because if these exist for too long, like this is the other problem as well. I think even if you try to eco inflate, you know, getting 300 wood sounds great. Or 350 rather. But your opponent, by the time you get that 350 wood, he's going to be, what, 4 fishing boats deep at least? Now I wonder, are we seeing Hospitalaire? Hospitalaire has been growing in popularity, and also, like, Kingdom of France probably feels a little bit poo-poo against Ibids, because the Camelonis. Yeah, like, it's actually ridiculous how bad Chevalier are into Desert Raiders. So, like, Principality of Antioch is just washed, it's terrible. I don't remember the last time I saw a player go for Antioch. Whereas Hospitalaire, remember, gives you wheelbarrow for free. And also increases your villager health to be the same as an Order of the Dragon villager. And there you go. Valdemar respects it. This is also going to be great for keeping the villager out, moving around pond to pond. Anything proxy? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And it is just going to be a dock drop. Dock drop probably plus a production. Yeah, there you go. Archer range. Okay. I'm glad. I don't know if you heard the there. The concern about going archers here is you have to look at a matchup and wonder if you're going to say straight up archer. You shouldn't be thinking, oh, okay, like, you know, I've got this wood. I want to use it. Let's, like, wood is for archer production. I'll get a few archers more. Your question should be, what can I do with a few archers more? And then what happens afterwards? Because what happens in this matchup is that Knights Templar tend to get a lot more archers than you. They're really, really good at archer spam. So you need to try and punish them for that. And Horseman is the most obvious play. One thing that is a bit awkward about, like, stables opening, usually, like, most people go archer range opening to have flexi between Desert Raider and archers. The reason that's nice is it's a pretty dynamic force, right? Desert Raiders spam really well into certain comps. They scale really nicely in a castle. And archers are generically very good in feudal. The problem with stables by comparison is in some of these matchups, you just feel like you're setting yourself up to be block played on both types. Because the advantage of Ibids really lies in archery range and stables. Like, there's a reason why Rax is the least built construct of the Civ. And the reason is that you only build one generic unit type out of that building that can get counterplayed. If you go stables or archery range, you're getting technically 2 corners of the triangle. The only issue is, like, if you go archery range, like we mentioned, a Civ like Knights Templar is just going to spam the crap out of archers until they run out of wood. But the cool thing, at least, about having Horseman here for Starflock is he has mobility to try and raid out onto these bonds. I think opening was correct. Opening dock is just giving KT free opportunity to exploit strong points, so this was the safest option. I'd agree. The only thing I'd like counter rebuttal is, was the industry wing worth it? Over, say, Growth Wing or Mastersmiths. Because Mastersmiths in particular could have been interesting. I know you just said it's weird to try and challenge Knights Templar and Archer spam, but At least with +1/+1, you could kind of see a world where it makes sense. Maybe camel traders, dare I say, on a map like Frisian. Horsemen are going to be able to chase the scout, but it looks like he's going to get key vision. So you can see a few gold workers, which does begin to look a little bit suspicious. It looks like Starflock is macroing towards castle, actually. Trickle of troops, right? But 340 gold at this stage is kind of wild. I don't think you're thinking about a desert raiders switch up. You haven't seen a reason to yet. In fact, I don't think Starflock knows what commandery it is. I don't think he ever scouted that. You don't want to do that against KT with Mastersmiths? I would be inclined to agree if you were slow rolling. I think I recommend you watch Recon's games. I think Recon has been masterful with the Mastersmiths at the moment. If you're very aggressive, it can make sense. I think it comes down to where you're comfortable. Probably on this map, it's a little bit wonky, not because of Knights Templar specifically, but because of the defensive nature of Frisian. It's very hard to all-in someone on Frisian. Early on, anyway. Valdemar. It is giving me spears moving over towards the docks. Now, we do have an archer ship being forced. Does Valdemar have a blacksmiths coming? He doesn't. It's just triple archery range. And you see what we talked about, why Ibids don't want to open archers, right? Like, he would have had advantage for maybe a minute maximum. And then have been outgunned. It's so hard also for Starflock to now get additional pawns because of the size of Valdemar's army. Meanwhile, the cool thing about playing Knights Templar is this. That's right, he has an axe. No, it's the fact that you don't need to waste wood on a lumber camp, and you can just hide your villager in weird places on these tree lines. The difference that makes is, like, you know, by comparison to Starflock, if he wants to keep a villager out, he's going to have to sit them on the berries, which is great for Ibids on gathering rate, but it also means when a raider comes nearby, you're going to get found straight away. I don't think Io's that good on Frisian in general. I think if you're in a matchup where your opponent can't outpost rush or rax rush you rather, it can be decent. The problem is right now the meta is Dark Age rushing civs on this map, right? Knights Templar, Lancaster, HRE, Japanese, Mongols, like these are picks that come out most frequently on Frisian. Therefore, civs that were relying on the idea of just a pawn play by default are disadvantaged. And the ones that do pawn play are the variable ones, right? We mentioned Knights Templar, we mentioned Japanese. These are two civs that are great at either going for pawns themselves or blocking your pawn play. Valdemar now. What on... How? Like... The double gold blocker. Okay, like you're... Congrats. You're an Ibid player without gold. Rate your experience on a scale of 1 to 10. 10 being, oh my god, it's like Sultan's Ascend's release, and 1 being, oh my god, it's like Age of Empires 4's release. Still Darren not coming through, but there's already blacksmith advantage there for Valdemar, right? He's slightly ahead on these timings, and also the food difference is really starting to matter here. Starflock has got 8. It's 10 fishing boats for Valdemar, but he's going to go in for another dock now. So it just continues to extend it. Love the few hospitalia we're seeing, by the way. Really good at just absorbing the shots from the horsemen. Not much ranged armor, so not super impactful against archers, though they don't take double damage compared to spears. But the other thing is also you can pull back injured and heal between fights. Would like to see Valdemar doing that. The only tricky thing I've noticed with trying to use hospitalia to heal, you move too much. Starflock. Looks at the clash. Spear count is not actually that high right now for Valdemar. So there is a world. Hospital here feeling a bit ballsy. Archer's standing their ground. Valdemar, what in the deuce did I just see? That's crazy. Ran now clearing the way. And also on top of that, Starflock. Looks like it could be a good fight. Just needs to be careful. This horseman at the tail end. The spearman wave still not completely wiped out. No, Starflock, he's not really target firing down the remaining spears. He was just trading archer to archer. Which is nightmare fuel, right? Like, you want to be enabling your best unit here, which is the horseman. I think Starflock just trusted the A-click a bit too much while he microed the horseman. And although it looked like a good fight, I don't think he got the biggest win possible there. Because if those last few spears go down when you got 6 horsemen left, you're taking out another 9, 10 archers on the retreat. Still, credit to him. Starflock does get access to the gold again, and it looks like he's seeking the next stage. Yeah, which was I think it was always his goal from that type of point. You know, we were talking about it in chat already. You don't really want to play a long feudal here against Knights Templar with something like Industry Wing. It's not like you've got Master Smiths for at least a timing, or you've got Trade Wing for the gamba of getting the right unit type. Like, you're just going to be disadvantaged against mass archers. And also, Starflock, because of the lack of food access when you're being pressured, horseman scaling is difficult. He has got the wiggle room now. I wonder, was Starflock maybe expecting Valdemar to not fully reinvest? Because he is. There's nothing being held back by KT here. In fact, he's adding in more Hospitaller. Pretty smart, actually. Starflock lost most of the horsemen. Horsemen are decent into Hospitaller. Not great, but decent. But the real value is going to come in the fact that, like, the archers just aren't going to clear these guys this quickly. Look at it. Even though it's only 1 ranged armor, it's the 140 HP that makes the difference. Valdemar. If he gets this pressure point right, Starflock doesn't have an influx of gold to tech and get units. That's an important thing to focus on here. Valdi. What's going on with the stone? Wait, what? No, wait, no. Wait, what? Are we getting a fortress drop in Feudal Age? Oh my god, this is such a Valdemar. Valdemar, if you're not familiar with Valdemar, guys, he has this habit, it's its signature play. When a game is over, the final move is to drop a castle in the enemy base. Now, that means for most games of Valdemar, he has to go Castle Age to do that. But Knights Templar can build these in the Second Age. We just never see people do it because it's so expensive. I cannot believe this. What? With 8 villagers. And this is the crazy thing. Because Starflock is aging, his army is notably weaker on count, which means that Valdemar can do this. And we do see the Hospitaller value now in the interim between the fights, able to just kiss the boo-boos better. Starflock, well, the ram... Ram's like, I've got this, hold my beer! The most valuable ram in the history of rams! Archers now dive in. I'm not the most valuable ram in the history of rams! Oh god, he's gonna have to dive past. The horsemen aren't gonna be quick killers on the workers. He needs the archer's stat, but he can't get in! And this is gonna block both golds! Not just that, once it goes up, you get extra range as well, so your archers will be able to pick apart the workers. Starflock with the logistics wing. If he could sneak relics, maybe he'll still have access to gold, but this does not look great. Valdemar, he needs to stand his ground. He's retreating a little bit too much. The workers, they have got the extra health from the Hospitaller. Starflock's being baited to overextend here. Workers, not sure if they should crap or get off the pot. I mean, he has the lead. Starflock, there's barely any archers left alive now, so the workers can come back through. He gets baited into an overextend. And the castle drop is going to work out. 15-minute Feudal Age castle drop by the Knights Templar. Are you kidding me right now? From the player who ends every game with a castle drop, you now got the question on your mind, does that end this game? It's useful for the exchange, guys. If Starflock goes for veterancy archers, his issue now is he doesn't open with an attack. The extra 0.75 tower range now benefits Valdemar a lot. And not just that, look at the economy. Valdemar is barely behind. He's got Angevin Empire coming through, and he's got fishing as a boon to allow for heavy spears. Heavy spear is really smart considering your opponent was scaling archers. Also decent up against the expected Camel Lancer play from Starflock. Absolutely ridiculous. I think this might be the first time in competitive I've seen someone feudal fortress drop. Guys, is this a first? Have we seen this anywhere else? Like, I'm not counting pub games. This is tournament play. I don't think I've seen anyone do a feudal fortress drop in the enemy base. Starflock. At this point, it's like, how did I even get to this point? Starflock is having, you know that meme where like you get thrown through the window? It's like, you're probably wondering how I got here. And he is indeed gathering more stones slowly. So there is a potential opportunity to go for more. It feels a bit overkill in my eyes. I think the stone's just nice to have to repair if necessary. Valdemar does have veterancy for his archers on the way. And he's adding in more hospitalaire. Pilgrims are going to get found, though. Negative of building a fortress, you do attract attention towards the fact you have pilgrims. What on earth are you doing? We've got one of the relic gatherers not gathering relics. Outpost coming up, so Valdemar gets deep vision. Lancers are going to dive towards the fortress. That's not good. Valdemar baits him in. Yeah, so Lancers are meant to be the counterplay, not so much when they're diving castles. Gold gathering on the south side has at least been secured, so Starflock will not be fully denied, but he now has to be far out the base to gather. Horsemen are looking for the dive in, but the Angevin spears are a problem here, folks, for both the Camel Lancers as well as the Horsemen. Starflock does have the correct reaction. He's going into crossbowmen. I wonder, do we maybe see a stable switch up? It sounds really weird against Irobids, but 1 or 2 knights for raiding can be quite nice, even though they're very expensive when it comes to Knights Templar. Villages. I'm going to get caught, managing to pinch one of them. Third relic now coming through, so Starflock actually is starting to claw this back. He's alleviating the problem. And Valdemar, I mean, he's struggled here. Right, like the villager losses have added up. It's kind of ridiculous, actually. We're seeing Valdemar at 49 workers to 63 for Starflock. Remarkable raids. I think he's just been striking him. This is a bit deceptive, by the way. Everyone's saying, look at this. I think 3 of them at least were pilgrims. Remember, pilgrims do also count as worker kills. But he's most definitely found kills alongside all this. He went Eco Wing, right? Yeah, so he went Eco Wing, which is +7. And Knights Templar should be -5. So he should be up by 12. Yeah, so Starflock so far has found 3 worker kills. Does he have textiles? He does not. And yes, good call out there. The Ibis do indeed have the faster vill production. Yeah, it's kind of weird to see an Ibis these days, just basically playing like French. Archers, though, are going to intercept the fishing. Starflock has got reserves at home. He's got a bunch of sheep to play with. Oh, wait, you're right, my brain. No, sorry, he went... You're right, it was logistics, wasn't it? It was industry and logistics. I'm so not used to that, my brain. Army size is what really worries me, though. Starflock doesn't have many heavily armored units. And the spearman count is kind of crazy. 20 of these chunky spears. Mangonel? Wait, he baits him in? He gets the kill, but he just ran into spears. Cost him 3 camel lancers for 1 mango. Not worth it. Starflock now getting overwhelmed. And this is going to be brutal. I don't think he can get away from this anymore. No, like, it was a good idea by Starflock. I mean, he's built an impressive worker lead. But the problem we're running into here just seems to be, what, not enough production, I think. I mean, his food income is meant to be better. But the army size is simply too big. GG gets called. A cool idea by Starflock, but unfortunately, Knights Templar will take the dub in the marshes. Yeah, when did they change the Golden Age for Irobids to increase TC production speed? Because I'm pretty sure that was a more recent thing, if I remember correctly. It wasn't there at release, right? They definitely added that in. I think. Was it always there and I just forgot? I'm pretty sure it wasn't always there. Earlier Gully one would have been fine. Huge issue for me is that I don't really know when to go MAA. Ah, yes, I see that. Gullum's is like a hard read because the problem is like Gullum in theory is good, but like you never feel like you're winning. Does that make sense? Like Men at Arms is very hard to find the timing unless your opponent's stuck an age behind. All right, guys. So my food is ready, but we have got more games coming up. So up next, we're gonna have Numadon versus Valdemar in a BO5. After which, we will be getting into Anatan versus sort of live. So plenty of cool series to come. B versus Recon has still not been scheduled, and it is breaking my heart at this stage. I think I might have just got a ping, though. Oh, Pog. Guys, news just in. B versus Recon should be about when we come back, so in an hour. Well, we might be back sooner than that, so maybe we do one game from the Numadon series. But yes, this is awesome. So we're going to have B versus Recon. I'm going to put that in the title as well. Up next, B versus Recon. And then maybe in like an hour or two, we'll do the key giveaway. Like I said, just got to keep tuning in. Team B in with a chance of winning an amazing game. So B versus Recon up next. For now, though, let me get a game for you guys to watch. I'm just going to update the brackets as well. Mate, B versus Recon is going to be fireworks. I'm so excited for it. All right. I mean, I'm hyping it up so much. If it's not fireworks now, I'm like sued for false advertising. So let me get a game for you guys to keep you entertained. I'm not gonna let you time out a mod because the problem is, then we literally have to freaking remod them every time. It's super tedious. Yeah, seriously, that's the thing. If a mod gets timed out, they lose their mod status. It's really, really annoying. Okay. Do we go for this one? I mean, this was a pretty incredible game. So we could do Poppy Paw versus Louis MT. It was a really, really cool game. Or we could do the good old Venetian Trader one. Mahodo versus Louis. Excuse me. In fact, let me check my backlog. Don't have anything recent that wasn't uploaded. Not really. I need to talk to my guy because I feel like we have a lot of games we're just kind of wasting in a way. Because a lot of them don't get uploaded, right? Yeah, like some of these would be really old. We'd be looking like there's no point pulling up a replay from May, I don't think. Let's just do something a bit more recent. Yeah, this was the really cool game between Puppy Paw and Louis. Okay, guys, I'm gonna put a Puppy Paw Louis game up. When I get back, we've got B versus Recon, so don't go anywhere. It is probably gonna be the wildest draft, bare minimum, of the entire week. Might even be the best series, so you don't want to miss it. All right, but in the meantime, enjoy an entertaining video.
Did you miss me? We are back. That's right. We just got back from Germany. We just got back from bathing in the glory of Europe. So let's ignore Europe entirely as we hop into our first series of the day. And that is a big whoopsie. Yes, I know, an amazing background though. Because what we've got coming up, folks, is going to be Louis MT up against Puppy Paw. That's right. I hyped up Europe and then avoided them altogether. So let's hop into it for some pub action. So Team Elephant's Louis MT is going to be the north side of this one, playing as Order of the Dragon, while Puppy Paw, aka David Kim, in the orange as the Mongols. Will be exciting, actually, considering these are two civs that aren't really considered to be dominant right now. You know, these are two of the, I don't want to say scrape in the bottom of the barrel, but definitely lower performing civs would be an appropriate statement to make. Let me also just update our overlay so we can actually show Puppy Paw's name on it here, just so people don't get confused. And yeah, been a while, actually. God, I remember when I first discovered the David Kim account back in Season 1. I feel like it's not as active these days. The Canadians usually very secretive about their strategies. Every once in a while, they do come in and spoil you. And it's interesting to see how Puppy Paw is going to be moving forward, because he, and I'm not sure if Wham has as well, has got a job now, right? So he's not just a full-time AoE4 pro. Considering how the competition seems to be stacking up with people who are full-time, I'm curious to see if the Canadians can hold on, or if that is a candle that is beginning to dim. And what better way to test yourself than going up against Louis MT, who is currently the reigning champion when it comes to S-tier tournaments in Age of Empires 4, with an epic monument in the middle of that town center, by the way. Is that from the Sultan's Ascent campaign? I'm trying to figure out what that one's from. I mean, considering the blade, it's definitely got to be Sultan's Ascent related, right? A scimitar or a falchion. I think it's a scimitar. Opening wise, how are we doing on sheep? Not great, I want to say. Yeah, look at that. Orange, 17 sheep already. Meanwhile, Louis MT only now cracking past the 10 mark. He will collect some more here. But overall, a dominant advantage here for Puppy Paw to squeeze with. And squeeze he will. We have got the racks opening. Spearman already on the way across. Minework Palace, the reaction from Louis MT. Not too unexpected here. Like, actually, weirdly enough, I think the funnier part is I feel like I'm seeing more HRE players shifting into Minework than I am seeing Order the Dragon do Minework these days, which is pretty funky. Oh, that's the Kong Season 9 trophy? Oh, dude, that's a pretty dope one. Marlene Outpost's best monument. I mean, I'm pretty sure Saharan Trade Network beats it. Because if you're childly enough to actually build that landmark, you're just a winner. What is the worst landmark in Age of Empires 4 right now? I'm trying to think off the top of my head, what one sucks more than anything else? It's probably going to be an Abbasid Wing, isn't it? Kremlin? You think Kremlin sucks worse than anything else in the game, Mahodo? Including you now. I'm kidding. I don't know about Kremlin being the worst. It's definitely very, very low on the ladder now, for sure. I feel like Shushi's alternate landmark still wins. Feudal landmarks, right? So, nice attempt at the shivs out. Looks like Louis MT, calm and contained, though. Like, it was kind of ambitious that Puppy Paw even tried this, considering it's against Mongols. Against Order the Dragon, rather. Because, like, with OOTD, it takes 15 more damage, which is quite a lot. That's 3 extra hits for a Spearman, at least. Not to mention the shiv damage is higher on the Order the Dragon villages. But he did at least force Louis MT to overreact onto the gold. Like, putting 5 on gold this early for Order the Dragon is quite heavy-handed. Shinobi landmark worse? I don't think so. I actually think the Shinobi landmark's going to kind of like bounce back a bit now, with the Dark Age racks opening being crippled after the deer shoving nerf. Shinobi now have a bit more credence into the build order, so wouldn't be surprised to see that actually return a little. All in all, though, 15 sheep at the end of the run here, compared to the 17, means that Louis MT did clean up in the tail end of the scouting. And he's going to look to be cleaning up more than just the sheep from the map. We've actually got pro scouts coming in from the Chinese kid. Deerstone, of course, going to be late due to that Spearman commitment. I wonder, what's Puppy Paw's plan here? You know, he could have went trade. That would have been an option. Funnily that someone mentioned Silver Tree, but I guess against the Horseman potential that Order the Dragon can bring out, that doesn't feel very safe. So he didn't opt for it. Oh, yeah. Like, I can't believe it. My brain actually forgot the alternate for the sushi, the name of it. I was like, wait a second. I should know this. I can't remember this. It's the Xiang Academy? Xiang something Academy. Oh my god, my brain. I usually remember everything in AoE4. Jiangnan Tower. Sorry. Yeah, Jiangnan Tower. So sucky. Even someone who's casted thousands of hours and remembers all the most redundant things cannot remember the name of it. I tip my hat. Anyway, Archery is going to be coming in. This makes sense. He saw Spearman already, but it's going to get counterplayed by the Keshik opening. The cool thing, at least, is that the Gilded Archers attack at the damage of a longbow, so you penetrate quite well into the Mongol heavy cav. Mongols need some buffs at their tower. I just think they need some versatility when it comes to how they defend, maybe. Like, I kind of like the idea of them being able to create really crude walls that are pretty sucky, but they're just like kind of like barricades, essentially. White Stupa. White Stupa is a pretty bad landmark, but that's mainly because Cognate is so good, not because it's so bad itself, I'd say. The thing you have to realize about White Stupa is in the hyper late game, it's kind of ridiculous. It's infinite stone when you're spamming cannons. Like, that's actually pretty worth. The problem is, like, most games aren't going that late enough for it to make sense for Mongols. Most Mongols are going to be rushing Imperial Age by about, like, 20 minutes. Not in this game, though. For now, it seems Poppy Paw is committing with conviction, which makes sense. Does he know about the Pro Scouts play? He's playing for the boar himself, and I think he is not suspicious enough about this. No, he will discover the Pro Scouts because it's in the corner, but Poppy Paw never scouted that deer, so he had no idea. Just to confirm, he had no idea about the deer. Oh dear. I think he just got a glimpse of it now, so we'll be able to intercept some additional deer gatherers. And it's awkward because Louis MT is playing a static comp. He doesn't have the ability to mobilize quickly. But that's the trade-off, right? Like, for a lot of civs, it's very hard to do Pro Scouts and then just spam straight into cavalry, or at least to do so in a threatening way. It's even worse for Louis MT on this civ, because remember, he's playing a civ that does not have a very efficient way of getting into even its infantry. Everything's expensive, so, like, you kind of have to do it this way. Gilded Archers are going to be in a little bit of trouble, but nice defense from the Spearman. You really can't afford to get touched here. What Poppy Paw's trying to do here is definitely not easy. He's getting some good hits in, though. And credit to him, if he uses the scouts in between, he can sustain himself quite reliably. Remember, he just wants something to attack so he can heal. I want to be a little bit careful with the Khan. That could have easily been a loss. Luckily for him, Louis MT was not paying attention to that, though. Yeah, reminder, these Spearmen, they, was it, free hit you? 52 damage. So, yeah. I think you survive with, like, 2 HP. Because it's 52 minus 3, so you're minus 9 overall, but you're getting hit for 156. Oh, no, you just die, right? Yeah. You just flop dead. That's so brutal as well. Compared to a knight that I believe is 4 hits. Maybe 5. How many stables has Poppy Paw got? He's got 1 stables for the double production. For Louis MT, he also went for the single stables, but remember, why his numbers looked really quick is because he didn't go horseman at all. Nice bait on the dive there. Did get a kill. Mongols need better cavalry? I'm sorry, what? Everyone's complaining about Magadai and you're saying they need better cavalry? Have you tried downloading more Magadai.com? Six. That'd be a little bit of a nuisance here. Okay, so did Louis actually get enough home? It doesn't feel that great on the quantity. In fact, he might be running dry soon. Like, what? Is he on sheep right now? Yeah, I don't think he has much in the way of deer. So really for Louis, and he needs to just spread a little bit wider because he's getting intercepted hard on the west side. These health bars are not looking pretty, though, for Poppy Paw. He is now committing to archers, which has been the missing ingredient. Yeah, if he can rush this count up with the stone, the double gen especially, it should allow him to overwhelm the Gilded Spearman. No doubt about it, he has to work fast. I mean, Louis MT, the thing about playing Pro Scouts on Rocky River is you get a lot of diverse options in the center of the map. It's a wide spread. And Poppy Paw, the way he's cross-rotating around the back, doesn't put him in a position to always intercept, but what he is doing is putting himself in a position to be ready for what's next. We've got a target point onto Castle Age here. But it is being mirrored. Louis MT will not fall behind so easily. A great read. Just didn't recommit into additional units after he saw that Poppy Paw wasn't diversifying. Understood that at that point, just a handful of spears is good enough here. And the Kashyyyks. They're playing a dangerous game. At 5 spears, it is quite easy to kind of just catch 1 off guard, 2 off guard. Remember, for Puppy Paw, it's all about, like, how do I scale this comp? How do I get it to the next stage? Step readout's going to be the choice, so it's looking more and more likely that we're going to be seeing a fastish imp game here. The primary concern of Puppy Paw upon arrival in Age Up, though, should be relics. Remember, he's against Order of the Dragon. They've built a decent number of troops. So, in theory, at this stage, Louis MT wouldn't be too greedy to go Regnets. Yeah, Regnets that just has so much immense value for Order of the Dragon, considering how expensive all their units are. And there you go, folks. 10 pulled across. Regnets now on the way. I wish EGC TV had a tourney every month. That's a shame that they don't. But you know what? I hear there's someone that like has a tournament every week, and that's about to start back up. So maybe, just maybe, you don't need it. Maybe we've already got you covered. Just a full. Okay, so Tech Up's coming in. Could Puppy Paw dive this? No, he hasn't prepped Keshix at all. You don't dive this without Castlage Keshix, and even then it's going to be expensive, right? Like, the only reason I think you dive it is if you're planning to go for a Monk Rush yourself. Monk Rush that is starting to come in. So Pretent has been dropped. We should get the first one queued up soon. Holding on to a lot of food still, actually, which is kind of surprising. Yep, that is actually my mum. There you go. Another reason to watch streams live. You can communicate with my mum. I chose the word communicate very specifically over chat to my mum because that's just one word away from chat. Anyway, Veteran Siva Keshix is in. They're looking nice and spangly. But at this stage, the opportunity has gone, right? Like, if you catch him on the tech up and you delay that, it's worth losing Keshix. Now, not so much. It means Louis can hard counter these. We've already got the crossbows and the Gilded Knights being queued up. First Monk is on the way, and he is going to take the easy, low-hanging fruit here. And I think Puppy Paw, where's he going? Okay, so he's going to take one of the neutral relics first, which totally makes sense considering his map control. Big focus for Louis. Like, you're looking to try and get free relics here, obviously. Like, it's the classic, but in this type of game, you know, with what you're up against, the potential from Burgrave spamming spears was pretty valuable. So you did sacrifice a lot going for this Regnets play. Puppy Paw now actually scaling into crossbows. What kind of surprises me about this is why not just take Imperial Age? You know, when I think about Mongols and matchups where they should, in theory, be able to just get away with it, this feels like one of them. Unless you're worried about men-at-arms spam, but you've already addressed that by building so many Keshix. I don't think Louis would have been likely to open with men-at-arms. You know, Gilded Knights are a little bit concerning, so I can kind of see what's coming from there, but with enough Knights, you can just kind of overwhelm and batter them down. And that is a weirdly suspicious thing for someone who's, like, completely new to the channel to just ask about. Almost as if they are advertising for it themselves. Yeah, I wouldn't trust that, folks. In fact, let me get rid of that. Okay. So, focusing back on the action, though. How are we looking on both sides? I mean, crossbow count is getting pretty strong, so Puppy Paw probably going for, like, an all-in timing. And Puppy Paw, by the way, is a lying piece of... Hey, this guy, he sits there, he's like, oh, crossbow is such bad unit, why build? Yeah, why build, Puppy Paw? Huh? Why build? 16 of them already. This guy's also sus, because I'm pretty sure I just timed him out and nothing happened. There we go. No soliciting. Thank you, how to play. He knows. He knows how to chat. A little tip for anyone ever watching. If you ever find yourself in a position where you're going to go into someone else's channel and advertise your crap, think again. That's why most people have the decency to ask if they can even post a link. You know, unless, of course, you're the Twitch CEO, in which case I guess you just go and do it. If you guys have not seen that, Google it. I still can't believe that. Okay, so walls are going up. We have got Walui MT online. Not quite quick enough to close the gap, though. And he's been producing into just knights. Yeah, army also out of the base right now. So Puppy Paw, he doesn't know. Yeah, no, he doesn't see deep enough. So he doesn't realize, actually, there's nothing behind this. That's crazy. I mean, that was an open goal waiting to be shot, right? If only he'd known, he would have been able to kind of raid towards the tree lines. He had Keshik's wing on the west side as well, so could have kind of just smashed him from both sides. Maybe he just felt it wasn't worth the risk of going in, right? The downside of like how easily you could have lost everything. Now, we do have the monastic shrines coming through, so we're going to start to see the pasture production rates ramping up. And after he's seen the walls, like at this stage, as Puppy Paw, you've got to be thinking about Imperial Age, right? You've at least mitigated some of the relic damage. It's going to be a 3-2 split. And with Step Readout, I think you're in a decent position gold-wise against the Order of the Dragon. So, you know, I don't think he necessarily has too much to fear about going Fort Phage. Louis MT could mirror. Instead, he's going to look to attack. Oh, I like this move as well. Think about the expectations from Puppy Paw after that dive, after the wall in. He's like, okay, you know, it's not a bad idea for OTD to just go Imperial Age, right? They get their hands on Palace of Swabia, they print their villages, they feel pretty good. This might catch him a bit off guard. Now, he is propping a few more Spearmen. Gonna want them as well, considering just how ridiculously tanky these Gilded Knights are. What's the most lopsided Civ v Civ matchup in the game right now? That's a good question. What would be the most lopsided one? I'm actually trying to think off the top of my head. Maybe, like, I don't know. I feel like Lancaster versus Mongols has to be pretty bad, right? In my brain. Actually, no. You can rush them early. That's fine. You have to rush them early, though. I would say... Malian versus Japanese? No, I don't think that one's, like, too bad for Japan anymore. It used to be a lot worse. H3 English? H3 English is a good one. English 2TC meta, not so great anymore. HRE just stomp over you with, like, marching archers. There's probably more lopsided ones than that for HRE, though. I'm just trying to think of them off the top of my head. Rus Mongols, actually. Rus Mongols feels really, really rough. Like, you do nothing. Mongols heavily relies in a lot of matchups on either, like, you're either fishing opening or you're going for a spear rush, but you can't do that against Rus at all. It doesn't work because they don't have anything you can harass, right? So, yeah, that's probably, like, one of the more lopsided ones for sure. Whether it's the most lopsided, I'm not sure. Ottoman versus Japan is still bad for Japanese. It's just a little bit less feels bad man than it did before. But like I'd say probably Rus versus Mongols is more lopsided than Otto Japan. But Otto Japan is definitely like top 4. French versus Iabids is less so because there's actually a card play for French that involves going into Imperial Age. It's meant to be a pretty rough matchup if you play your standard French build. But if you diversify into something a bit more greedy or a little bit more patient, like they actually have an interesting bounce back off the back of primarily Arbre de Trier. It's definitely not easy to reach, but yeah, it's feasible. Well, looks like we are getting Imperial Age. It was a good time to actually kind of Furycraft this stuff because we are hunkering down. While Louis MT has come for a sequel. Yeah, we should have seen this coming, right? Karganet on the way up from Puppy Paw, just the expected. We talked about it around 20 minutes. Practically every Mongol player is going to be an Imperial these days. And it holds true still. Yeah, I'm trying to think, like, based on tournament performances in particular, if we looked at, like, the most recent one, I'm curious, actually. Let's have a look and see. If we look at the last tournament, last major tournament, which was EGC Masters, and we look at statistics with matchups. Oh, I don't think they have matchups here. That kind of sucks. You know what another one is? Actually, Delhi English has always been incredibly rough. Anyway, let's focus on what's happening here because it looks like Louis MT is begrudgingly looking to dive and... Oh, guys, this doesn't feel good. He needs to burn down the outpost ASAP or just back away because these sprue emplacements are just going to kill him off gradually. Instead, going to be the raw A-click through. He looks to massacre the army instead before upgrades can kick in. And it should be a good timing as well, actually. The elite techs aren't there yet, but the Nest of Bees is going to be there. The perfect roll for Puppy Paw to get here. And it's going to be back-to-back rolls of the counterplay to Louis MT's second line. Yeah, and the melee is dying too fast here. They won't be able to counterplay into the siege. Louis MT learned the lesson that many before him have with these Mongol fast imp builds. If outposts are in your way, come back another day. Absolutely brutal. I mean, I guess for Louis, maybe he didn't care about the idea of throwing away the army if he can get some damage done, but damage was most definitely not done here. He killed no villagers. He completely lost when it came to army. He's got 3 sacred sites locked in. He did buy time for the walls to complete, sure. Walls that, in theory, shouldn't last too long, mind you. I mean, he did clear the melee, so maybe that was the thought process. And he's starting to stockpile resources himself. He's got additional farms coming in now, so should be ready to go into Imperial Age in the next, like, 40, 50 seconds, I'd say. My concern is, you know, if you're going past the Swabia, you don't really have a standing army to now protect you. Good news, at least, if it's primarily crossbows, you have got Gilded Archers with scale armor. So you mitigate a lot of their damage, even when they're elited up like this. Louis Games looks like he plays to test things out rather than just to win. And yet he wins. I mean, the other player that's been like that, there's been... CSO is very much like that at times. And there's another player that we don't have a Western name for. I can't remember what we like translated his name as the other day. It was like maybe Sparrow or Swift or something. He also has a very unique approach in a lot of his matchups. Well, nothing unique about this. Palace of Swabia is going to be on the way, the expected. And hand cannon is now being queued up. So Puppy Paw just going straight into the best late game comp. He has also got the Magadai pump coming, which is going to give him access to the Khan Hunters, which give additional range to those hand cannoneers, making them a pretty fierce fighting force. Yeah, overall, I'd quite like Puppy Paw's position as long as he sticks it to him now. Like, Louis is making the right call going for Swabia. With the imp complete, he knows it's Cargonet, so this is like a 25 villager value type play in terms of what it produces. So he needs to try and fix that quickly on his side. You know, he already lost the Relic race, it's 3-2. His upsides is the farm count, but this is the nice thing about the Monastic Shrines, right? Like, this is a huge boon, and actually, you know, we were talking earlier about how the White Stupa feels underwhelming. Well, this is probably something that's going to have to change for it. Like, the fact that Monastic Shrines now comes in so early, I think White Stupa lost one of his big value plays, which was to buff up a bunch of your pastures. That value play no longer exists. We have got the siege beginning. Puppy Paw looking to knock at the door. Louis MT is going budgeted defense. And by like this, you know, it's going to be just the elite Gilded Archers for now, with Horsemen to back up. So Horsemen counterplay into the Nest of Bees. The Gilded Spears, Gilded Archers rather will clear the Elite Spearmen. And then the Gilded Archers also trade out really well against crossbows. So really smart overall composition here. Not to mention the fact that, you know, they already have additional range on those archers, and they benefit immensely from the silk bowstrings. Allows them to go up to 7 power range, same as the longbow. Last time Puppy Paw came this deep, he freaked out and walked away. Can't have that happen again. Knock on the door. Checking to see if anyone's home. Louis MT reveals the horseman. Does not commit. Triple Nest of Bees now. Farmlands can start to get shut down. Now, keep in mind that Louis MT has got good food income, but that's temporary due to the boar and due to the extra deer that he was gathering before. So you're going to notice that rate start to go down a bit. I have to wonder, is Puppy Paw's playing this too slowly? I mean, he has got hand cannoneers in waiting. Only adding 3 into the comp so far, but overall he has over 10, so the rest need to arrive. He is going to reset. Yeah, leaves the base. Maybe a little bit unusual here. I mean, you saw your opponents going horseman, and you gave him time to now react. Even deletes the wall to snipe a few of the hand cannoneers. Pretty bold. But a really cool idea, actually, considering that this doesn't lead directly into his base. And we do also now have a split up. So Puppy Paw, he's trying to block gold gathering, but he needs to get all the way over to this corner to achieve that goal. He's going to be seen running that way. I like that Louis is just doing this. He's cutting reinforcements because right now, direct fight is not a win for him. No, so instead, just snipe out those hand cannons, right? With the horsemen easily done. I mean, you hit them for 42 damage per strike. Army is marching around the back, but I'm afraid that's not going to be good enough. Did Puppy Paw just use Select All Army? He had a really good block here on the east side and the west, but now he's abandoned it. So although you block gold for your opponent, he has access elsewhere. Yeah, that's not really the tick of the box you're looking for here. Then again, I think maybe Puppy Paw's thought process is that he saw its horsemen plus gilded archers and said, okay, blocking gold doesn't really do anything because you're not using gold. But I feel like that's a little bit of a lie, right? Like, yes, you could get there gradually with passive gold, but these imp techs, they're not cheap. So having that access was critical. Try to get the outpost up is going to fail. Nestabee's starting to move in. That tree line, Puppy Paw doesn't know yet. He's going to start to get a glimpse of it. If he attacks ground in that area, yeah, and it will be Louis shifting further north. We siege into the gates. Horsemen ready to charge forward here. Puppy Paw's army not really looking as threatening as it once did, actually. Do we have the extra range? I believe we do. Yes, he's up to 5 tile range on the hand cannoneers. Nestabees are going to extend in once again. And Louis is smuggling that economy out to the flanks. We have got interception on the reinforcement, so it looks like he's rotating for a backstab here. Yeah, this is kind of unhinged, actually. I can't believe he's doing that. And Puppy Paw, I mean, in theory, he just saw it. He's deep in the base. Perfect position here to just start rushing down landmarks. Guess the torch was out for exactly that. Louis thought about pulling the villagers to try and deal with the siege. Unable to do so. E-repairs is going to be used. Past the Swabi. He may have actually waited too late there, but now Rohirrim Riders come in. The horsemen from behind, and the spearmen are overextended. Villagers now charging forward as well. At this point, your front lining of hand cannoneers. It's a backstab, a forward stab, a side stab, and all. Louis MT converges from all directions. And the Nestabees, they just don't really exist anymore. He's got one left to try and clear out the archers. It's not going to work. The trap has been laid, set, and snapped close on Puppy Paw's face. What a sick maneuver there. The patience from Louis MT. The fact that he had the early heads up, and yet Puppy Paw, either because he didn't notice or because he felt stuck, didn't even try to get out of the way of the running train. Louis MT now ready to chugga choo-choo across that map. No doubts is probably going to be just marching straight for the enemy base, and I mean, why not in this type of position? A phenomenal engagement out of Louis MT. Puts him in control of the battlefield now. Unbelievable. Puppy Paw back to the drawing board in terms of rebuilding the force. It's still going to be hand cannoneers to try and lead the way. He's got quite some way to go. Crazy as well. I mean, I'm trying to think if there was a way in which he could have made that work if he maybe, for example, had more siege, like built a few rams. But it's so tricky, especially when you're up against Order of the Dragon or HRE with the E-repairs. And the bombards, what? I mean, he's lucky it wasn't both of them there. These horsemen so absurdly tanky. And by the way, this is pre-full tech. He still doesn't have biology. He's now only getting steel bowstrings. There's still a lot of ceiling left in this game for Louis MT. Men-at-Arms switch now coming through for Puppy Paw. So what? Men-at-Arms plus hand cannoneers? I mean, it's not a bad comp to have here, really. Against horsemen plus gilded archers. Puppy seems to be in a winning position at some point, and then the game doesn't always strike when it's best. Feels like that's... I mean... I think Puppy Paw wins a lot of his games, right? Like, there's definitely an element where the Canadians, I think, are more comfortable in the mid-game. That's been the case for a long time. They've been evolving a little bit more recently to try and be a bit more aggressive. But you're also talking about one of the best defensive players in Age of Empires 4. And anyone who disagrees with that has not watched enough Louis MT games. Just because you see him attack a lot doesn't mean he doesn't defend well. Louis MT makes it incredibly difficult to end a game. I mean, just look at the map right now. At what point are you just spitting in the face of Mongols not being able to war with this? Couple's food eco bad? Not really. It's kind of okay for what he's doing because he's primarily leaning on hand cannoneers. That's a 50-50 cost between food and gold. So gold is just as important. The concern there, though, of course, is that if gold is so important and you're rushing it down like this, it's a limited resource that's going to just extract to 0 eventually. So that's something he needs to kind of calculate for and figure out, will I need trade and when's a good time to go for it? And that is a tech I feel like I very rarely see truly matter. And is very expensive to justify in Imperial Age, guys. That is the Warhorse's tech, designed for Gilded Knights to take less damage while charging. Yes, a very, very rare sight. Other than Louis. I feel like Louis is the only person I reliably see build into this technology. And there's multiple reasons. 25% damage reduct on a charge sounds pretty good, but it's kind of situational. The other thing is building Gilded Knights en masse in Imperial. I hope that you are ready and willing to rob your beautiful, wonderful Great Nan of all of her life savings to afford that. Because a Gilded Knight, remember, is 200 gold. You burn through your resources so quickly with this strategy. That's why I'm kind of surprised he's leaning into it. I mean, dare I say both players will go trade? If we go deep enough. Louis MT is now ready to go Imperial again. Pick the wrong Civ, though. That's not an option here. Instead, he's going to throw all that gold elsewhere. We've got adjustable crossbars now on the way, plus the siege work. So Louis MT is going for a full siege switch. I wonder if Puppy Paw is aware as well. I mean, he hasn't got any information on the enemy side of the map right now. He hasn't seen a switch. He still sees archers plus horsemen. Like, I'd be getting a little bit suspicious. You could argue, oh, well, it worked last time. He broke me with it, so maybe he doesn't feel like he needs to switch. But, you know, then again, if he's not switching, what is Louis doing with the time, right? It's one thing to build up reserves, but with how well he's trading and his type of comp, you'd assume he always has reserves. The only other thing would be that he's waiting for something. I don't know if you really want Hui Hui battles here, guys. I mean, do you ever really want Hui Hui battles? I mean, I guess against a Red Palace, maybe. Ugh, Gilded Archers here as well. That pathing horrible. It's going to start spamming up outposts to hold the area, but Mangonels have already been queued up, folks, so they'll work as a decent defense against that. The Gilded Archers will start a step away. High base damage also. And a litany of Spearmen, Palace Guard, and Men-at-Arms in there. He finally realized the mistake. Does pull the spears away. He's giving away way too many kills for free there. And Louis just quick on the micro to get back behind those walls. Yeah, and you can see the paranoia. He's already checking around the backside to see if there's any sort of trade attempt happening. Smart lad. Like, at this stage, we're kind of reaching the phase where it makes sense. What doesn't make sense is the amount of gold. What the f... If these two came together, they could solve world debt. Are you kidding me? 13 Gilded Knights queued up with 5,000 gold in reserve. And 11,500 gold in reserve for Puppy Paw. Unbelievable. I mean, someone's going to have to start charging in big inflation rates on this. This is ridiculous. He's still gathering more, by the way, folks. He's going vein to vein and hoping it won't be in vain. He's hoping that this game will go deep enough that Lou will run out of gold and he'll win because of this. Well, hand cannons have stepped up, but that positioning is questionable. I don't think Louis realizes yet, but I mean, he kind of should. He sees the enemy down here. This would be a perfect moment to dive into the hand cannoneers. Instead, he's going to tickle them with the mangonels. And the horsemen are instead going to go after the economy? Yeah, definitely a little bit weird the way that Louis is playing this. Because that felt like a golden opportunity to just wipe out the hand cannoneers. Maybe he just has too much respect for the 30 HC count. Feels like, oh yeah, I could kill him, but I'd lose way too much. Instead, the Gilded Knights shuffling around the back. are going to go hunting towards the villages. But the amount of outposts that Puppy Paw has built in this game is, quite frankly, ludicrous. We're talking about, yeah, 24 outposts currently on the map for the Mongols. Because, you know, Mongols are such a bad civ, so even against OOTD, they need extra military firepower outside of population. Build the outposts. And second wave's coming through, by the way. Look at the night count. We're up to 16 now. These guys are scary. Look at the health. 575. He's got the blessing for the extra armor, the extra damage. A sword strike from these guys hits for 52. 52! Which is the average age of the Age of Empires community. But the 50, it's ridiculous. No, seriously, guys. Beastie is 69. Marine Lord is 39. And Dimu is 108. And then the Canadian brothers, well, I mean, between them, they are 47 each. You just can't really tell. And then Louis MT. I mean, Louis MT is like the biggest like debate of them all. You know, Louis MT actually is so old that he learned how to use knights and archers himself growing up as a child. Kilyadi, bless him, we love him, but he passed away about like 60 years ago. It's just, he's an AI that's been playing for all these years. You guys remember Equilibrium, that film with the gun kung fu? Where like you thought you had that glorious leader and it's someone else? That's what's happening there. Anyway, we've got Clash in the center here. Hand cannon is. I mean, the mangoes are the big problem here, so he needs to dive onto them fast. Notice how Louis just keeps trying to cycle charge these knights so that he gets more health, more effective HP, because you're taking less damage. Apparently, there's enough to scare Puppy Paw off. Yeah, he backs away. Yeah, I'm a bit surprised. I thought he'd actually go for the dive, but a lot of respect being shown to the castle. And probably the additional mangoes shown up, so it was a good call, because Louis MT was just 15 seconds away from turning 2 mangoes into 5. And we got 2 TC on 2 TC for very different reasons here. For Puppy Paw, it's more about extra economy. For Louis, it's about E-repairs. And this is cheeky as well. Not only has he blocked out the potential for trade, he's also taking away wood. And if you guys remember, Rocky River is the type of game that regularly becomes about wood to decide the outcome. We'll begin knocking, but I mean, not really enough to truly threaten here, right? Like, he could also just use E-repairs to fix up all the damage done anyway. Knights are going to be circling in. Reminder that these guys will always 2-hit kill into textiles, guaranteed. They almost 1-hit kill. They hit for 60 damage. Pretty insane. If they have the damage buff from the Prelate, you can see it's up to 69. A pretty nice number. Looks so impossible for Louis. Now, remember, guys, the way you win a game of Age of Empires 4 is by killing your opponent, not by getting enough gold that you drive the developers to change the match history to a bit. So with that in mind, it looks a bit grim on the gold, but I would not write him off just yet. Yeah, like comp-wise, when they've actually fought properly, he's held out. And the mango switch is a smart one. Then again, wait, what? Did he really go in for another fight? And Louis lost a lot of the mangoes that time, actually. Apologies, we didn't catch that one. Apparently, Puppy Paw saw the mango losses and went, well, that's good enough. And went for even more hand cannons. Okay. There is a risk that Puppy Paw is overbuilding his backline and not respecting the need for a front line here. And that's Artley's going to try to tickle away at this, but not an ideal one for them to ever truly fight on. Very expensive losses if they go down. Has forced a ridiculous reaction, though. Oh, my God. I mean, we've got, like, what, 15? Yeah, 12. And the reaction is over 50 military chasing this. A lot of space being gained. And I think the bad news was just obtained by Puppy Paw. He sees the wood cappers here. He's like, what are you doing over here? This is my territory. Louis like, dude, if you're going to win on gold, at least let me win on wood. Not that he's really ever winning on wood. He's not even building reserves. We've got a TC now coming up behind, so realizing the need for E-repairs. And yeah, Puppy Paw just realized the scamathon that's been happening over here. There's no gold, no bueno. No find to be had. You have still got Knights being annoying, but so far, good reactions. However, Louis MT sees this as an opportunity, seizes the center of the map. Yeah, okay, that's really important because it means the Gilded Knights now can actually stay and fight. They can win this fight, potentially. All comes down to positioning, and the hand cannon is heading forward for not a good way of doing it. Wait, what step readout, hello? What? I guess he's done with this, folks. I mean, there is no more gold on the map, and I'm sure losing a landmark won't cost you later on. Okay, he's gonna pull it back now. I mean, the actual fact that it just walked all the way underneath that castle and survived is a little bit silly. You see how frustrating this is for Puppy though, and you see the issue of Mongols in the late game. You know, by all right and logic, he should be able to just commit down the center and slowly brute force his way through off of mass hand cannons. Instead, every time he thinks about doing it, Louis MT is pulling him left and right. It's just that this is the biggest issue he has. Even with Yam, he just doesn't seem to be capable of being in the right position at the right time. That was almost the completely wrong position as the Mangoes were getting ready to just unload the second shot, second volley there. Mongol Horsemen are going to try to dive in, but not enough of them. And this is the issue we were concerned about, right? Is that he had too many hand cannoneers. It's looking like the case. At least got men-at-arms switched out of now, so Horsemen can be on the way. Golden Knight's a little bit too ambitious in the duties on the front line there. I think if Puppy wants to win this, it really just needs to start being a push. It's so difficult, though, because of the way Louis MT's leveraged Mangonels into choke point fights. But, like, now with the Horsemen, what's to stop you from going into the enemy base? And, oh, my God, you're going to need to. You've got to be kidding me. Guys, he's up to 19 traders. Louis MT is the first one to trade, despite it being against Mongols. I mean, benefits of having walls, right? Like, imagine if Puppy actually had access to them. We probably would have seen some walls by now. Just to give him that sustainability. Because remember, you know, what, 3 minutes ago, I want to say? We saw Puppy Paw with over 12,000 gold. Now he's sitting at 8.5k. It's declining. I want Puppy to win, but was to lose? Oh, no. Backstab. Mangoes. Oh, gonna whiff entirely. What? That was sick, actually. Puppy Paw. He baited him to stay around to attack and then dodged it perfectly. Ignore those ones. But for the most, considering triple Mangonel, it should have been a lot more losses there. But wait, where's Puppy Paw's army? Oh, no, not again. No, he's gonna lose this fight. Despite taking out the Mangoes, he won't be able to win against the remaining army here because of the Raiders again. I feel like I'm watching this game, and Louis should have been dead like several times after like the direct engagement type logic, but then it doesn't happen. It never is able to happen because of the way that Louis just keeps raiding on the map. Unbelievable. Now mixed retinue of Horsemen plus the Knights, trying to budget himself because the gold mass doesn't last forever. Mangoes are on a coffee break. They'll be back and ready to roll soon. How many outposts are we up to now? Just 22. We've actually gone down in count compared to about 10 minutes ago. Courtesy of the fact they're actually getting deleted by the siege. Speaking of siege, dive in from Horsemen. Really good hit here. Yeah, I feel like Louis not doing a very good job of protecting siege. It's not easy, but like considering the choke points you're fighting around with the outposts and the sacred sites, in theory it should be very hard for 8 to 10 horsemen to get in and get those many kills. Like, yeah, look, it just keeps happening. He's not reacting with anything in time. Yeah, I mean, at this stage, you might as well just start pulling back the archers to try and do so. We do have a hand cannoneer switch now coming in, but reminder, you know, you haven't got reliable infinite gold yet. I mean, I scrap that. He's up to 54? Ridiculous. Okay, guys, remember that part we said about drain game, late game, you know, how we've 12,000 plus gold. How could he possibly ever lose? I think Puppy Paw might be losing. Yo, but we're winning big. My boy sort of with the raid. Thank you very much, my friend. I hope you had a good stream. Welcome, one and all, to an absolute bloodbath as we are 45 minutes into this Mongol Order of the Dragon game. An Order of the Dragon game that looked like it was thrown away when Louis MT tried to dive into a Mongol base upon arrival on Imp. Looked like it was going to cost him the game until Puppy Paw caught off guard, overextended, fell victim to one of the best full surrounds I've seen all year in Age of Empires 4. Now we're here. Deep state of the game. A man who once had 13k built up in gold reserves down to 3.5k. He is trying to go trade, but he has still not addressed this castle. Yeah, whether it's due to raids or castle drops, the issue continues to be the fact that Puppy Paw needs to be more places than he's ever capable of. Flash in the center is not looking friendly for him. Gilded Archers are going to start moving in to snipe out the hand cannon is. And the Gilded Knights can also just charge in next, so he needs to get the hell out of here. Horsemen also following this up, and Puppy Paw lacking a front line, but also starting to lack a back. Yeah, down to just 24 hand cannoneers. Remember, this guy had 60 hand cannoneers several minutes ago. It just all seems to be unraveling before his eyes, and what the hell? Wait, what? He keep drops the tree line right next to Puppy Paw's base. You've got to be kidding me. E-repairs coming in clutch here, guaranteeing that the bombard can't bring it down quick enough. And forcing that back rotation, Louis MT tosses away a bundle of villagers to try and get the siege kills. The game is still not over. I mean, Castle's also not going down. Between the E-repairs from the town center and the stone repair actively, this is going to delay Puppy Paw for quite a bit. Now, he does have good reserves of wood, and he has additional sources. But in the end, for Louis, this is all about how do I just win on the wood game. Need to be the biggest woodpecker on the map to win the game. Oh, absolute entertainment between these two. Puppy Paw will be able to make quick work of that castle drop. Louis MT probably needed a breather, actually. You can see he looks a little bit exhausted on the melee count. Hand cannoneers as well. But the thing is, Puppy Paw still has a decent chunk of HE left. The issue is Puppy Paw doesn't have the infinite runway. He's trying to set up trade. He's currently 0 into it. But once he's several into it, he's going to discover that this trade post is not safe. No, meanwhile, Louis has been exploited to the extreme. 35 traders trading at 75 gold each way. How does he build up this much gold in reserve and now find himself in a position where he's going to lose because of gold? Right? Because unless he can actually open up a path towards that trade post ASAP, that's exactly what's going to happen. And all of a sudden, Gilded Hand Cannoneers that normally would be off the table are on the table. Remember, these are 240 gold and food apiece. Double the price of standard Hand Cannoneers. My god, do they light you up like a candlestick? Let's see if they're able to do it here. I'd say white phosphorus seems more appropriate because they'll just melt through anything. Gilded Knights to the charge in. Baits him back away from the hand cannoneer line. Re-engages close to his own range line. Just trying to split the difference so that David Kim, aka Puppy Paw, doesn't have everything in the fight. There's commitment from the Horsemen. But it looks like they're quickly dropping. Yeah, this is just raw HP race right now. And it's one that Puppy Paw is not going to win. 225 HP versus 450 on the Gilded Horsemen or 575 on the Gilded Knights. Not to mention the ridiculous amount of armor these guys have. They'll be able to dive in. They clean up the siege. And the pushback continues. Double Mango's going to have to retreat. Remember, last time, Gilded Archers couldn't clear this Horseman quick enough, but Gilded Hand Cannoneers will be able to do so. Allows them to hang around. Horsemen are going to try to dive in, but the A-click isn't connecting here. Not able to clear any siege. He's going to keep diving, though. Yeah, he's trying to snipe with the ranged units now, which is ambitious. Reminder, despite Puppy Paw's valiant efforts to win these fights here, this castle still stands. This trade post still inaccessible. And Puppy Paw now dirt poor. I don't know how he breaks into this at this rate. I mean, he's rushing the traders through now. The outpost already sees him early. He might be able to touch it, but there's cannons. There's no way. Okay, he might touch it, but he's... Wait, is he really doing this? A cute idea, but you have to stay there. He was trying to put his units in range so the traders could get away, but instead, this is going to be an absolute disaster of a trade line. Oh, man. Not like this. Puppy Paw, he just, sold a lot to get gold? I think that was food. Cool idea, but remember, a one-off. It's not reliable or sustainable. And also, he's losing traders now just trying to get one sliver back. Another keep as well. LuMT is aware. This game likely to be decided by this trade post. Wait, are they even touching? I don't think they're even touching it. Oh my god. Well, at least he stopped producing them. That's good news. The bad news is... LuMT is stripping away the only backup option. Remember, Puppy Paw could have tried to make a break for Louis' trade post instead. Not as ideal on gold income, but you take anything you can get. He's going to pull the workers, though. Looks to block this. Wait. No, wait. Shivs. That's not going to be good enough for Shivs. No, these guys have 98 HP. That's not going to work. No. And to guarantee it, the worker goes on the wall. Oh, Puppy Paw. He needed someone to stay there and an outpost to go up. Absolute disaster. Now he finds himself with 10 villagers stuck behind enemy lines. Actually make it 15. So he'll start rushing up outposts. Gets the horseman round as well. Reminder, this is still gold. No bueno. The only gold he's getting actively, rather, it's passively, isn't it, is via the relic and via the sacred site. It's not a lot. Good night. Now we'll just sweep by to clean up. And I just don't know what Puppy Paw is meant to do with this anymore, guys. LuMT got invited to a drain game and he won it. And what's up, Polar Opposite? I see you with the sub. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate you. 13 rams. I mean, it's like the only thing you can afford. At least when it comes to like how you address these keeps. Because he needs all of his gold for hand cannoneers. Hand cannoneers that are starting to let him down a bit, man. Yeah, it's turned into quite the meat grinder. Also, wood becoming a bit problematic. Would you believe it? Is he? Yeah, he's pretty much out, isn't he? Oh, no. Yeah, LuMT has secured like 2/3 of the wood on the map here. Puppy Paw basically in desperation mode because, I mean, these rams expensive in themselves, but even just horsemen. It's a cannon fodder type unit when you throw into the battle, right? You expect it to die quite a lot, which means you need quite a lot of them to make a dent, i.e. you will run out of wood. Wait, send the rams down the center? Not for the gold? When we knock in at the wall, I think he's aware that there's trade going on. It just mathematically is the only thing that makes sense. Like, how would LuMT, at 54 minutes with only 2 relics, be affording mass knights, mass hand cannoneers as OOTD? So he's just trying to open the path to shut down the trade. Have to see if he's going to be able to be quick enough here. Mango's hand cannoneers are going to wallop him, and bad news. Puppy Paw looks across and goes, where the hell did he get the gold for that? 24 gilded hand cannoneers. That's over 5,000 gold to get that many. He's going to be marching towards that trade line now, but we already see reinforcements arriving to intercept. Gilded Knight reaction is also just great. Shuts down the small horseman raids time and time again. Siege is slightly overextended though, so LuMT, not great positioning. Instead, he just throws the mangoes away to try and shoot out some shots onto the hand cannoneers. Yeah, a great fight for Puppy Paw. Kind of questionable one there for Louis. But it's because he's trying to address everything at once. And no! Wait, did he already start building more traders? He did. He went up to about 10 here. Get cut off! Oh, no. I mean, you still don't even have a trade route here. Leave him something, man. That's unbelievable. Louis MT is just going to be dropping a castle there. And that should just be the fork dropped in the steak. And the salute to say, well done. Yeah. I mean, at this stage, there is nothing left, right? Like, Puppy Paw, he only really has food reserves. You're not really going to be able to rush down landmarks. Your opponent is going up to soon close to 10 mangoes at this rate. It's just too many knights as well. Like, it's not even just the hand cannon, it's the knight count. Feels like the impossible thing to break. If you can't break that, you can't even start talking about the gunpowder units of Louis MT. Looks for an opening. Horsemen are charging. Gilded Knights have covered most of the gaps. Some are going to slip through into the mangoes, but the hand cannon reinforcements are there. We'll be able to protect and we'll be able to wipe and shut him out. On a fine game of Rocky River. One that grinded him down to paste. Can't believe, due to haste originally, Louis MT almost losing this one. An urgency from Puppy Paw, putting him in a position that he never truly recovered from. Cool game, though. Like, you know, these are the perfect kind of ones we love to see uploaded to the channel. Ones where either side could have taken the dub at different points. I think it's becoming undeniable. Like, you're now trying to spam Spearmen into hand cannoniers. I wonder if Puppy Paw maybe should have possibly kept an eye on the east side earlier, anticipate the trade post, but what Louis done, the timings he done it around, and the focus around wood as well, like, it's just not your usual play, I want to say. Most people linearly play their side of the map, but it shows you the value Order of the Dragon have when they can afford to just pump out extra villages. It means they're going to risk losing, you know, 10, 15, and not caring due to that Palace of Swabia. Swabification, most definitely strong. As is Louis now on the slow approach. I mean, Puppy Paw, of course, is not going to surrender over straight away. You know, you got 9,000 food in reserve. You spent an hour on this. You might as well go in for one big hoorah bare minimum. Why does this map always go until there's no wood? I think the sacred sites need to be more centralized for a start. So you could potentially wall them off and use them as a win condition. It's too easy to wall in theory. Like, in theory, you're meant to wall at the neutral points. We don't even have that, though. And this is just Louis at work. Here we go, Puppy Paw. Relegated to a third Spearman this time. I mean, he just can't touch the mangoes. He's trying for the wide rotation, but every hand needs to be on deck, and every hand is not. It's docking away from your power, your push. That just doesn't exist. Hand cannon is a shadow of their former self, and Puppy Paw is going to have to go back to his little kettle and wait for the vet to see him, because Louis MT is on a roller here. What a crazy game. Let me know if you guys like that one. Pretty cool one. Like I said, it's what we'd like to see back and forth, going into the mid-late game, preferably, with an opportunity for both to win. But let me know what you think could have been done differently there. Do you think there was a way that Puppy Paw should have been able to win that more cleanly? Maybe Louis MT could have won it cleaner without that dive. Shut up, me. I don't care what you have to say. Rambling as an old man. It's time for the dark machinations of two crazy boys. Recon and B is ready to roll. I believe game one is kicking off in just a moment. We already have the draft. Best of 5 here. Winner of this will make it through to semifinals where they'll face off against either Anatan or sort of a series that will be happening later tonight. So pretty fun set ahead of us. I don't know if we'll have time for Numenor versus Valdemar at this pacing. That might be one that gets missing, unfortunately, but we'll see. We'll try and do our best. But let's get ready to roll. I believe, yeah, the lads are already hopping in for game number 1. What picks are we going to get? We can do Gamba because this is going to be live. No Civ can beat late game OTD. Really? I mean, sure. Really? Bold statement. Not sure we can back that up with the facts. But fact is, game number 1 is ready to come up on your screen. It's going to be Mongols versus Japanese to open up between these two. Not insane drafting either, but it's BO5, so it's kind of different. I mean, the craziness came from the BO3 drafts. But John is actually not getting picked this time. I'm a little bit shocked.
All right, dude. Yeah, you're going to have to just calm your tits and wait. I'm not doing the push-ups when we literally have to hop into a game that's live. Otherwise, it's not going to be very live, is it? So you'll just have to wait on your push-ups. All right. I hope you're parked in your seats, folks, because I've got something special for you. The two wackiest drafters we have in our tournament series, our $20,000 esports circuit, are about to clash in quarterfinals. That's right, we've got B on the Japanese up against Recon and the Mongols on a brand new map called Front Range. Not too crazy of a draft pick, but it's the way these two play that makes the difference. That's right, last time we watched Recon on this Civ, we had a wild all-in feudal play into Roost. Just an unheard of thing for Mongols to do in the current year. I'm wondering what he's got planned here. Japan is a pretty solid Civ on this map. Mongols have also been looking strong. Front Range is a map where you do not have much safety and aggression is rewarded. Now, what was interesting is B's best of 3 drafts featured a lot of craziness, such as Abbas's and John. Not so much here. No, it feels like he's going to have to take Recon pretty seriously because Recon, although he's only recently returned to Age of Empires 4, he is already looking like a fierce competitor. He got 2-0'd by Wham last week, but even within that 2-0 rather, there was chaos and beauty in the brain of Recon and how he tried to approach those matchups. Wow, look at the gamble. We're going big here. 63% for Recon, and no surprise, I think Mongols maybe haven't lost here so far. They're definitely heavily favored percentage-wise. I want to say at least like 80% win rate on this map at this point. Japan is a little bit of a more mixed bag, but I love this beginning. He goes for the boar. Yeah, and the reason he goes for the boar, guys, is because food is very limited on Front Range. This map has only got 9 sheep per player, so you can't really just be stingy and stay at home. Recon, look at the reaction coming through. It's a rarity to see, but we're going to be getting Dark Age Horsemen. Yeah, when was the last time you saw this, actually? We had a game the other day from me and Micah where we thought we were going to be getting Dark Age Horsemen. But actually, it was simply just so that he could be ready for Keshix in Age 2. And B, not to be outdone, is already reacting with this spear play. Ooh, Khan, he's already used the maneuver speed arrow, so yeah, B will be fine. And the racks, it's been built out on the boar, so this is the delayed aggro play into the forward Uvu. Yeah, and also this is now a problem for Recon because he invested in the one thing you can't afford to now. If he'd gone racks, he could have mirrored spear to spear and been favored in like a micro situation potentially because you'd be slightly ahead on spear count usually. But now you're just hard countered. Yeah, and not just that, you allowed your opponent to spend 75 wood to counter where you spent 150 to get counted. And now you're spending a lofty 120 resources per pony. And the rougher part still is there's nothing exposed at home. Like, look at the spawn. The gold 4, this is ideal the way B has played this. He gets the ball, but he also gets to protect the gold gathering when he needs it for an age up. Oh, this is a weird game, but a wonderful one already. What does Recon do with this? I think ideally you just have to get out the age now. You've sunken a lofty amount into this, right? You spent 510 resources on this play. Hasn't really paid off. Now, I believe part of that was double pump via the stone generation, but it's still expensive. And to make matters worse, trying to race out of the age now is another area B's going to have advantage in because of the ball. He's already tapped 700 food out of this thing. It's also guaranteeing that he has fallback plans later with the 8 sheep underneath the town center. Rush under the gold. It is going to be 9 moving across. It's the other thing, boar just kind of inflates you sometimes a little bit too fast, so... Heavy gather on gold will set him up for the fuel. Recon's not going to be too far behind, but the difference is, like, what is your value play here now, right? You built Horseman, now you force Spearman. You don't really want to be going Keshix. Recon is at least saving up the stone, which will be good for an archer transition here. But I wonder, does, like, B just not react with maybe Horseman? With the boar, it's definitely affordable. Normally in this matchup, you wouldn't really think to go Horseman with Japan, simply because your opponent would have spears to begin with. But that's not a threat here. Why start with stables? Because Recon wanted to intercept the boar. The idea was he was going to dive in on the boar and push them away, even getting a kill. That's the idea of the Horseman. If you go Spearman, you can force him off the boar eventually, but he would have gathered enough food there to be ahead. And on top of that, yes, you'll push him off the ball, but it'll take so long to do so that you probably won't get kills, right? He'll see you slowly coming and pull away. And Spearman, that was a bit ambitious. B actually reached in onto the Uvu. Horsemen are now going to reach in for some kills. Does get a worker kill there. Well played. Recon. Sticking to the fight. A bit ambitious there. Works out, though. Maybe not for long. Does he get the second? No. He fails to connect for a second worker kill. Outpost does go up. Recon, credit to him, though. An expensive Dark Age Horseman play. Does at least yield one kill. I mean, he also got the kill on the spears, right? Which is a pretty big deal. And Recon is going to be Deerstone, so no trade attempts here, but like that's to be expected. This map is kind of wild, by the way. I think we've yet to see a game go beyond 25 minutes. If we have, the game was essentially over by then. We have yet to witness what late game looks like on Front Range. It is a very intriguing map to conceptualize, because once this food runs out and you hunker down farms, you're going to be pushing north into the gold veining areas, away from where you're originally attacking. There's a map, and I'm trying to remember its name in Age of Empires 2. This sort of reminds me of, for the dynamics of, it's very different looking, but dynamic-wise, I think it was Coast to Mountain. This reminds me a lot of Coast to Mountain. So Coast to Mountain is one where you start in the middle of no man's. You've got wood to the south and the north, but food is to the south as well, and then gold is all to the north. And it pulls you in two alternate directions, so you have to really choose what is more important to you, because it's very difficult to get both. Yeah, and the answer we've been seeing out of some players here is that you essentially just try to play civs that have infinite food, or get infinite food quicker, i.e. farms quicker. So English, there would be Malians, another one would be House of Lancaster. All attempted, but funnily enough, guys, the civs that have been winning out are always the attacking civs. Mongols, Japanese, HRE. Double archery. Reaction to the Magadai play coming in. It looks like he did scout that out. I mean, Yumi massing is pretty nice for Japan. It's a good choice on a map that has limited food to begin with. And on top of that, Yumi scaling is really impressive from feudal to castle. Let's see the first of the Magadai is getting kited out a little bit. It's a good initial exchange for Recon. Not able to get a stab in on the backside. He is going to be mirrored out, almost losing the Khan. The nice thing here is, like, you're not sandwiched. You can just go north to escape now. I was decided to go for the attack speed and hang around. I understand the logic here. So Recon's like, if I can just get rid of the spears, I can dive the Yumi anyway because it's Horseman v Yumi. But the damage just really isn't there at double Magadai. Not when you're on the clock like this to get those kills. And to make matters worse, Undermesh has just been queued up by B, so he will have the extra resistance to the low base damage of Magadai. And yes, this map, it was created by Avali, who has made a bunch of maps, made like Coastal Cliffs, I think is probably the most successful map. He made Oases, I believe Basin was another one. He's made quite a few. Okay, so what's Recon's end goal here? Because it feels like this is a bait and switch. He's saving up for Castle, but he's kind of adding in a bit of everything. I think the only thing missing at this stage is Spearman, which you're not going to build against this, but Keshiks, Magadai, Archers. Okay, there's the reinvestment. I was going to say, like, going Castle with all these different unit types feels kind of futile. You might as well build 2 or 3 unit types to keep your opponent defensive, and then tech. B. Not one to sit on his ass here. Makes a move towards the other side of the map. Recon gets the bad news with the scout and actually gets away alive. That's good. Magadai, I love this. Just blocking the berries as well as the deer. Board did just run out, so B just lost his best food income. Daimyo just got teched, so he can have access to the bannerman to give the buff damage to the archers. Double pasture. I like this from Recon, actually. A lot of Mongol players on this map don't set up the pastures early on. They end up being forced in a position where they run out of food, you don't want to set it up then because it's kind of like an investment return over time, so you want to do it earlier. And then they have to go out into risky location. Now, he is doing that, but he's got an outpost, and he doesn't have that many spears yet. B does get himself a worker kill, actually. Recon not packing up the stables to back it off here. A little bit surprised. That's one of the big advantages Mongols has. And now he's got sunken cost fallacy where the Keshik's almost here, so he might as well birth it. Another worker goes down. He's caught Recon at a very early phase. He doesn't have that archer transition, nor does he have the Uvu pump to ramp up the production rate. No, this is problematic. The forward Uvu is actually griefing Recon pretty hard. B is going to get backstabbed, but it's mostly just the Magadai. Only 2 horsemen, but the Keshik's going to dive past. It's going to be a trade out as archers get the good exchange there. And now he's able to push forward. Barely any spears here. 2, I think, coming through. Make it 3. Archers are going to just try to trade out their lives to get those kills so the cavalry can win the fight, potentially. But Recon, heavily outnumbered now. On top of that, he doesn't have Undermesh. Yeah, B's going to turn it into a blacksmith victory. That's a huge difference right now. He's got the steeled arrow. He's got the bannerman. So the Keshik's only 3 armor. They're taking over 6 damage. Or close to. That's going to be enough to run him through. Well played by B. Just leveraging the fact that Japan builds their blacksmith earlier than any other civ in Age of Empires 4. Because it's their mining camp. And often slept on detail, but, you know, the reason why we haven't really seen that blacksmith detail matter before is that Japan wasn't playing Yumi in previous times. Ever since the Yumi meta came in, that early presence, that ridiculously early presence of a blacksmith makes a world of difference here on timings. And now, be content to just anchor himself on the edge of Recon's base with a better gathering rate. He's moved for the second ball. It's going to be double outpost to fortify the area. Recon is running out of deer down here. And not just that. B. He's suspicious right now. Yeah, he's going to creep one archer off. Probably just leave him there capturing the outpost. If he does this, if he takes the neutral outpost, he should bare minimum see the Gur, which is going to tip the hat and allow the rotation. B. This is the other annoying thing. Yumi are just so fast. Technically, if Recon could scale archers, he'd be favored here because actually with Deerstone, archers of Mongols are quicker. But he's just so far behind on count and kind of feels like he lacks the food to surge production now. Yeah, I like this though. It's risky, but he has to take risks, so he sneaks his wood line to the north. Preferably would have stuck this inside the stealth forest actually, because you might get seen like this. I mean, judging by minimap, he's apparently in stealth forest, but it's not very convincing. But yeah, I imagine once we reach about like 30, 35 Yumi, that's when actually Castle Age looks really nice. That's kind of the key number where Yumi can take over the game entirely with a tech. Especially if you Yorishiro drop for the Yumi upgrade. Which in this type of game, it definitely makes a lot of sense. Your opponent can't really afford many heavily food-based units with the little access he has on the map. Keshik's to the dive in. Double Rax does get intercepted. Can't really hang around here, though. Recon still lacking Undermesh. Only just dropped the blacksmith. And the spears plus the archers are grinding down this outpost. Can't get sniped. Keshik dead as well. Oh my god, the lack of Undermesh in this game is hurting me. Why does Recon hate his people so much? He's playing Keshik into Yumi and losing. And he loses the villages. He couldn't get the repairs. Man, B, just so good at playing this early game. I mean, Recon, we've been praising him for evolving into an aggressive player, but maybe this has caught him off guard. I mean, B, you know, early days, you could argue someone maybe looked to seek out the late game occasionally, but that's not the B we see time and time again. That first 15 minutes, often proving to be flawless aggression, will get him the opening win in our quarterfinals. I mean, it's a short one. Part of me wants to be, this is why you don't open Dark Age Horseman. Keck W. Rough beginning, and yes, the series is live. Why is it someone always ask the question if it's live? It even has live in the title. Come on. So we got game 1 for B. I think the reason why it always drives me crazy is like, if you haven't seen it, who cares? I guess if you're a gambaholic, then it matters to you. Like, you come in, I'm streaming, and you're like, is he live? No, I'm a zombie. All right, a Rocky River. We've got Lancaster versus Mali next. Recon has been very creative with his Malian at the moment. We saw that he's very fixated on this like hyper scout builds where you just spam them up. How's the Lancaster though? I don't know if you can really get value with the scout spam against that. So Civ that likes to build spears, and also the scouts don't have armor for diving the defenses. So we'll mark it up. I think we're getting game in 2 minutes. Yeah. If you're real, hold up a spoon above your head. I can't afford a spoon. Not enough people have subbed today. Hey, spoons ain't cheap. All right. Like, all the metal is going to get used to build the Skynet robots. So, like I'm fighting against AI to buy metal at this point. It's a hard life. It's a hard knock life. Okay. Does anyone else, when you hear the song, you know, that It's a Hard Knock Life song, does anyone else just immediately picture Dr. Evil from Austin Powers? Got that real silverware? No, that's the point. I can't afford the silverware. It's a hard knock. Do you guys not remember that one? I want to play it, but I'm pretty sure if I do, I'm going to get demonetized on YouTube. Man, I don't know. I don't know if I want another... I kind of want another Austin Powers. I just don't know if it would hit the same in 2025. And also, anyone who's like heard the stories about like Mike Myers, he doesn't paint a good picture. Which is sad as well, because that guy was genius in a lot of ways. Like the Scottish accent, I believe, was his idea. I think originally Shrek was going to be like middle-classy British or something. And he recommended that they go with a Scottish accent, which was iconic for Shrek. Are birds real? No, we're just all CCTV for the government. You got us. Oh, do you guys hear? Like, Battlefield 6, obviously beta ended, but you can now get a bunch of skins by playing Battlefield 2042. I played a little bit last night. I regret. I'm now like, I don't think it's worth getting the skins, man. Alright. Let's get ready. Let's flip the score. Let's hop in. I hear you are a lover of creative Malian builds. Let me show you the two most creative people when it involves Malians we've got. Recon has got some crafty builds up his sleeves. B has experienced crafty builds recently when he went up against Anatan's 2TC Gangbush. Welcome back to the channel, folks, for our quarter-final showdown in the $20,000 midweek muster. This is an interesting one, actually. Recon, I've been talking to him a little bit, and he's been theory crafting some ideas around scout spam. Not for pro scouting, but simply for fighting. In fact, last time we watched Recon play Malians, it was against Wham, where he went, I think, 20-something scouts and just essentially tried to play Age of Mythology. You know, where you just play Poseidon with Hippias and then you just keep poke raiding? That was Recon in a game of AoE4. And I think he might have similar ideas here, but Recon is already going to experience a little bit of frustration. B on Lancaster has gone for the Dark Age Rax Rush. And this is something that Recon will not be prepared for. No, a recent return to AoE4 has multiple problems here. For one, he might not realize just how prevalent House of Lancaster Dark Age rushes are. Another thing to consider here is at the highest level, these outpost rushes that come from the Spim and Spam have been countered by an early outpost play onto the Malian's gold. You can see by the way that Recon committed this many houses, he's not going for that blocker. So his gold is in trouble. Do we have a villager? We don't, because B doesn't know yet. He hasn't scouted in. He's now going to get the revelation there's no outposts. I wonder if he does actually go for like the dive and to commit tower now. Let me do the payouts because my mods, I can't believe it. How dare they take a break when I don't pay them anything? Does Recon have to care that much? If it's the mass scout build, not really, but do you really want to be scouting into spears? It's not also just the gold, it's the tree line. I mean, it's a secondary tree, so he can kind of shrug about that detail. But yeah, this is an ugly start. I'm wondering if, when I talk to Recon later about this, like, yeah, people are used to B being like this. I mean, I remember talking to Recon after a really infamous series, and all he had to say is freaking B. Like, that's all he could say about it. And I think, you know, in this situation, it's going to be muttering the same. I mean, we know B can be an aggressive party. He always has been capable of that in AoE4. But it really feels like he's been taking it the extra mile. Like, it used to be that B would open aggressively, and then you could argue be greedy, right? There was quite often a lot of situations where he would open up attacking, and then fall back for something a bit more macro-oriented. But the B of the last year or so has been 50 minutes aggro, no chill. Even the village is joining in. Like, god damn it, I want that pit mine gone. The funny thing is, actually, like, secretly, Lancaster and English should be the best outpost rushing civs in the game. Because their villagers come equipped to fight. The short bow means that Recon couldn't even think about pulling a villager to repair, even if this pit mine was partially in range of the TC. Yeah, he'd just get sniped over time. It would take a long time to kill him, but it would happen. So you'd have to keep pulling back, and then there's also the risk that your opponent charges in with the spears and stabs you while you're repairing. Lancaster Castle on the other side, though. B does go for the greedy play, which is to be expected. Marlians will eventually play catch-up. The idea with this type of rush, by the way, is to block the Marlians just greeding to the maximum. So when you rush them like this, it stops them from simply just going into mass branches with double mill. Yeah, forces reactions like this, so archery range has to come through. And I imagine Recon is aware that B behind this will just be being a greedy mother ducker because that's 95% of Lancaster games. The tree's now going to start being chopped. I like the beast just making a clear statement. I'm not leaving, by the way. You're going to have to turf me out. Good luck as well because I've got an outpost sitting right here. Does pay the archer in, actually. Recon? Recon? Oh my god, that's disastrous. Your opponent is being greedy behind this, and you just throw away an archer like that. The problem with this as well is, like, once you have two archers, the spearmen can't really torch as much anymore. They die too fast. One archer is kind of a shrug. Recon's got to pay attention here. You can't have that happen a second time. It's already proving pretty pricey between the pit mine and the houses. Recon will be setting up the pit mine to the north side now. Looks like we have got tech up complete. B, this is a fast castle build, I think. Kind of looks like it's going to be a white tower rush. Which is a bit crazy against Musafadi. Like, Musafadi actually counterplay you. Does B know about the other gold? He does. So he knows that there's going to be a pit mine over here anyway. And it's Mansa. It's like, technically, Recon can actually build the counterplay if this turns into a white tower rush. But it's not. No, dude, it's siege. Oh my god. What? B. He's actually going to go for a ram to clear additional infrastructure. This might actually backfire, though, because you can see that stables are coming. Double stables, in fact. We talked about this build. Recon is obsessed at the moment. He's a big fan of mass scouts with a few Sofa in Feudal. And Sofa, you know, they're going to be nice. They're going to basically keep your opponent away from just spamming archers. The scouts can actually beat spearmen just by kiting them and pulling away. The other important thing you have to remember here, guys, is that the scouts also happen to get bonus damage against siege. Yeah, they're phenomenal at killing them, actually. You got the +10 on bonus to siege, and the 7 base from going for the upgrade into Warrior Scouts. Recon. He's going for the AK. I don't think you really want this, though. It's too close to the edge of the map, unfortunately. But even without the AK, there's going to be 2 4Ks back here. And it's so crept in the corner, I don't think B's likely to see it anytime soon. B, who, by the way, is going Hobbler. And it looks like Recon, it's actually going to be Pro Scouts. Okay, so he does nibble at it. Interesting. Normally, Recon, when we see him do this, it's not just about picking up deer, it's about harassment. Maybe he just feels like against Lancaster, you can't really dive them easily because Lancaster Castle plus manners. Make no mistake about it, though, folks. Warrior Scouts beat Hobblars. It's not even close. Yeah, you pay the same resources. But Warrior Scouts are just better. Because they heal at a reasonable pacing and also have 10 extra HP by default. Like, the only upside you get is that Hobblars are slightly quicker. I mean, who just expects this, though? This is the wildness that I was warning about. This is why I said that this could easily end up being the series of the week. Game 1 was a little bit underwhelming. But Game 2, with this type of build, is already delivering the chaos we want to see. And let's not forget, Recon is very capable of innovation. He came up with some builds that have remained reliable to this day, right? Like, you guys remember the switch where Byzantines start playing Horsemen into Lombo? Recon was the first player we saw do that. He was practicing that on the ladder before it hit into competitive. I think at the time people called it the Beastie build, but I distinctly recall Beastie encountering Recon do it against him on the ladder. I think the difference is that Beastie then went and made a build order video. So much deer coming home. Archer spam as well. 14 Warrior Scouts. I mean, this is a crazy idea. It's not just about getting the deer. It's about the value of these guys to attack. Warrior Scouts are surprisingly effective. 7 base damage is respectable, as we saw compared to the Hobbler. Yeah, usually the weakness actually of mass Warrior Scouts is they kind of suck against archers, actually. Sounds very weird, right? But like a horseman has 125 HP plus the 2 ranged armor. You get 110 with 0 ranged armor. Hobblars, we just said that like you're better than them, but the Hobbler, if it was archers they're up against, they'd fare better because they double their damage against their target, and they also have 3 ranged armor while having 10 less health than scouts. Meanwhile, when it comes to Warrior Scouts, they don't get their bonus against ranged until age 3. Speaking of age 3. Oh, no. No. B is not going for it. He's hoarding gold because he's playing age. Blacksmith coming in behind this from Recon. The melee tech pays off really nicely for the scouts alone, but he obviously has archers as well. Recon, he's just going to A-click into the spears. Alright, this is unhinged. He doesn't even have that many archers yet. No, so B gets a decentish exchange at first, but you're seeing how it's turning around now. The spearman numbers shrink. Hobblars try to dive the backside to trade out against archers at least. But he's going to get body blocked out. And Recon will shove him away. Sofa's now being queued up. B can afford somewhat baddish trades when he's got the mana scaling behind, but never underrate the value of Pro Scouts. The deer gathering rate is nuts. Which is weird, because I thought it was venison. He did go for this pit mine, by the way. He even added in the mining camp. Wait, but Recon knows about this. Because I think, like, wait, mathematically, wouldn't he have got more? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Was it 8 or 9 you can get? You can get 9 up, can't you? What's this? 8. Yeah, so he could have got 8 here, but he placed the mining camp instead. That's kind of unfortunate, because if he went for his own gold, it was far enough away to build all the way around. Another haul of deer coming home. Oh my god! What? He's returning 11 deer at once. Yeah, he can gather more. Like, he's got extra scouts here. Dan, this is going to hoover up fast. There is, what, 9, 12, 15, 18 deer remaining. He almost has enough warrior scouts to pick up all remaining deer at once. Food explosion? I thought that's what happens a few hours after a Taco Bell, but... No, we got new meaning here. The food boom is real. Recon should never really end up running out of food in this fuel age. Rax is now being prepped behind this, so he is planning to add in the Donzo. Makes sense. I think as the army scale bigger and bigger, the Warrior Scouts value gets somewhat skinned away. The Warrior Scouts are really nice in early, mid-sized engagements. The reason is, at that stage, it's much easier to pull away injured Warrior Scouts, which will heal very quickly. When you get to these fat fights of 50, 60, 80 units, they just die too fast. Like, it's pure chaos. You're pretty much just A-clicking into a big mess. And Donzos are interesting into Lancastrian Spears. For multiple reasons, actually. So for one thing, the Hoblars having pretty low health against the Donzo Javelin throws hurts them a lot. The other thing is that there's a tech for Lancaster called Bill Hooks. The Bill Hooks tech gives them the -1 armor to their opponent. It offsets the Donzo's advantage of the +1 armor. But Donzos, still on top of that, do have an edge in terms of raw HP. You pay 10 extra resources for it, but when you add in the Javelin throw at the start, it definitely feels worth it for Malians. And we've got Farimba. Is he Mansa... Wait. Mansa Musafadi into Lancaster? That does sound really dangerous. I think Freeborn here could be pretty intriguing. But the problem is you don't have any reason to build Freeborn. I'm actually kind of hoping that Recon has been watching B in the past. B in the Farimba meta used to do something very interesting. He would tech up, but he wouldn't choose. He'd wait. The idea is meant to be you want your opponent to give you a reason to go something first. And if you look at B's board, he hasn't given you a reason to build anything out of the Farimba yet. Yeah, like Mansa Musafadi could technically be good against this though, which is why I'm leaning towards it, because of the melee armor. My only issue there is if you go Mansa Musafadi, you're against a Civ that loves to build Yeoman, and you're giving them the #1 reason to do so. Moment of Truth should be coming soon. Recon has a lot of upgrades queued. B will mirror the age up, and it is going to be a white tower. Yeah, and I don't really like this on the timing. I mean, it secures the 8K, or the 4K rather. Technically an 8K between the two. It does mean that he can leave his economy alone without worrying about it so much. But it also means you're missing some key skill options. You're not going to have the Hobbler charge in against archers. You're not going to have Knight spam potential against Sofa. And we're not going to have a choice made yet by Recon. He's holding on. This is a really creative build. Recon just approaching for a little bit of poke. He is going into the relics next. Somehow, by the way, this villager has been here this whole time. Has anyone played those Minecraft servers, the like survival islands, where you start with one block and you build the whole base from there? I think that's what we've got here. Little Steve over here. Sorry, Stevette building a base. Piece by piece. Recon is going to bail. He's got Surfer Mass incoming. But B, very healthy on the spear count. We also have the Yeoman. And now this is where Mansa Musafadi would suck. So it's a good thing that Recon didn't go for it. We've got Freeborn. Yeah, Freeborn is intriguing. The armor on Mansa Musafadi would have been nice, but the Yeoman would clear you. This way, Freeborn counter the Yeoman. Can't really reach them though, is the tricky part. But if you look at the rest of B's army, it's all low base damage. And Freeborn are kind of crafty, actually. They're very tanky, raw HP-wise. I think it's 160 or 180 HP. And you only pay, what, 125 resources to get that. Also, was it 4 ranged armor or 5? Against these mana spams, it's going to be pretty effective at getting in. The white tower is still going to kill you. Everything else, you don't really care about. B. Fishing towards the enemy side of the base. My side of the map, Bravo. Looking for some entry point. So much deer coming home, man. There's only 3 deer left on the map. All of it has gone to Recon. So far, I'm trying to catch up, but it's just tricky. Hobolars are fast. And the Warrior Scouts might as well just kind of hug the tree line and attack click back. D. Not able to stop all the deer getting home, though. Does get a read of the army, sees that it's Archer, Sofa, Scout, Donzos. But wait. Did he see that? Oh, he might have glimpsed that. That's important. The Freeborn just crept out. And here's what we were talking about. 5 ranged armor, 175 HP with 9 base damage. It's pretty damn tanky. Yeah, the biggest mistake people make with Freeborn is they don't play it like this, actually. A lot of people, when we saw them experiment with Freeborn, it was a Freeborn rush. So the only thing they had were these very tanky units that do little damage. Recon has his damage. He's got archers. He's got Sofa. The Freeborn are just meant to be an aggressive tank. And we have got the Ram play now coming in. Now, I said that the Freeborn shouldn't really gap close the Yeoman. In fairness to them, they actually are quicker, as you can see, the 1.38 movement speed. But it's still a 6-tile range unit that moves very fast, so it is difficult to get on top of them. Where Freeborn look best is against civs that are building things like crossbows, for example. Yeah, which is something you could expect out of B, considering you've been building Sofa. And Recon. It is going to be triple ram to move in towards the White Tower. Now this is getting interesting. The 4K, that's all the gold that B has. He's tapped almost 2,000 out of it so far. If he wants Hobbler, he's going to need gold. If he wants Earl's Guard, he's going to need gold. Knight's gold. The Yeoman pull out of the Lancaster Castle also will require gold. And the torches are out. Check this. The Warrior Scouts on the Sofa go in. Oh, it's actually coming. It's a full send. Oh my god. So much for the White Tower protecting you. Villagers have to pull out. They're just not winning the race. The repair's not quick enough. On top of that, B's army is not here. They're only now arriving. White Tower's down. Recon now able to commit to the clash. Sends the Spearman in first. Yeoman trying to snipe that down. Monk is going to be on the way for the wall lol attempt. He's going to wall lol out here. Recon in a weird position. Does pull away. Remember, the White Tower doesn't disappear. Frontline is holding now for Recon. Archers tugging down, but they're actually hitting into Demi-Lancers. Needs to be dealing with the spears. The Sofa wave mostly gone, actually. There's no scouts left alive. It's more or less on the Freeborn, of which Recon has got 2 here. Oh my god, no. No. Guys, the Freeborn are important at this stage. The melee mosh pit is clearing. It's like half army is ranged now for B. Freeborn would have been great to have at this moment. Going to start a step away. They can still clutch up if he baits the army out deep enough. Spearmaster's at least mostly being cleared. B, he done the Yeoman pull. He's up to 40 now, but here we go. Recon jumps in from the side. The Freeborn do get in range. Remember, they get bonus damage against them here. B, at risk of being overextended here. A few Spearmen are left alive to jump in on the Sofa. However, the Freeborn are clearing him up. He went from 40 Yeoman down to just 25. That's ridiculous. I don't know if that was intentional from Recon, but he made the best of a weird situation, idling out the Freeborn at the back. And shout out to Marinelord for the raid. You brought people into the party. Recon versus B. A series that should provide chaos and clowniness. And seeing Freeborn return to competitive AoE 4 is on that list. Oh, man. Especially with Pro Scouts on this map. He got 38 deer. But that deer must be running out soon. I think, is he shifting to cattle? Might be forced to. Am I watching the Gamescom event today? I thought the Microsoft event is tomorrow, no? No, Thursday, right? There is no Gamescom event today. It's Tuesday. Looks like 6 Sight's going to start locking in B. Has got a gold issue, though. He only has this 2k. Recon's crept more. I'm pretty sure Gamescom doesn't start until tomorrow. It's 20th to 24th. I should know. I was planning to go. So I guess Microsoft is doing some sort of pre-show thing? I don't know. I can't believe that, man. Recon. This is the thing. Like, that was a great push, but the problem here now for him, look at the food. B has built so many farms behind this. He's already at 39. Recon, he's at least padding himself with the cow now, filling up the ranches. He's getting his own farms as well. So we are getting a meat grinder still to come. Looks like he did actually find the pit mine, so he now knows. And B has gone for a full Osgard switch. This is bad news for Recon if he doesn't realize. I mean, actually, in fairness, Sofa do quite well there. The Freeborn aren't going to struggle a bit. But the interesting part, actually, is like Osgard is easily counterplayed here by Muso Fadi. I think the reason why Recon might be reluctant to do that is Yeoman do kill Muso Fadi insanely fast. We might check in on Gamescom. It depends on whether this series finishes quick enough or we'll hop in midway. So yeah, we'll probably look in at some Gamescom. Recon even taking risk out on the berries now. This is like the obnoxious thing about Lancaster, though. They're just sitting in their base with 9 manas, getting so much food for doing nothing. On top of that, he's got 40 farms. Like, how do you really compete with this reliably? Recon's getting bursts of income, but the longer he sits back, the worse this is going to feel. Yeah, at this point, like, it just kind of exacerbates the absurdity of Lancaster. Do I think they're the most broken civ in the game? No. They have break points where you can kill them. The problem is, when you just choose to not aggressively play the game, when you take a chill pill like this, it feels like Lancaster always benefits more. You know, Recon is sitting on 1 TC. He hasn't got Fulani. He's got map control, sure. The only weakness of B is the gold we talked about. So it's not to say that Recon is screwed. Like, actually, if he wins the next fight, he's in a really good position. Because, wait. Oh, come on. Are you kidding me? He was allowed to sneak out to Recon's gold. All right, that changes everything. I was about to say B's going to run out of gold, but that's not the case. He instead is going to run into Recon's base. Bet Donzos are in. Knights not really doing anything nightly. No, B just kind of A-clicks them. But he did just split the army. And he has got arrow rain on the way. 55 seconds out from it hailing from above. Elsgard reveal is going to be there. It's big. 41 in total. However, there are 30 Sofa to argue back. B regrets coming out. He retreats. The Knights are being chased away. The White Tower has been repaired. And he baits him in for a fight underneath it. We've got the Poison Arrows Archers in. The Sofa do very well against Elsgard here. They're going to commit around the back. Body block comes in. B needs to protect those Yeomen. Trying to target down the remaining Donzos. Can he be quick enough about this, though? Recon. He's going to get backstabbed himself by the Knights, but they're all heavily damaged. They're going to be brought down. It's a full meat grind fiesta. Recon maintaining a slight lead, but the gap is closing fast. And on top of that, you're going to have to ask the question about where he gets more food afterwards. Yeah, B is just holding on. This is ridiculous. He tried to play the long con, inflate up to 200 pop, and then push. And that's exactly what Lancaster wanted here. Sing shot on the chase. And this is nightmare fuel now. That ability is going to allow B to get first strike potential on every future engagement in this game. But there might not be many future engagements left. You've got a bunch of berry gathering on the front line. You're getting idled off of the fish. The farm count back at home for Recon isn't out of control. He's at 14 farms. He needed more time to make that transition. And it doesn't look like B's going to give it to him. Mass Ulsgaard into a Civ that has got the perfect melee answer, but just can't because Yeoman exists. What a wacky game. I mean, Recon definitely shows something special with this Mass Warrior Scout opening. Not something you really see anymore. Even making it win against Spearmen. I mean, it gave me flashbacks to the Malian King tournament, where Malians were able to cheese with the Warrior Scouts to beat anything, even Spears. But unfortunately, after that, Recon never really found the kill point. I mean, the Freeborn idea was cool. He came close, but he didn't seem to be ready for the atypical Lancastrian greed. He fizzle out at the end of the fight. Freeborn not able to carry anymore. It's a switch into Musafadi, but B, he's already pivoting now into Spearman plus the Yos. He has the answers to end this game. And villager kills are real. He found 11 so far amidst all this. Only the Sofa hold on, but with mass spears coming, the writing's on the wall. GG gets called. Recon with a wild approach to Malians, and I can't believe how close he came to actually breaking the Lancastrians upon Castle. But in the end, the Demon Civ wins again. Yeah, so recap on that. Recon, he got spear rushed, outpost rushed. He lost his opening pit mine. He then built up to 14 warrior scouts, research pro scouts. B reacted with more spears and Hobbler. The archers get added in by Recon, and he basically starts fighting spearmen plus Hobbler before his archers even arrive, and he wins that fight. It's wild. Crazy game out of him, but still wasn't able to put a dent in B. But yeah, I was talking to Recon a little bit about this, and he was saying that he thinks there's something to this build. So he took it a step further. I mean, he's getting there, but not quick enough. Best of 5. We've still got at least one more game here. After this, we should have Anatan versus sort of. So a busy evening. I don't know if we're going to have the time for Numidan versus Valdemar. But yeah, we should be able to find Anatan sort of after this. It might be a case of hopping in mid-series. What do you do now as Recon? So you've done Rocky River plus the open map of Front Range. You've got Dry Arabia, Frisian, or Gorge. Probably Gorge. Is he going to go Roos? And your opponent would what? Roos, and he... Does he maybe play Shushi in response? Let's find out. They're getting ready to load in. We can hop in a sec. Will I ever play on the ranked ladder? We talked about this before, right? Is like, if we start averaging across a month, 750 plus people tuning in, then yeah, we'd go ahead and we'd like do a Road to Conk series. That's what we said we'd do. But you got to have milestones. I'm not just going to throw it out there. You got to earn it. So you got to keep bringing more and more people in. The boys loaded in yet? They have. Here we go. Okay, so it is going to be Frisian. It's not going to be Iabids. We've been seeing a lot of that here. It's going to be French versus Order of the Dragon. A little bit of an unusual pick, actually, by the two. Maybe not so much Order of the Dragon. With Sim B, he actually likes this OTD pick. In fact, this Order of the Dragon pick cost him Grand Finals last week. And then that leaves Gorge later on for Rus, or what, Byzantines, probably? I think Recon, if he can cinch up here, he's looking at IU for Dry Arabia. And you're probably going to be like, what, IU into HRE, maybe? No, it'd be Ibid versus Shushi, I'd imagine, on Dry Arabia. And then you could, because I think HRE is maybe a bit better on Gorge, because if you aggro, you can block the fort resources really well.
The interesting thing there, though, is Recon probably has the most entertaining and creative approach to Ibid right now with these Master Smith builds. So let's see if we can get a point on the board. It'd be great to see if that comes out. By the way, guys, reminder, we have got the giveaway still going on. We'll give away the key at some point in the stream today. Exclamation mark give King watching if you want to be in a chance of getting your hands on The King is Watching, which is an incredible indie game which came out about a month ago. Had a lot of fun with that one. Order Dragon way better versus French than IU? Well, I think if you play against Ibid, you inherently just end up moving towards Gilded Crossbows anyway. French probably has more aggression into Order the Dragon early on. And then, like, what, draft-wise, was there something else he's worried about coming out on... Yeah, I think... Was he worried about... Not Ottoman, surely. I mean, you don't really want to pick French and Otto, right? It can work, but the Frisian's a more defensive map. The reason why we watch this stream and not the others, being conk free is not everything. Hey, you say that. I played Battlefield, I had one bad day, people flame me. They didn't talk when we recover then. I've like, so a bit of background on why I don't really play the game. I already create so much content casting the game, right? And that's the niche, that's the role we fill, and we fill it well. I think we do it the best you could ask for. If I play even more AoE4, you're just like, I'm just going to burn myself out, you know? Like, Marine Lord knows what I'm talking about. You have to take breaks from these things. If you just keep doing only that, like, it does burn you out. You have to have your breathing time, your, like, recreational time, etc., right? And the other thing as well is I'm a perfectionist. So if we go on the path towards, like, grinding or whatever, I'll just take it full, like, I'll full commit. And, like, what'll happen is, let's say I hit conk free, great, but now what? That's the problem I've had in every single game where I've done it. Every single game where I've grinded to the top percentile, I've, to a certain degree, regretted it because it's an impressive accomplishment, but then also it's like, you view the game in a way that is like maybe less enjoyable because it's more like a structural, logical approach instead of just for fun. It's a weird experience. I think playing the game could help you understand some situations better. I can see where you're coming from on that, but I think just as valuable is actually watching a lot of pro play to research. Like, one thing that I'm really like a big believer in, and it is true, is like this whole idea, like one thing I hate is when people like, to be a caster, you have to have been a former pro player. It's one of the stupidest comments ever. And this has been echoed by like all the best casters in different esports. As long as you're putting your time in researching all the different things behind the scenes, like it's a craft, it's a different skill set. And yeah, we're just waiting to hop in. What's up, Baltin? Don't play it. The map pool make you want to quit. Yeah, the map pool does look pretty dull at the moment. Maybe that's why more pros need to be signing up to KPMM, where we've got incredible maps. That's right. Let's be totally real about this. All right, the pub map pool sucks. We got the good stuff, and we got the good series. Recon versus B. A battle between entertainers. We enter game number 3, but things are looking bleak for Recon over here in the blue. He's 2-0 down in this best of 5, despite an incredible effort to crush the Lancastrians in game number 2. It backfired. They were able to hunker down and pull through. So what does Recon do? He goes back to the board. He says, what's more aggressive than Malians? He swings the French. Phrygian Marsh is going to be the map. B, a 3D clown on the other side, is going to be pulling out Order of the Dragon. And it is going to be a Dark Age dock opening, something that feels very safe against French, because they're not normally a Civ that is going to open with spears. And what is up? I see my boy Lizard over there on the YouTube chat. Just too sexy anyway? Whoa, okay. I think we need to get you some new glass lenses. Other casters are conk free and their opinion is more credible. Opinions are like assholes and everyone has them. So like, there are things that, for example, a conk-free caster will be able to talk to you better about within a commentary standpoint. But there's also things that someone who's just conk-free will be inherently worse than someone who focuses on other things, statistics, or, for example, the raw play-by-play commentary. In an ideal world, I think I've talked about this quite openly as well. Like, I think I know the game reasonably well, but also, if I'm on the cast with someone who is a pro player, I would happily have them sit there and do the analysis and just leave the play-by-play to me. Because that then also empowers my skills as an interviewer, which, I mean, hell, we're going to flex and just say it confidently, I think is unrivaled in AoE4. Because then what you do, I mean, like, it's good that Lizard's here in the YouTube chat. So Lizzie is the first person that, like, I really smashed this into on Dota 2, because we used to cast that together. And I remember I used to say, I don't know if Lizard remembers this, I'll play stupid so you play smart. That was our motto. And the whole idea is, like, he knows the game intrinsically on a level that I can't begin to fathom because I'm not playing at that level, right? So what I would utilize is my skills to tap into that, right? My goal whenever I'm on a broadcast is let's make the other people look as good as possible. And that amplifies the show. And the problem is, there's a really backwards warped brain thought within RTSs where people want to be the play-by-play. Because play-by-plays are a rarer role than analysts, and they think that play-by-plays get all the glory. But if you actually put a lot of effort into innovating the way that you analyze the game, you get the glory. A perfect example of this I always go to is Kyle in Dota 2, where he would make speculations 10 minutes in advance. He was wrong a lot of the time, but then that gave him an interesting analytical loop back on why he was wrong, what changed. But when he was right, it looked incredible. He used to call him Aura Kyle. So talking about this matchup a little bit, though, I wonder if Recon's going to try to play old school French Frisian. We used to see Frisian was a great map for trade, but we're already not seeing Chamber of Commerce. It's going to be standard School of Cavalry. Well, thank you, Faye. Like, I hit on that as well. I think, like, the idea that rank just dictates knowledge is flawed. And I can prove this, like, in different games. I mean, I remember in Dota 2, there was a coach for a champs level team that they trusted implicitly, that's rank was equivocal to gold. Why did I stop casting Dirt, if I may ask? You just fall out of the loop, right? Like, I missed out on the beginning of the DPC League, and when that happened, so when they moved towards leagues, I kind of got screwed over pretty hard. I was locked in for a certain region, and then they changed direction last second, and it was too late to get somewhere else. So then I was stuck without a home. And the thing about some scenes is when you're out of the loop, if you're out of the loop, you just stay out of the loop. You need a way to get back in, so you need to work very hard to find a penetration point, a TO to work with implicitly that trusts in you to get back in. And the problem is Dota 2 hasn't really had many new coming TOs that would have allowed for that. So, we have got Arkin coming in for B, by the way. I'm not surprised by that. Mine work doesn't really seem that tasty up against French. You're not really going to benefit from something like an early men at arms timing, right? Game knowledge is information per se, while playing the game is experience. Commentary based on information will always be a bit less than commentary based on experience. But your experience comes from watching the mutations. Like, you know, to say that we've watched and cast more games than anyone else in the scene isn't a small statement, and it does carry a certain weight. It does mean that you maybe, I don't want to say struggle on like trying to take the speculative off-road, but you have to lean harder on that experience. Like your statement there has a lot more weight in the very early days of a scene, where like analysis-wise you do need to experience it because you can't have seen enough rotations of the gameplay to make speculations, if that makes sense. And you can see that if you look back at my commentary when AoE4 first came out. Oh, also, the other thing I'll say is passion cells. If I had to trade the way I cast to know everything about AoE4, but sound like a dry piece of, like, cardboard casting, I wouldn't. In fact, the reason why I enjoy watching these two so much is I know I'm often going to get in the game and at some point completely lose track of what the hell is happening.
That's when I think Age of Empires 4 thrives the most, is when you have these crazy off-meta people evolving all the time. This has been a very slow start to the game, hasn't it? B did lean into Horseman, which is enabled by the fact that he's got fishing. Horseman is kind of interesting here, though. Like, against Knights, they trade okay-ish. It's still not going to feel great, though, because Knights can pull away, heal up, etc. And I love this from Recon. It's going to be a pivot into Spearman. The question now, has he been baited by Recon? Because Gilded Archers is kind of interesting here. Gilded Archers, very expensive, but they do have higher base damage than Standard Archers and great attack speed. So they can hit Knights quite well. The only concern there is quite often when you're playing against Knights, if you try to switch Gilded Archers, your clump is very small. Like, think about it this way. A Gilded Archer is going to be 2/3 of the cost of a Knight. That's pricey. Don't know why Drongo's out of the loop. Time zones, probably focus on his own content. The thing you guys have to realize is, like, for what you get paid for a day of casting EGC, which can be 8 hours long, versus Drongo just recording a game and then editing it, taking less than 2 hours a day. If Drongo is averaging, say, 10k views per video, he's probably making about 80 bucks. So, like, his time investment logic doesn't add up. If he can just, like, pound out 3 videos in the same time that he does EGC, like, the upside is 10k might be the low side, 20k might be the upside. So you could generate 160 bucks for one video. And content creation is very time consuming. Recon, he set up for this boar a long time ago, by the way. He's been very hesitant because of the horsemen nearby, but I love to see him now leaning into it. With the spears, he feels pretty confident. Had to be a little bit careful, though, because Gilded Horsemen are insanely tanky. It's good that Recon has Wheelbarrow, because there's a good possibility here that when this gets dove, the spearmen get ignored, and the villagers get targeted. It actually might even be worth Recon's time to go for textiles. How does B do so well in KPMM and yet totally fail in S-tier tournaments? Evolution of meta on a week-by-week basis. We evolve the state of the rules frequently. An S-tier tournament allows players to prep for weeks. B is advantaged in situations where he can catch you off guard with creativity. But when people have grinded out that creativity, that's where the more orderly players fashion themselves as the victors. Dive in and you just see how tanky these horsemen are. And what is up, my boy Mister? He comes in to watch his friendly trash panda try to slay some of AU4's finest. Always nice to have Mister around. And B just, it's so many horsemen. When do you ever see OOTD spam horsemen like this? Especially against knights. And Faye hit on the head, by the way, about the commentary talk. It's all about weaving narratives. Like, the thing that people misunderstand about casters, a caster is not a knowledge box on all things. A caster is not a pro player that knows the game the best. A caster is a storyteller. Now, someone can know every single fact about a world they create, but the way they tell it, like, you know, many people have tried to tell a story like Tolkien, where it's just all the facts of the world and it doesn't work. Many more people have had success writing a narrative about people and their journey through the world. And yo, what a journey that is. The knights, they wrap around the back. It's a lot of spearmen coming, and there it is. B, he finally pulls the trigger. Now, this is interesting. There's this weird kind of rubber band balance between late transitions. You'd think because you see spearmen, you should be prepping Gilded Archers straight away. But if you let your opponent keep setting the rope and keep pulling at it and building more and more spears, yes, it seems more scary, but as you get later on into a game, you have more economy to swing, which means you can technically make your rubber band transition aggressively, right? You can actually afford triple archer range compared to one archer range. So I get what B is trying to aim for here. It is difficult that the horsemen have not found raid targets, though. Especially that Recon has extended onto these extra resources just to kind of keep his food ahead. Menu of Gold used to love Drongo cast. I mean, that's the trick, right? Like, some people want the technical cast, some people just want the entertainment. I love Drongo, but it reminds me of, like, I think Drongo's approach is to be an entertainer more than just be a caster, if that makes sense. And that's absolutely fine. That works very well for YouTube. Spearman? Wrong neighborhood. When you turn up to the gang hoodlum knife fight with a toothpick, and you think you're John Wick. But spears counter horsemen, guys. Recon. He could have gradually burned this down. Needs to be a little bit careful. But yeah, so perfect example of what I mean about like Drongo commentary versus like our commentary. So our commentary on this channel, by the way, very different to when you catch me on a broadcast. It's very different because it's more personalized and it's interactive here, right? And pause that for, we'll come back to it because this fight is actually important. The horsemen are pummeling down the spears. Their health bars don't look good. I don't think that was a good exchange. He killed what? 4 spearmen, lost 2 horsemen? Horsemen of the Order of the Dragon cost the same as a knight. However, look at what's happening elsewhere. The Gilded Archers. I think the weird part about this to me for B is that he's trading horsemen for spears, but building archers. Would you rather not trade horsemen for knights so that you have archers for spears? But yeah, the thing I was going to say is, I mean, in some ways a bad example because he's a bad person, judging by the accusations made. But like Rich Campbell was very good as an entertainer on a broadcast. He worked some of the most impressive tournaments in the world. But his whole thing is it was almost like a streamer on an esports broadcast. Whereas when you look at someone like Dash, very different style and approach. This is just getting ridiculous, by the way. Like, does Recon even know that it's Gilded Archers? It hasn't been revealed once. No, I actually really don't think he realizes. And I love that coming in that little bit of insight. We've talked about Recon skipping villages before. Yes, I agree. Like, it's in Myth, and Mr. will be able to speak to this a lot deeper. In Myth, you can kind of get away at times with skipping villages to get an advantage on military timings. But Age of Empires 4, and maybe we're wrong about this, but I don't think we are. We haven't seen the proof of it so far. In Age of Empires 4, you should always be producing villages. It is a huge net negative to stop villager production. And it kind of feels like Recon did in this game, doesn't it? I mean, B... Wait, no, it's a lie. I didn't see it because of the green on the berries and the terrain. Look at what B done. He's got 14 fishing boats. No wonder he's got so many horsemen and archers. Oh my god. Oh, that's true. You do have the auto queue. Was that kept in competitive? I heard rumors that was being taken out. The funny thing is, despite the fact that B has 14 fishing boats, Recon is catching up. And reminder, these shoreline fish aren't that great on gathering rates, really. So he has got a competitive economy. In fact, if we look at the food, the difference that really matters is wood. And what is up, Doncon? Appreciate the sub, mate. Thank you. Another ball. This is just a giant game of cat and mouse. Okay, hear me out. B's strategy is Castle Age, veterancy on Gilded Archers, and full commit. Oh, he feels a little bit paranoid, though. Spearman now getting added in. Maybe he does send it in the feudal. The only weird thing about going Castle with mass Gilded Archers is your opponent could then go Castle and get Vet Knights, and then the Gilded Archers are kind of redundant. It's just so weird, because if Recon just dips into the base once, he knows. And this many Knights should do very well against the Gilded Archer villagers. Oh, wait, it's the moment of truth. B, he doesn't know. Recon, he has the scout. He backs off. Now, the question is, does Recon just fully invest now in Knights and look to steer towards tech? Also, was this an intentional bait by B? Because he walked out and then back in? And he is prepping Spearman, which has not been revealed. Horsemen, in the meantime, are going to get inside. Hunting for the workers. This is actually feeling like an elaborate bait by B. Recon is only building Knights now. He's saving up for an A-job. And I believe, is B building the spearman into the back line? He is. He's doing the same spot. This spot right here is the bait spot. It's the subtle detail where he hides the next transition. And somehow, even though Recon has got mass knights, he hasn't noticed it once. No, the only time he saw the unit transition is when B revealed it to him. The crazy thing is, like, how did B know? Maybe he saw the knights rotating here and he got suspicious. These horsemen are just buying so much time. Horseman will get a poke at it. Recon, he only got one worker kill, but reminder, like, these horsemen, you can't think of the horsemen as the win condition anymore. Really, they've never truly been the win con. They've just been the distraction, which is part of the plan. But the coup de grace, the kill order that B's looking for, is mass gilded spearmen. They're his MVP. There is Obi-Wan. And they are on their way to Mustafar to burn it all down. Gilded archers into the center. Recon sees it. Spearman follow-up is going to be revealed as well. And this is where Recon has to be getting that oh no feeling. This is huge, guys. 20 gilded spearmen. It's 40 spearmen, really. These guys do not die to a charge in at all. 180 HP. They have as much raw HP as a Royal Knight. It's 190 versus 180. Not just that. Check the bonus damage. 52 damage. 4 hits and the knight is dead. People moaning about spears not countering. These are for you. Turns around now with a brace. Pinches him straight away. The stabs start coming through. The Gilded Archers stand their ground. The horsemen now rotating. Needs to be stabbing onto the knights, really. He forced the retreat. And look at the bodies! It's an absolute bloodbath! He killed what? 2 Gilded Archers? 2 spearmen? Lost 10 knights! B, with the perfect example of how delayed transitions can lay the foundations of disaster. Recon, he's just got nothing left to play with here. Guildhall's on the way, but what do you do? I mean, there's no doubt about it. You're going to get dove. Horseman, able to raid onto the workers. Recon just trying to buy time with the knights. He's got some farms behind this, but I don't think he's got enough time for Guildhall play. On top of that, the Gilded Archers are moving in. A lot of outposts here, sure, but a lot of villages that really B should be scrambling towards. What a game. I think this might be one of the most impressive OOTD games I've seen in a while. It's the subtle details, right? It just looked like a game where they were running around after each other, not doing much, but it's what B was doing behind that mattered most. Another outpost to be burnt down. Recon with the age up. You can see B's already stockpiling. Gilded Archers are going to get backstabbed, but they do enough damage to start sniping down these knights. Yeah, it's not as good of an exchange for Recon as you think until the veterans he gets in. Spearman also chasing. He's going to club down a few now, but the rival of Spearman, this gets ugly. He hasn't got veterancy. All right, that's it. Game over. Recon, he's got 400 food income. He has no map access, no hope in hell. He just discovered what's happening down here. B, with the sneaky dock plays, getting into the fish he needed to blob 32 Gilded Spearmen for the dive. I mean, it's just fantastically played. B, we know he loves these sneaky docks as well. It's something that Recon's going to get familiar with, because I remember he used to do this a lot with Abbasid Iabid. Gilded Archers will just snipe down the workers. They have insane attack speed to do so. And at this point, Recon is just processing the loss. Once the tech up completes, I imagine we're going to get a wave of that white flag and a 3-0 victory for B. The expected outcome of his experience here. But credit to Recon for sticking in the arena. Game 2 in particular, but this one, you can't really talk about anything but B. A masterclass in delayed transitions. Absolutely incredible game. That might be my favorite one of the day. Even though it looked like a stomp at the end, right? There we go. Just had to make a note of what we're going to call that one. Recon kept running around for too much with no raids. So the problem is Recon's paranoid about diving the base to raid because gilded units in particular kind of like that. Gilded units suck when they have to cover multiple angles. But on Frisian Marshes, you're crumped up in a corner. You don't actually have to cover many angles. So like Recon probably should have tried to dive a few knights in. But his paranoia is if there are some spearmen there and he sends in 3 or 4 knights, they're probably not coming out. I think that's what freaked him out. Recon probably would have been a bit more competitive in this one if he'd scouted the docks. I think that was the big mistake I'd highlight from that game for Recon. He didn't realize, and Recon can attest this, I don't think Recon realized that the docks were there until right at the end. And that's really what killed him. Because it was it 16 fishing boats we said? 16 fishing boats. That's how he was able to afford mass horsemen, mass gilded archers, and then into mass spears. They really give that much food. It's, was it 3 fish per pond? So it's 1,500 food per pond. He's got 4 ponds operational. That's 6,000 total food. The gathering rate isn't insane, but it's still extra economy. It's pretty important if you think about it. I'm sorry, I accidentally just closed the game. So, good timing, actually, as I believe... Did someone say something about Gamescom? Do you guys want Gamescom, or do you want... Wait, can we even watch this, actually, now that I think about it? Or do we watch the Anatan, sort of? Anatan, sort of, probably? Alright, should we get ready for another? I think, are they drafting now? Hope they're drafting now. So yeah, we'll have another series. I'm probably going to give away the King is Watching Steam key in this one. So if you haven't entered already, it is ! give King watching to be in with a chance of winning that key. I'll be giving it away at some point in this series. So it looks like the boys have drafted. Let's get ready to reset the draft and load that stuff in. Anatan is sort of. I think they're getting ready to hop into lobby now for game number 1. Draft, they are going to be picking in a second. And you are correct, Recon. Yeah, it's the correct mindset. I've seen a few French picks since that rework, and like the docks do feel really good in some matchups because of the fact that you're spending 100 wood instead of 150 because you're getting the house as well, right? Oh, yeah, I need to pay out your gambas, don't we? Oh, wait, already did. Thank you. Oh, by the way, guys, if you haven't already, make sure you're following the channel because this isn't just it. We're doing this every Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday for the next 39 weeks. $20,000 prize pool. Winners every single time around. We're even going to have third place matches. So on the Fridays, that should make things more interesting instead of just the round of 32s. It can be quite stompy. If you haven't already, by the way, make sure you join the Discord because we also do ping when signups open for the next week. On top of that, we're trying to build a nice little community there. You guys should be able to meet like-minded people, figure out who's a Japanese fiend and who you want to get on your team in team games. Use the Discord for all that. You like Japan on front range? Seems good. Yeah, I think Japan's like the most popular pick alongside HRE. You probably want to check in on Wham's game against Myriad Recon, and you'll find that one intriguing for HRE. Really, really powerful. Actually, no, sorry. It was GIF versus Wham with HRE. It was a Minework Horseman Spearman raid game. Are mirror picks possible? No. We done away with mirror picks quite a while ago in Age of Empires 4. When they introduced Sultan's Ascend, it just didn't seem logical anymore. Because now we have enough picks in AoE4, you don't need to allow mirrors. Where does the $20,000 come from? I wear a really tight dress and work all night. I mean suit. I wear a really tight suit and I work all night on calls talking to Microsoft to convince them to give us the money. So yeah, we get the funding from World's Edge, but I'm always on the lookout for new sponsors. I'd love to actually increase the prize pool. My dream would be to get up towards like 30k, 35k total across the 40 weeks. 40k would be incredible because then we'd be at $1,000 dispersed every single week. But Nearly has a type? Damn right it's me. Yo, what's up, Dookie? Thank you very much for the prime subs, for the 5 subs. Appreciate you. Enjoy those gifted subs. Remember, guys, after they run out, you have to pay it forward yourself. Because once you've got a taste of all those emotes, you won't want to be without them. Yeah, reminder, guys, subbing does support the channel. Another way to support the channel, just share it around. I know there's a lot of people that don't know about this. A big shout out to the people that were clipping incredible moments the other day. Because we have a lot of that. I feel like we have so many clippable moments from the weeklies. They just don't necessarily get sent anywhere. But I think there was one that went up with the ambush. If you guys haven't seen it, there was this incredible game between Anatan and B, where Anatan plays Mass Musafadi with an ambush strat. And it is one of the best ambushes I think we've ever seen in AoE4. Like, the level of cinema to it is up there with probably the best surround in Age of Empires 4. It's actually funny we got Mr. here, because I still think Mr.'s the one who had the best surround ever. I can't remember who it was against. He was playing English into, I think it's French. You guys remember? Maybe Mr. remembers this game. And he was surrounding him with English knights. And then he just converges from every single direction. Thing was pure cinema. Mr. playing English? Right? Like, it's such a rare thing. Against French, though, doing mass knights against French is pretty interesting. Is Japan S tier? I put them A. S tier to me is like you want to ban it all the time. We're seeing a lot of Japanese bans, but I actually think a big part of that is that Front Range is the default map this week. Front Range is really good for Japan. It actually might be the best pick on that map, at least from what we've seen so far. All right, so we're just waiting for the boys to get in game now. They're hopping to lobby, so we should be underway in a moment. Let me update the title as well, because we're now live with Anatan versus Sorov. Chinese Atrium Rooster on the table? Yarp. Yeah, a little bit surprised by the China pick, actually. China is usually the type of thing you want to ban. Yeah, if they take any longer, I'm actually going to open up Gamescom. Wait, is there new, like, Elden Ring content being announced right now? Kind of looks like it. You guys seen this? This has got to be a Souls game, right? Wait a second.
Lords of the Fallen 2.
Oh, it's the new Lords of the Fallen.
Now.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. Like, the armor... Actually, no, like, I was looking, I was like, I couldn't remember the name of the game. I looked at the armor, and it reminded me of Lords of the Fallen. It looked a lot like Lords of the Fallen. I played a little bit of that game with my friend. It's similar to Dark Souls, but has some different systems. It's actually, like, almost more comparative to a game called Nioh. It has this really weird kind of like, how to describe it? Other realm system that you have to go to regularly, but if you stay in too long, the enemies get harder and harder. All right, we've got a few minutes, so let's open up I guess more Gamescom if they got another like trailer coming. While we wait a second, because we've got
Breaking
4
the
minutes.
news with your exclusive first look.
Hey, what you got for us? Oh, Cleve's happy. What is this? The monolith. Say it's another Samurai Warriors game and I'll buy. It's not another Samurai Warriors game, is it? Oh, dude, it's... Wait, is it a Netflix anime or something from Sekiro? I haven't played Sekiro still. So I need to catch up on Souls games. I used to love them as a kid. Like, I was the first person I knew who played Demon Souls. But I keep saying I'll get around to Elden Ring as like a playthrough thing. Something special to do with the stream at some point. Same with Sekiro. I really need to go for it. That's cool, though.
Awesome. All right. We're just getting started. Our next new game announcement stars a hero who needs no introduction. A true legend of justice and gadgets.
Oh, no. Inspector Gadget? Oh, no. Wait, what? Is that like Lego Batman? Yeah. Dude, I haven't played Lego games since Lego Star Wars 1. Am I missing out? I think like I'm tempted to start playing through some Lego games with Freya in like a year or two. But I think my worry is that Freya is too like not Freya's too young. I think a lot of the Lego games sorry, this is really loud. I think a lot of the Lego games just like don't have local multiplayer now, right? Which sucks. Yo! Alright, it's open world, guys. I'm buying it. We're suckers for open world games. I actually love the little comic annotation detail with the wax.
Batman.
Mate, this is kind of intriguing me. Now I just kind of want to be a Gamescom watch party.
Serious.
Why so serious?
You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts. I'm allergic to nuts.
That's when you slam on the ground, teabag.
Behind the mask.
I actually look like... I don't know, man. The little Kapow comic book annotations is kind of... It's kind of convincing me, you know?
I got you!
Oops. This is a long-ass trailer. So with this day of Gamescom, they usually just speedrun the trailers, right? They don't do yabbering on stage.
You merely adopted the dark. I was born in it, molded by... Ah! Who put that there? I could have really hurt myself.
I kind of dig the fact that they're just full-on milking Nolan's Batman, you know? I can dig with it.
The Bat is back. Please welcome the head of Lego Batman development.
Oh no, so they
team,
are doing interviews.
Jonathan
Okay.
Smith.
Jeff Keighley's transformed every game. I mean, dude, the guy has done every single conference show at this point, right? I want to know what I got to do to get some of that sweet presenter money, you know?
Jonathan, welcome to
I think I noticed
OL.
Shox is there
All right,
with
so
him.
after the huge success with Lego Star Wars, you
No, not
guys are
Shox, sorry,
returning
Effie.
to Lego Batman?
We are so thrilled to reveal this game
Oh, no, it's
tonight
British
for
people.
the first time to you all and to
All right. You guys ready? Do you want more Gamescom or do you want this? I have a feeling you guys probably want this, don't you? Did someone say Mongols an S-tier pick? You came to the right neighborhood. Welcome to Front Range, a map where Mongols can make all their dreams and all your nightmares come true. And that's exactly what Voldo Esports Anatan is looking to do to Sortov. Sortov, who has picked Ottomans and is going to give us a Dark Age clash. Love this. Mongols has been the go-to answer. Most players have come out of it saying either Mongols or Japanese is looking like the scariest civ on this map. But Ottomans is intriguing, actually, from sort of. He's picked a civ that can actually contest you in the Dark Age, and if you play it too long with them, the Vizier points come in clutch. In fact, I love so many ideas about Ottomans on this map. It's not just a long Dark Age where you get the healer boys to win spear fights. It's also the Anatolian hills. 10 sheep is nuts on this map. 10 sheep is 50% plus of what exists on this map in sheep form. There is only 18 sheep in total on this map compared to most maps that have, I think, 28 or 30, sometimes 36. So yeah, pretty cool idea by Sort of. And I gotta say, I know a lot of people getting this, they're going to be seeing Anatan just to roll over, but Sort of has been leveling up fast as a player. I don't think he's really a pushover like he was maybe, 3 months ago when we were still figuring out the basics of matchups again. The guy has put in the hours, and he is quickly becoming a threat. Sort of. Already with double spear is going to march out. I like the fact that he doesn't trickle them. He waits because obviously Mongols could be double spearing. But... okay, he's got the gold. This is not complete disaster. Anatan, he's already gathered the gold necessary, but it is a bit awkward now that you're going to be moving away from the deer option, the berry option. He's only going to have the sheep he started with. Sort of has already scouted it as well. Okay. Sort of has firmly got my attention. And the points of interest in this map are solely abandoned outposts. So you have vision control. I know. He is circling around now, but he doesn't have a clue about the spears yet. No, he's only now seeing them. They are going to arrive. It's going to be a drop off and a pull away. And Sort of won't find too much for this spear investment. I mean, he's denied gold, so technically your opponent can't go Keshik, but you just open spears. I don't think any sane man would want to go Keshik. Maybe if he gets the blocks... Oh, hello. Okay, Sort of. If he gets the other spear here, with 4 plus the scout, you can easily pinch a building. But it looks like he's not going to be able to. No, the spearman steer's too close, so Gur will make it home. Cool idea by Sort of. Unfortunately, what he really needed was the Gur being pushed south, not north. And then he might have been able to get the surround. Which is big, by the way, because remember those Gurs, they cost 100 wood to replace. Can't go Magadai? I mean, what kind of sane man would Magadai into Sipahi, right? The answer is no sane man. You'd have to be a little bit crazy. So, I don't think that Anatan is too annoyed right now. Like, it would be nice to get towards Keshiks after the delay. But opening is going to be archers. That is a bit frustrating simply because Ottomans then are probably going to be opening Sipahi, so you're playing into a counter. I wanted to sort of try to maybe outpost this. It is double gold deer on top of each other. We don't have a worker pool, though. No, instead it's going to be a move over to the stone, so he's going to gather what he needs to get the military school. You can pinch it with 3 spears. It's very difficult. I think you'd have to have the Gur not moving to pinch it with 3 spears. Not going to say impossible, but very rare. I may or may not be watching Gamescom on the side. Something Warhammer just came on, so I'm really, like, I'm locked in right now. Sorry, not sorry. So what is sort of Recon in this matchup? I think Castle's very comfortable. You want to be careful not to let the game get too complacent. The good news is Mongols don't really seem feasible for rushing Imperial on this map because of the lack of reliable gold access. Yeah, like the 1600 veins are not great. And oh my god, oh my god, oh my god! Dodo will fall! Okay, there we go. I got that out of my system. I knew it the moment I looked at it. Relic's been cooking. Alright, guys, I'm retiring from AoE4. I'm sorry, it was going to happen. In fairness, Dawn of War 3 sucked so many balls. It's like you hear them go at the end every time. So, I'll hold my breath. Put Gamescom on the minimap? I mean, I don't know how I'd do that. I almost need... Wait, isn't there a pop-out mode? Could we do that? Chat, am I blind or is there a pop? There's meant to be a pop out, right? Yeah, pop out light. Yeah. No, dude, it's going to ruin the broadcast. I'll keep an eye on it. I'll bring it up for important things. So, we are getting into the feudal transition. Archer on Archer, actually. So, sort of doesn't go for the Sipahi straight away. Okay, no, he does. There we go. It's just he's building out of the military school. I wonder, actually. Wait, Magadai? Against Archer Sipahi, this is pretty awkward, no? I get what Anatan's trying to go for. So the thing you have to remember about front range, guys, is you don't have much in the way of resources. Not safely in your base. You have to extend out quite wide. And raiding units like Magadai are going to be super effective for that. Yeah, especially when you consider the design of this map. What was the map we compared it to? We were talking earlier about one from the Garrison. That it is, I want to say, almost exactly like in terms of like intended gameplay dynamics. So if you guys watch the Garrison for the AoE 2 event, like in Age of Empires 2, they have a map called Coast to Mountain, where the food and wood pulls you one way, and then there's wood and gold in the other. And that's very much what Avali created here, just with an interesting thematic element of mountains instead. Yeah, it has proven pretty entertaining so far as well. We haven't seen any late game on front range. It's been a case of usually 20 minutes and done. And Mongols has been a big culprit for that, by the way, which makes sense because if you're not going to do the fast imp build, you don't really want to be playing a long game. Is a gold impossible to go to in the mountains? No. It's just really inefficient to go to. There's a tiny path there. So yeah, you should be able to walk up there. It's just covered by the rocks. Some of these are just really, really clunky. Luckily, it's only 1,600 gold, so it minimizes the risk that you just get ruined in a game. Because, like, let's say that was an 8k gold, you'd call that scam, right? Archer ranges on the backside are already being slowed down on the escalation, though. And Anatan has got Keshiks coming in. Yeah, something that I don't believe Sword Off has scouted yet. No, Anatan, look at what he's doing. Similar to what we saw B do in his Recon game, the final game of that series, where you just creep up your production, your new wave, to the back to hide it. Sort of doesn't actually see it. And the Keshiks are going for the charge. It's going to run out before he gets the connection, which is unfortunate, actually. That would have been the kill. It's a great reaction out of Sort of. Importantly, keeps this scout alive, so he's able to just keep getting siphons of information about what's coming. I do believe we're just getting military school over military school now, right? Archery ranges are going to get complete. I'd love to see sort of maybe just consider a small wall on the backside. It's really effective against Magadai because they can't then circle your base fully. The other play might just be for sort of to claim the south side, as there is berry plus deer here. That is, by the way, the benefit of Madrissa plus Anatolian Hills, is he can stay in his base with food a lot longer. Unfortunate picks there, though. Sort of. Wheelbarrow was delayed. So we'll end up losing a worker to Anatan's raids. Anno, who is hiding the true intent of his archer count. Yeah, he's keeping them for guarding. Which would be a problem if Sort of was actually raiding with the Sipahi, but he's keeping them at home. Yeah, like he hasn't actually had the food income to mass produce. A little bit surprised, actually, considering he did pull the sheep. I thought he'd just be floating up to like 5, 6, 7 Sipahi. As it does answer pretty much all his concerns. Yeah, even Keshiks, actually. Sipahi don't want to just be building them only into Keshiks, but as part of the formation, they're really surprisingly effective due to their reach. In fact, what was it? I remember Myriad was saying this, that if you were to optimize your micro with Sipahi, you could technically attack your opponent without being touched in a lot of matchups. And you see how much Anatan respects the threat of Ottomans here. We haven't seen these aggressive overdives out of Mongols that have been seen in previous matchups. Yeah, it's weird as well because for anyone who hasn't been watching the game recently, if you recently came back, you're probably confused why Ottomans look threatening in Feudal Age. This used to be just a fast imping civ. But they are surprisingly effective when they play long Feudal. It's because people got a lot better at using the Vizier points. So, like, for example, if you're not an archer off, the healing is huge. But even without the healing, like getting the extra military campus, eventually getting extensive fortifications also can be really good against Keshiks. AoE4 is placed 18th on Steam's bestsellers right now. Interesting. But not bestsellers of all time, Saj. I mean, there hasn't really been anything announcement-wise to drive that. Maybe it's just like we've been talking about the downfall of other games where lack of content or support. Maybe that's driving more people over. Keshiks. He's going in again, sort of. And the Seek Shelter griefs him so hard there. Wait, sort of? Okay, he realizes now. That could have been a lot worse, but still, it's -2. Anatan starts to build a lead. Yeah, so I think sort of is just trying to reach the point where he can ignore this and go in. And yeah, he's trying to go in big. He catches the new Keshiks coming out. Anatan only has archers to defend right now. Keshiks are rallying home. But this is real simple, right? Sordov has got archer advantage. Stick the archers on the front side. Trade out with the enemy ones. You know Keshiks could be behind you. So keep these guys further back. Sordov not really sure where to go right now. I mean, he can't actually go north. This is the weird thing about Anatan's placement that's quite smart. It actually stops 360 rotations on his base. This is almost like building a wall. Now, if they clash at this point, the meta is a big deal breaker. It's what, 23 archers versus 23. Anno can get his own edge, by the way. He's got Yam, so if he extends the placement of the Deerstone or the outposts, he can chase down. He also could go for the Khan Hunter eventually. Might be his best way of directly fighting this. Instead, he tries to forward it. Sordov has got reinforcements starting to arrive, though, and it looks like it's going to be a full commitment coming through. That's going to force a retreat. So Keshik for a Sipahi. The meta, it's the ranged armor on, so you can't really snipe him either. The Sipahi are just going to bait that line forward again. Attack speed is going to get activated. Or sorry, movement speed. No, he doesn't even go for the DPS. So instead, he just sends the Keshiks into their death quicker. An outpost being built up, but the front line now lacking for Anatan. And the Sipahi chase away the workers. Sort of in a great position. He's maintained that archer lead. It did cost him the meta, though. So he's lost the aura to make it easy to win fights. And the Keshik count is still in existence here. Sipahi numbers barely holding on. However, it looks like sort of is holding the Sipahi in reserve to dive afterwards. Chase now on. Numbers, it's a 10 archer lead. Anatan in a rough position here. If he forfeits any more ground, it's going to be Deer and Berry blocked out, and he knows it. Really impressive actually out of sort of, because the other thing you have to keep in mind is it's very difficult to exploit the map with advantage like most civs do here. One big thing about this map is ball play, which you cannot do. But what's important is that he's stopping the Mongols. You can see that Anatan played for the first ball and got caught doing it. So yeah, just a great read there. Sort of does need to replace the meta. That one is on the way now. We have got another Vizier point coming up relatively soon. Honestly, wouldn't be surprised if he just goes for Advanced Academies. Advanced Academies has been quite popular with some players in Feudal. The reason is you can't build Janissaries and Lances in Feudal Age. But something that often gets forgotten about Advanced Academies is this. Its production speed increase. 25% faster. I know it's just kind of hard locked, but he does have an out. It's Kurotai play, I think. If he can reach the archer count, it makes a lot of sense. He's got 1,000 gold in reserve. Still, sort of is just sticking really close to the enemy base to ensure it's difficult. Deerstone is going to deploy, so this is the aura he was trying to sneak. Makes it much harder now for sort of, especially if we have the Khan Hunter, which we do. So reminder, that gives the extra range. It's now a 0.5 tower range advantage for Anatan, which means he should get first strike every fight. Meta needs to be careful. Yeah, when you drag archers with meta, it always puts the meta to the back of the formation, so it's going to get sniped straight away. Aura removed. Anatan now aura farming. Yeah, he's able to chase in. This is ugly. Sort of. He's losing control. Oh my god. 26 archers now to 38. What just happened? It was moments ago we were talking about sort of with, you know, close to a 50% advantage in archer count. But Anatan with the remax, able to push sort of away. And that's why the wall investment, costly for sort of, on top of the fact that he just chose to forward with the meta. A slight miss micro costing him dearly now. The berries, which he just walled off, have now been denied. He has to pull far away. I know, he has been exhausted of Keshik, so it won't be a quick burn through. But confident position to be in now, and I imagine, yeah, he's going for the ball. Critical point as well. Anatan, he had pastures, but he was running low on food. Which I think was that club sheep there and then remaining. Yeah, so like he probably had about 700 food in reserve. Which if he had the ball workers there would have disappeared pretty fast on 2 pasture. Damn, Anatan got him in a bit of a headlock now. So how does Sort of get out of this? Sipahi massing is your best friend, but food access is not. Sort of, he went... What? He went Pax Ottomana. Okay, that's kind of creative at this point in the game. Every 11 seconds instead of 20 producing a villager. I do dig the idea there from Sort of. 2 TC's too greedy. This is going to give you an edge in terms of scaling. And Anno doesn't have a way of authenticating that, right? He can't see your vizier points easily. Damn, that's kind of sick. I don't think we've seen Pax Ottomana in these type of situations. Normally, Pax Ottomana is I've lost a lot of villages I need to recover, or I've got 2 TC. But this is a even game on villager count. He's just using that as an exploitative detail to get ahead now. Sipahi, oh, that's unfortunate. Sort of did not move away. Yeah, so little tip, guys. When you want to use Fortitude, the best thing you can do is stab, move, stab, move, stab, move. Otherwise, if these villagers surround you, they're now doing 50% more damage. 9 damage from what? 15 villages? 12 villages. Sipahi, just 2 of them are going to die very fast. It's Archibald from Anno. Does he want Step Redoubt or does he want Kurotai? Step Redoubt has been the meta for a long time, but I think when you have this many archers, Kurotai just looks so good. Even into Sipahi. Obviously not fully ideal, but the damage, the healing, it goes a long way. The Sipahi have come a long way to try and get this raid in, but with the outpost going up the Keshik mirror, it's not going to happen. I think Anatan's now just going to anchor down for castle. The question is, does Sort of want the same? I mean, you think it would actually be pretty good for him here. Because you're up against, like, what, Keshik archers. Mango spam would gradually happen for Ottomans at that stage. Can't really play Janissary straight away is the unfortunate detail, but with the inflated production rate on military schools with age up, Sipahi spamming is pretty key here. So we have got Keshik sneaking around the back, by the way, and an awkward timing. Yeah, Anno's going to turn for a fight. Sort of does quickly react, though, so he seeks shelter. However, the second group of villagers haven't pulled away. Flash is on the way, though. And the archers... Oh, my God. Anatan. The Sipahi can do a lot of damage here. Fortitude already used to get that first wave gone. But the Yam is big and... What is... No, the backstab! The Keshik's coming from behind! Damn. I mean, not the best of trades for them. But because he split the fight, it keeps the archer ball going. Just maybe not well enough here. No. Sort of is now up to 56 archers compared to just the mere 40 of Anno. Worker kill count on the backside of it, like, not much has changed. They've both taken relatively same hits. It's a slight lead for Sort of, but nothing too crazy. The military schools is going to be the mile of difference, though. Keshik's now diving in. New Sipahi arriving. We have got the meta again. Here's going to be the ranged armor to offset a lot of the incoming damage. Sipahi just so tanky at that point. 4 ranged armor. The Keshiks, he tries to pull them away. That's not going to work. And Sort of just queued up 10 more archers. But the difference is Anatan is holding fat stacks of food reserves. He's thinking about H3. If he can just find that timing with Kurtai. The time being, though, he keeps pushing. It's definitely keeping sort of invested. Who's going to run out of food first here? It's a bit weird because you've got Madrissa on one side, but you've also got pastures on the other. So, like, Anatan does have some sheep. You can see it's getting pretty low. 36 archers now. 29 on the other side. I think the problem here for sort of is he just keeps losing the metas a bit too quickly. Deer almost gone. Berry's getting low as well. Then it's going to be Berry's forward side. The boar is not touchable for Ottomans, remember. And it is going to be step. Okay, so Anatan does not go for the Kurtai. I'm a little bit shocked here, actually, guys. The thing about Kurtai is usually when you're playing Cav elements on both sides, the problem is your opponent can play away. And also, you're stretched two ways on this map. But my thought process is that you're playing a linear tug of war right now here. So Kurtai is super effective because you just move it up. I think the problem is Anatan is worried that Sword of will just raid north, where Anatan has now moved, what, 2/3 of his economy? Yeah, 43 workers up here. So he plays it safe. Sort of. Now wants to punish that age up. Not in a great position to do so. Vizier points. He went back for the meta drums. Yeah, so he actually got the movement speed. Intriguing. So remember, the meta drums, the way it works is when you're in formation, you move 1.44 instead of 1.25 on archers. It's a decent inflation of 15%. The problem is the moment you start attacking, you break formation. So you lose the movement speed. Which is why it hasn't been exactly very popular recently. That's cool to see, though. Pax Ottomana meta drums, like these are just choices, at least at these points in the game, that you don't really see. In fact, I can't remember the last time I saw someone use meta drums. I don't think they ever fixed it. It used to be broken where you could set up waypoints. So, for example, if you had a meta elsewhere on the map, like a newly spawned meta, and you had your supply on the other side, if you selected them together and then shift-clicked a bunch of rally points, the meta ended up giving the Sipahi the movement speed. I don't know if they ever fixed that. Could be really useful, just in case he ever loses the meta, to then get the front line home. Sipahi? Oh, he goes for the fortitude. Attack speed on these guys. 13 damage every 1 second. I mean, you can't make that up. Sort of. Let's get one more kill there. So now both players haven't killed the same amount of workers. Sort of maintains a slight lead. But tech up only just happened. He needs some time. Veterancy is 48 seconds away. The wall is probably going to last about 20. He's got a secondary wall, but he hasn't done one here. Numbers are good, though. Something that's interesting is usually you'd think veterancy is favored over just having raw archer count. Not the case. Because the problem is usually veteran archers will overkill the feudal archers. The feudal archers will just basically use their extra numbers to get the right amount of damage for kills. To make matters worse, Anatan is not going to get that fight quick enough. 15 seconds out from veterancy. If he nibbles on the bait, this is going to backfire quick. I know. Oh, he gets the Khan Hunters. No range. Anno is now overextended. Chase is going to be on, sort of. If he just drags the formation of the meta, he can actually gap close fast here. Movement speed arrow is going to be used so Anatan can somewhat disengage. And Anno is gathering up a crap ton of gold. He's got 1,600 in reserve. More Keshe's coming through now, but with the ranged armor too, they are fairly tanky. Sort of a little bit slow on the pullback. Is this about to break our longest game? We're 25 minutes in and this game's still even. A little bit of raining from Archer is not going to have much impact. I mean, the gathering up here from Anno is a bit ridiculous. 54 workers now on the north side. And we've got a full stalemate. Like, he just can't break in. At the same time, sort of can't really stick anything on raiding. He's stuck defending deep in the base. And this is bad for sort of, right? Because Anatan now, as a result, has map control. He has relics. Upside for sort of is going to be the fact that he's close to getting advanced academies, which is going to allow him to utilize his military schools a lot better. Not just the military schools, the Mehmed Imperial Armory has started to produce the mangoes. I think Anatan's going Imperial. Oh, that is absolutely brilliant. I'm loving this. This is the first time we've seen a Mongol player able to just edge it towards Imperial. It just feels so much harder to do on this map than other ones. One, because of how easily you can be punished, but two, it's just a lack of easy gold/food access. You have to work for your food on this map. What is sort of going to do in response? Because his food income needs some work. Yeah, he hasn't played the deer in the corner. He could pull himself in there to gather. He has got some farms coming in. He's up to 10 so far. I think he had 2 or 3 more being added in as well. Yeah, okay, there you go. So it's gone up to about 16. But this is your nightmare. This is the boogeyman coming knocking. It's going to be the Karganet from the Mongols that gives you the fix for a lack of food. Not that he's really lacking at this stage. And big shout out to the devs of this change. Monastic shrines on the prayer tents changed a lot. This influence radius has allowed this pasture transition to be so much more seamless than it normally would. Sort of. I love the fact that he's just deleting buildings basically with archers. And what do you do now? Sort of, you have to attack. Last time he tried this, though, there was nothing to target. And to make matters worse, the economy has vacated the area. Like, he's just camping up in the mountains now. He's living life weird with a long beard in the mountains. Sorov's all in. It's the Great Bombard point. Yeah, so he doesn't go for that scaling anymore. He understands what's going to happen here. Karganet requires your immediate aggression. If you're... Wait. No! No! The wee pow! Oh, Anatan, this is what you get for Scrim Marine Lord. It's too much wee. Oh, God. Don't tell me he's going to get it again. If he gets it again, I would not blame him for just, like, alt F4 in the game. Okay, it's Magadai. It's a real unit. Still, sort of needs to be fast about this. It feels like he's slow rolling, though, right? Hesitant to go in with just Archer Mass. And for good reason. Anatan, he got the time for Elite Tech. Range damage free also on the way now. The speed advantage, Anatan able to chase. Sort of. Is he slipping here? Great Bombard is there. Mangoes taking its shots as well. The Sipahi charge on through, just ignoring the Keshik wave to get in deep. Love that read as well. The Keshiks haven't been upgraded, so they're not that tanky. So just let the archers deal with it. Let the Sipahi get against the unit that they deal with both best. Mango is going to be taken out. Ranged armor free on the way. Anatan, he's got something more important on the way. It's going to be the Nest of Bees. It's 30 seconds out. Sort of's making progress, but is he making it quick enough? The Great Bombard is not going to be the cleanest answer, by the way. It will require 3 hits to kill the Nest of Bees. I just can't. I mean, if you got it, use it, right? Meanwhile, the Wee Pow is capable of 3 hitting the Great Bombard. Let that sink in. Sort of. He actually takes it slow. I mean, he has military leap right now. And Anatan's food income is pretty underwhelming. Yeah, what's happened here? It just feels like he's not keeping up. Incendiary is a big deal, though. Remember, the longer sort of waits, the more this changes from being age 4 versus age 3 to being age 5 versus age 3. That's what we're looking at now. Because once Incendiary hits, it's like leveling up again. And yes, Anno did indeed... Wait. No, it's a UI bug. Range 3 isn't showing. He's teched it, but for some reason on the UI, the tier 3 techs for Mongols don't show. Someone clip that and drop it in my Discord. I'll send it to the devs. That's a really clowny bug. So yeah, just to emphasize, Anatan does have the third pips for both of his range techs. It's just not showing. And sort of... Oh, wait. The Incendiary! Denied! Sort of a critical moment there. A game that's being defined by archers. And this is the way he can continue to compete. But the Great Bombard is now drawing the ire of the archer mass. Nestabees is wasting its time on Sipahi. It's now ready to turn its attention onto the archers. And it does have the additional barrels tech. It's going to be a bloodbath. Sort of. There's no running away now, and he knows it. There's no escaping the Mongol Imperial. But for once, it will be anything but fast. Yeah, we've got raid attempts by Sword Off, but I think too little too late here. Unless he can somehow kill 40 villagers. Can you kill 40 villagers? I mean, he's going to try. Problem is, we've got emplacements coming through, this ruin emplacements. And Anatan is going to march across the map to just return the pain. Villagers get the shivs out. He says, screw it. The emplacements will protect us. I mean, it's a healthy worker lead for Sword Off, but the problem here is Karganet is a giant shrug. It's like 20 extra production in terms of worker value. So the villager defense, oh my dear God. Expensive, but now it's the reaping. Archer Wave in position on the edge of Sword Off's base. He is not ready to fight again. He's trying to prep Sipahi, but even then, they will feel the sting. 11 damage. And your light cav only has 5 ranged armor. And also, Janissary defense, a little bit awkward here. Archers clean those up fast. We've got Sipahi raiding on the north side again. They're going to be intercepted by some cavalry. The problem for Sword Off is he's now heavily outnumbered and an age behind. He does have worker lead, but it's not really manifesting itself yet. He's got 2k food income, which is going straight into Sipahi instead of an age up. Maybe if he could keep raiding the workers at the back. But we've got the return of that cursed button. Incendiaries last time was horrible for Anatan. 15 seconds out, he got denied. But this time, the blacksmiths is deep in the base. Yeah, and there's no army. There's no Great Bombard standing there ready to deny it. Sword Off is also now expanding onto gold. He technically could hit Imperial. And Anatan has had to overreact into the back of his base after getting ready to dive. Is this game... Is there a way in which Sword Off could do this? I think the big challenge for him at this point is he keeps spending so much of his income into Sipahi that it's making it very hard to age up. And on top of that, it's been so long running that the gold access is now frontline. So what does that mean? The real big issue here for Sword Off is even if he gets age 4, how does he afford Sipahi upgrades, Janissary upgrades, let alone university techs? That's the thing he hasn't answered yet. That's the thing that's looking like it's going to kill him. Because remember, when this map goes long enough, when you get old, you go up into the mountains to grow beards and live weird. Which is exactly what Sword Off is trying to do. But Anatan is gatekeeping age. It's weird because I'm pretty sure Sword Off is older than Anatan. Okay, break the wall. Incendiary Archers is in. Nothing can stand in the way of this. Double Mango is not going to hit fast enough or hard enough. It's a complete and utter wipe. Make no mistake about it. Game number 1 is going to lock in for Anatan, but it sets a new record. Our longest game of this new map called Front Range. Definitely check it out yourself if you haven't. Avali, I think he's created something special on this, and as the meta develops into a later phase, I think we're going to get more and more exciting games like this. Yeah, crazy actually. The amount of archers. This game was purely archers. Anatan may have had some Keshiks in there, but start to finish, it was all about raining down hell from above. The rain of 100 archers definitely achieved that. Sorry, I'm dying. Oh my god. My throat is ready to go. What do we call that? Something like the coolest. I don't want to call it map dynamics because I think that's confusing to people. What's another word for dynamics? KP the throat goat. I throat so hard, man. You don't even know. Yo, what's this game that's now being shown on? It kind of looks like a post-apocalyptic Tarkov. Oh, what's that? Whoopsie, I done the wrong thing. You guys seen this? Jack a ride, not a guy. I know it's confusing sometimes. Wait, what? Dude, I like the look of this. You can not punch people? I'm in. What is this? John Carpenter's Toxic Commando. That actually looked pretty fun. I don't think I've ever heard of that.
Super fun. All right, our next...
I love the input. Super fun. All right. Anyway, Toxic Commando. Should I know this from John Carpenter? I mean, my only experience with John Carpenter is the movie we don't talk about. What was it called? What was the movie? Actually, no, I'm getting... Not John Carpenter. John Carpenter's fine. Yeah, because he done The Thing, right? I'm thinking John Carter in my brain. John Carpenter has, like, got some interesting stuff. You had, like, for example, The Thing, which is just a wild movie, actually. You need to go watch that. What a classic. Alright, 1 second. Let's get ready to roll. I glimpsed the Warhammer announcement. I am holding reserve breath. See, Arcleave, dude, like, if you don't know, don't say. I literally just freaking, like, in the middle of the first game, I pulled up Warhammer 40k. Remember, if you're not sure, then just don't say. Because, like, misinformation is worse than uncertainty. We temporarily shoot it in the middle of game 1. Warhammer Dawn of War 4. I'm holding expectations. I'll just put it like that. But let's get ready for game number 2. I need to update the score, don't I? So Anno with 1. That should be right. Remember, when you don't see something for so long that was boring, it becomes exciting again. I can't. What else do you want me to say on the opening of this? We've got Sushi versus Chinese. Oh, goodness gracious. Shout out to Yukando for the sub, by the way. Appreciate everyone who's been subbing. Keep that support coming, it's big. But this is a big rarity, actually. We don't really see China versus Sushi anymore. Sushi has fallen out of popularity with recent map pool rotations. It's still good, but not as prevalent. And China just gets banned all the time. The weird thing, believe it or not, folks, they split this ban. Yeah, one player banned China, one player banned Sushi. So we are going to get a weird clash on Rocky River. I actually usually quite like China in this one, though, because of the archer timing. There's a really cool opening where you spam into archers and light play pro scouts to block Chuchi. I wonder if maybe Anatan's aware and is going to do something similar, though. Step 1's going to be a Medi Garden that is pretty good, actually. Starts in his base. He does miss one of the berries here, so it's going to be 30 food. 30 food, 25 stone, 25 gold. And probably about 10 wood. That's actually a really good meditation garden for your starting base. Yeah, color me impressed. By the way, Anatan, really impressive game number 1 from both of these players. Although it may be Anno leading, and if you're watching mid-series, like, of course Anno is beating sort of. Have you seen the incredible runs he's had? I'm going to warn you now, that game number 1 sort of actually held on remarkably well. This man is definitely no pushover. Neither is he when it comes to the sheep game. Great start for him. We've got Anatan sitting at 13 sheep, but sort of's already up to 18. Yeah, and there's a few sheep left over here that maybe they could split between them. It looks like instead Anatan's going to be able to play catch up. Looking at the gold gathering, by the way, Anatan is definitely going pro scouts. No doubt about it. You got 6 on gold. Sort of's got 2, which is usually about what you do here. It's either 2 or 3. The idea is meant to be that you get your taxmen in, and then you just tax your way for the remainder. I've got the 6 over on the wood as well. Is there anything absurd about the spawn? Fairly balanced between the two, actually. You could argue the front spawning gold is exploitable if there was raids, but if we're getting pro scout and pro scout, you're not really going to see raids early on. Oh, do we not have Gamba up? Let's fix that. So game 1, of course, going the way of Anatan. Predictions up now for game 2. Why do we always just get pro scouts when these two face off? In fairness, these are probably the 2 best civs in the game still at doing pro scouts. That's why. In terms of the options on the table, like if you get a map like Gorge, I think you're going to see Archer play maybe from China. But on Rocky River, there's just too much wiggle in. It's too easy to just sneak in deer left to right on the map because of the width of where they spawn. So yeah, it's as a result, it just typically becomes your bread and butter go-to. See, this is the moment where I want Gamescom to announce something interesting. They're not announcing anything interesting. Just because, okay, like, no phlegm, but let's be totally real. There are a lot of matchups right now where the first 5 minutes has actually become really entertaining. Can we just all agree that Sushi Chinese is definitely not one of them? Like, one's in chat if you agree with this, 2's if you don't. The first 10 minutes of Sushi Chinese, 98% of the time, is incredibly uninteresting. Maybe the most boring matchup in the game. I'm trying to be a positive lad. But I gotta say, China being broken to the point that they get banned all the time has at least had one upside. These 2 civs don't clash. It's interesting later on, actually. I think later on it's very intriguing because of the different elements the 2 civs have, right? Like Sushi having this play into a cavalry premium focus in the late game is very intriguing. I know, has gone for the horseman. But it's been mirrored. It's literally everything in this game has been perfectly mirrored. Maybe a mass horseman strat from both could be intriguing. We have got a spin and switch on the way, so we are starting to ramp up. This is what it meant, right? Like, once you get past that first 5 minutes, choices start to get made between these two civs. I think Sushi and Chinese are still an example of like a civ in the early game, at least, where they would benefit from being more different. Variants, right? They are meant to be original and variant civ. And this, for all the hate people give House of Lancaster, one thing I'll at least credit them is the opening is very different to English. Right? We can hate and we can say that we do not like the mana system. I agree with that. The mana system does not feel like it was a great idea. But the but within that you have to accept is at least Lancaster's start is very different to English start. Admittedly, they're both very greedy, but to watch is very different. Sort of winning the initial exchange, but it's coming at a price. Anatan is not heavily investing to counterplay now. Seeing the spin reaction, he's just going castle. Yeah, and the cool thing here is like Shushi, they have options. They have really cool options with the Mount Lu Academy. You could potentially open Palace Guard. More likely it's just going to be Lancer spam to overwhelm the small group of spears. And remember, the interesting thing about Shushi with that build is they can outmass China reliably. The reason is with Mount Lu Academy, you double the supervision bonus, allowing you to get Lancers out every, I think it's like, is it 8 seconds we said before? 9 seconds? It's insanely fast. Yeah, I do find it interesting when people watch these videos because they're fascinated by build orders. Like, I kind of find the idea of watching build order videos in general quite fascinating. Because you kind of need to figure out build orders to understand the dynamics of AoE4 to figure out the basics. I get that. But the interesting part is, like, often people try to follow a build order of a high-level pro from minute 1 to minute 30. And that's where I think it doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? Like, the first 5-8 minutes I get. But past that, like, I think the biggest lesson I give to people who are not pro level is just figure out the organic nature of an AoE4 game. In a game, ask what your opponent is doing, and then think about what you need to do to counter it. Think about what your game plan is. Don't think about, Beastie in this game next builds 4 Raxes. Because he built 4 Raxes for a very different reason than you probably did. Like this from Sword Off is going into Imperial Palace. The reason is that normally Shushi Chinese turns into mass knights. So you want to see those knights coming. And it also means that Nesta Bees is less valuable because you won't be able to get in range of them. Now, what I quite like for China in this matchup is to not go Lances, but instead steer towards Spear Crossbows. The reason is that Shushi should beat you with mass heavy cav. Just facts. So it feels a lot better actually to just steer into mass Spear Crossbowmen as the ultimate counterplay. Nice intercept here. Protects onto the Pro Scouts play. Also denies sword offs. Sort of actually not just ducking and running, so he's going to end up losing the Scouts. And Spinman not catching up. Behind this, Anno is just full vomiting Lancers. It is going to be a knight-on-knight exchange. Interesting from sort of. So maybe he feels like he won the Pro Scout game enough to get more knights. DLC page is up on Steam. All right, we will have a look at that after this game. Hell to the yes. Lancer dive now. I know, fishing for kills. Pretty early to be doing this with Lancers coming out mirrored. We'll find one worker kill, not great. Neither player going for monks, by the way, which I think is the correct call. You need to really earn that first. So the question now is, does sort of start adding crossbows, or will he be beaten to the punchline? We've got both players doing Spear Lancer. Yo, hold on a second. Is there a Claire Obscure announcement coming on Gamescom? I think there is. Do I sneak it in? Or do I sneak it? I mean, they basically just got a guy playing a guitar right now. It's a little bit weird. We'll have a look back when they're done singing on stage. Anno just has so many spearmen already. Is he trying to force sort of into something weird like archers? Springalds would have made sense, but like you can't really get to it here. Like Spring plus Spearman, defense against Lancer plus Spears. Anatan is just constricting the map now, which is really good for the follow-up play if he's thinking about relics. Dive's going to be coming in. Lancer Spears favor Anatan, even though Sordov's the defender, but he needs to rally the reinforcements back. There you go. He brings the troopers in from behind. It's going to make Anatan think twice about the engagement. Instead, he dives past with the Lancers onto the food gatherers. Yeah, okay. So we just saw Anatan throw away the military lead to get 2 worker kills. A bit crazy, actually. You're seeing how quickly he can reinflate with that regional inspection. It does come in clutch here. A lot of heavily injured knights of Sordov, so if you target them down, Anatan could still come out somewhat favored. But right now, he's just sending 1 or 2 troops in to way too many enemies. Sordov? Wait, is this this is an overcommitment. This is a really big overcommitment. He didn't realize 4 of the Lancers were at death's door. Oh, man. Expensive engagement there for Sordov, and it didn't have to be that way. He played so well up till then. He also already preemptively started playing in towards monks. Anno, is he mirroring? He is not, so he's getting ready to just renew the assault. Remember, all gear has been gathered up now. There's no more pro scout shenanigans. Knight snuck in again. I know, just not really able to find that one impactful raid he's been looking for. And Sordov's now going to offset all the worker damage you've done so far. Barbican of the Sun on the way for China to enable Song Dynasty for the quicker worker production. And it is going to be a crossbow switch from Shushi. Color me a little bit surprised here, actually. I wasn't expecting it to be Shushi going crossbow spears first. The regular matchup I've seen this become is normally China goes spear crossbows, Shushi was going lancers, and then they eventually add in Chiganu, which does counterplay spear crossbow really well. Monk spam as well from Anatan's. Alright, 1s if you think Anno's going to win this game, 2s if you think Sordov is. Because Sordov, he is at least playing out on the map, which is important here. You can't let your opponent get towards the berries in the mid-map, because that could be the difference maker. Like, the farm transition is the killer for either side here. Nice little ride by, does get a single kill. Good micro reaction by Anatan to dodge extra losses. He ends up killing 4 of the Lancers for 1 worker loss. Now, a Myriad dive. Anatan sniping towards the wrong side of the base, though, will not find a single soul. Difference, though, is he keeps everything alive. Yeah, Sordov has actually just lost quite a few Lancers in the last minute of gameplay. Might lose more. What the heck is going on here? Sordov just maybe getting a little bit distracted, misreading the approaches. And remember, like, Sordov, he's just reinvesting in Lancers. Anatan has been creeping into crossbows, something that Sordov probably should have noticed. They're standing in this middle of the map. Yeah, courtesy of the Imperial Pass, you will see it, but you don't really want to be rushing to Nesta Bees here. We mentioned the idea of, like, you need to kind of get out on the map. Yeah, I've got a night dive, though. Hello. Sort of. Well played. Gets right on top of the food source. And all of a sudden, a lead starting to build here. Sort of. There's nothing to shut him down. Anatan has sent practically the entire army across the map. I mean, he needs to strike now. This is snowballing. This is exactly what China dreams of. A small incremental advantage that will scale with Song Dynasty. War going up. It's a full melee. There's a few crossbows here, but they weren't in position to snipe those workers. Let's go for the burn through now. There's still one Lancer in the base. Gets a taxman kill also. That's now a 16 worker lead for Sort of. Sort of does fumble with the Lancers again, though. Gets baited in. All right, this is ridiculous. Sort of was winning on raids, but Anatan is just winning the direct battles. He keeps just convincing, shall we say, Sort of to run headfirst into pure poor positions. Wall's going to break on the north. Is it Anatan's turn to reap some kills? It's mostly just spears left here. In fact, the Lancers of Anatan, where have they gone? Has he sent them all the way home? No. Oh my god! They got it on the other side! And Sort of doesn't realize! He's so distracted by the northern fight! He did not notice the dive! What a move. Anatan, I lost track of where they went for a second there. Unbelievable. All of a sudden, a game where Sort of was 15 workers ahead. Anatan now with a 5-worker lead. An insane swing out of the Belarusian. The military numbers are still with him. Anno prepping for the farm transition. Jiangnan Tao coming through. There is at least going to be a relic advantage here for Sort of. And he's going to need it. Another relic denial. Won't get it home just yet. Sort of has to be running out of food. And he goes to TC. Surely not. He's got no food. I mean, he's going to try to sneak the berries on the north. If Anno just keeps up this aggression, though, he might be feeling worse aware too. Like, he just dropped Jiangnan, which does suggest we're getting farms now. So, wildly enough, Sort of actually might get away with this. Yeah, you've got Granary drop, 2TC as well. Oh my god, Anatan. Wait, what? Wait, what was that? Was that a misclick? Bit of an expensive misclick. Granaries cost 105 wood. There you go. It's going to be building them in the base. Sort of. Oh my god, he's going to catch him at the beginning. Pretty good timing just to harass this out when Anatan needs food most. He's down to 187 food. But Sort of didn't realize. No, he dove past it. So farm's going online. Troopers will be able to react as he pulls the Lancers. Sort of is still reluctant to commit into the granaries. No, instead he's going Chug. Alright guys, despite the wild back and forth that we had with that dive into the base, this is now looking like we're just going to wall in the corner and macro for late game. I don't know how. I really don't know how it was over, not over after that type of clash. But it's the starvation factor. When they split the food like that, they're going to run out at the same time, essentially. So you just need like an overwhelming edge if you want to push for the win then. Triple TC Sushi. Okay. Guys, it's going to be a long day. We are 7 hours into the broadcast day. This game could easily be another 40 minutes. Lancer... Wait, are you kidding me? One Lancer shuts it all down? And it's repeater crossbows, which is just terrible. So he's going to keep running. This is a really big deal because Anatan is now active with the farms. Sort of is not. Yeah, the whole worker force that was meant to be on there will eventually find their way back, but it's a big delay. And Anatan will not be idled the same way. No. Sort of's Lancers go down. Anno still needs to fix his wood situation. He needs more farm stat. The tricky part, though, is you just went triple TC, which is better than 2 TC Song Dynasty for villager production, but also puts you at a much higher price. Well, not much higher. It's 450 versus 400 food spent per minute. If this does go late, by the way, China's pretty scary because of the quality of units. The hand cannoneers can't really be beaten. If you're able to get enough gold access, though, I will give credit where credit is due. Shushi can be phenomenal for the cavalry units in the late game. But your focus usually becomes about raiding. The idea being that Yuan raiders in particular can be great to hit the back farm area. The only negative of that play is 9 times out of 10, China's going to drop the Great Wall Gatehouse on this area, making it very hard to dive. Jean d'Arc, only bad variant so far? Really? I know people had a negative opinion of Jean at first, but I kind of feel like in the end, people came to accept her for what she provided uniquely in the game, no? I mean, saying she looks insane when she gets level 4 in H2, sure, I get you. But you can say the same about horse archers looking insane when you get to 80 of them in Castle H, or Chuganu massing looking insane when you get to 100 of them. There's plenty of things that look insane if they're allowed to just snowball. What a slow game. This is the thing, though, you know, when you talk about variants when they're too similar, this is interesting. We're now talking about the DLC and variant civs, etc. When you talk about variant civs when they're too similar, this is what happens when you get a fairly even exchange. It's like there's no upside swing of like, okay, I have this unique unit now I build into, or I have this unique economical element I now swing into. While Shushi and Chinese are similar, a lot of their key timings are the same, especially in the current meta. Both civs thrive off of Lancer spam. Both civs need that granary transition eventually. And both civs are most vulnerable when doing it. That's why you're not seeing either party attack the other. They both need that granary transition. Did the recent Fire Lancer buff do anything? Yes. It made me temporarily remember for a second that Lancers exist. And then I forgot again. But thank you for reminding me. Stonewall coming up will be decently timed here, so no breakthrough by the Horseman. Important as well, because Anatan is starting to spread out those granaries. Fud Ram. What's Anatan's goal here? Raid the Barbican, secure the gold, but the problem is that sort of has a gold vein on the north side as well. So it doesn't really work. Sort of. A lot of Chug, by the way. Chug versus crossbows is pretty effective. Spears as well. Numbers are less impressive, though. He's outnumbered. Yeah, it's weird because Chug should be winning this fight, but just raw number dictates, right? The problem is the Chug are kind of overkilling the ones they are targeting, so it's leading to decent exchanges for Anatan. The dive's going to be coming through. He's already running a little bit deeper. Lancers connect onto the tree line. That's going to push the workers towards the fight. As Anatan continues this dive, this is crazy. Rams will be able to clear the way under the Barbican, so key landmarks being taken out. And despite the fact it's repeated crossbows, Anno just got a really good trade with 2 units that are meant to be countered by this. Lancers will get cleared in the end. The crossbows will start to retreat. But Palsguard spam is real now. If he can keep the crossbows alive, this works pretty well, because he'll have crossbows for the Lancers and then PG for everything else. Instead, he just keeps sacking them. How do you break into this base? Maybe by playing to the next stage. Granary count is insane. Well, not granary, but farms. We're talking about what? Soon to be 50 farms? 55? Sort of is only at 28. So if we talk raw food numbers, we've got to appreciate just how powerful Shushi are here. The other important thing, guys, is that Anatan, he went for the Mount Lu Academy. That gave him the red seals to get 2 more Imperial officials, which means that he can supervise the granaries to inflate his food if it's necessary. Not to mention the taxation. I think that's something you should never overlook here. One of the big negatives for a lot of Chinese players, you're already seeing it here. Actually, no, good job. He's actually been taxing it. Most of the time, people can't tax these efficiently with their one taxman. But with Shushi having the Speedy Boy tax, where they move their taxmen quicker, plus 2 extra Imperial officials, they can easily afford to keep these granaries down at 0 gold. Sort of. Has taken a worker hit, but he's gone free TC, so he was already anticipating that was going to happen. We'll just look to rescale. Anatan, I guess at this point you just take the Imperial play, right? Like, you've got a pretty big edge here. And wait, the nest of bees in the siege workshop in the center of the map. Okay, Anatan is not going to take Imperial Age. He's going aggression again. I kind of dig it here. Pass guard spam as well. Yeah, he feels that sort of must be at breaking point. Not entirely true. Sort of is still pretty stable at 93 eco. Definitely not done yet. Stone gathering on the flank as well, as I think sort of knows he's going to need additional castles to protect this area. I know. Looks like it is going to be a skimp and go Imperial. If you just play for the Temple of Sun, you have a really good tempo. House Guard plus the Chuganun crossbows move pretty fast. Could be that he thinks about 10,000 bolts here because it's not Clock Tower Nest of Bees. And yeah, that's exactly what Anatan wants. Shushi Library now coming through. So remember, guys, this landmark, I think 8 times out of 10 is just not worth going first. The one that I'm convinced it can be worthwhile for is exactly the type of comp that Anatan's got. Crossbow and Chuginu with the 10,000 bolts tech benefits a lot. It's the type of tech that can be worth rushing alongside your elite techs. One of the big challenges a lot of Shushi players have is getting enough gold to age up and afford not just elite techs, but also the library's researchers. And he does need to still fix that, but 26 workers with 20% more gold on drop-off should do it. Tech up complete. Military Academy on the way as well as Anatan looks to ramp up production. Late game sort of win condition? Yeah, but he just feels kind of off on the timing, right? Especially if Anno renews the aggression, which he's doing right now. Elite techs, only a matter of moments away for the Chug. Yeah, sort of. He's like, hey, wait, that's my game. I mean, in fairness, you know, China might be the OG Chuganu Civ, but there's no doubt about it that Shushi are the better one. They've got the bolt magazines to get the extra range. They've got the 10,000 bolts. Now they've got the elite over veterancy advantage to push for a win condition. Not just that, Anatan, he built that the siege workshop in the center of the map. He can get bombards out for the quick blitz. Sort of lacking the raw production here to mount what I would consider a scary defense. No 10,000 bolts tech just yet. Should be a matter of moments for Anatan, though. Upgrades are coming in. The Palace Guard now about to be elite. And that means that these rapier crossbows, crossbowmen even just not doing that much. Not able to one-hit kill. It's going to be a backstab. Horsemen do intercept on the Nest of Bees, but the knob wasn't really needed to get the win here. Anno's breaking in. Yeah, look at the food income, man. 3,000 food to 2,000. It's just a numbers game at this stage. It's sort of in scramble mode. Barely has any units left alive. Still outnumbered in his very own base. And it's not just an outnumbering, it's an outqualitying. We've got 10,000 bolts in now, which gives the second bolt shot on a crossbow, the fourth bolt shot on a Chug. Half damage on that crossbow shot, but still a decent increase in your burst potential. Sort of belly holding on the backside, and it's just reinvest after reinvest. The problem now is if Sort of could somehow find a way to Imperial, you could understand how you could stabilize. Battle-hardened Palace Guard are pretty impactful here. You get more health than Shushi. The problem is you don't have that reserve. He's recommitting 2,000 food a minute just to try and stay in this. I know he's going to lose the Chug forward. So we've got Bombards now arriving. Palace Guard following up. Now, these guys are so speedy as well. This is what we're talking about with the interesting thing about Imperial officials. Shushi, technically, the interesting thing about this matchup is that China do Imperial officials better early, but Shushi do Imperial officials better late. It's all those unique techs, the extra 2. Then there's another 2 they could get out of the library. Then there's the speed on the Imperial officials, the supervision. No doubt about it, although China may be the dictator when it comes to supervision because of the Imperial Academy, as the game scales, Shushi become the emperor. Forward Raxes now. Props to Anatan for this. A lot of people just forget to do this. In a mirror in particular, this is just important. You're building the same types of units. So you need to have production pushed in your enemy's base. Otherwise, eventually they'll be able to reset. You've got melee tech 3 coming through. So Palace Guard being fully enabled. The only thing really missing right now is Elite Army Tactics. Chug are going to target down the squishies. The only thing they can go for. Bombards winning out for Anatan. The Horseman not able to get that strike in for a kill. No, it's just a little bit too much of a ask here. Villagers now being pulled for the clutch repair. Should be able to get it. No, he repaired the full HP first. But I think sort of is now in scramble mode, right? Like he's down to 3.4k gold on his big reserve. This was meant to be the thing that gets you Imperial Age and all the techs. He still hasn't teched. Mr. B's also now coming out, sort of a keen idea of defense. And maybe if you had a front line, sure, but there's nothing to stand in the way of the Palace Guard. It's just enough horsemen to body block that choke point. But only 120 HP. Remember, these Palace Guard, they hit for 20 per strike. Makes quick work of the knobs. Bombard now moving in for the castle. Anatan moving in for the kill. Sort of, despite his best efforts, has been picked to the bone in the Chinese showdown. Jeesh, I swear, man. Chinese tug of wars every time. Did I discuss the new screenshots? No. We hadn't had a chance because we were in game. We can, however, do it now. Shallst we? Okay, let's have a look. I don't see it. Has it not been officially posted by them? Oh, a blog spot. That would be why. So I need to go community hub. Ah, thank you. Let's grab that now. Alright, should we do a quick piece on this? It'd be this one, wouldn't it? Yeah. Alright, one sec. Content piece, right? Gotta do content piece. Gotta get your high YouTubes in. All right, news just dropped about the upcoming Age of Empires 4 DLC for the end of 2025. We have a date, we have perspective on the content, and we maybe have a mixture of feelings about what's to come. Yes, that's right. Dynasties of the East has now been announced. This will be the DLC releasing on November the 4th of 2025. They've confirmed the date. And apparently, we have got details on what's coming. We get 8 unique new maps, new biomes, but no one cares about that. I know what you guys really came for. We've got new civilizations coming in. But the thing that might disappoint people is that none of them are new. No, we are simply getting variant civs. So we're going to talk a little bit about this. We got some screenshots to look through over here. So it looks like we're getting variant civs of the Mongols, the Delhi, the Japanese, and the Byzantines. And wait. Okay, guys, chill. Elephant ballista? Okay, like, dude, this is kind of interesting. So before we get into like the nitty-picky of each image, one thing I want to emphasize to people is I know there's already going to be a lot of outrage on only variant civs, and I feel you. I love original civs. But hear me out. If variant civs are done in a very deep and meaningful way, it's worth it. Knights Templar and Lancaster are different civs. They may be called variant, but they play very differently. They have very different styles. So I want you guys to keep an open mind as we have a little bit of a look in on what we've got here. So we can see already that difference, by the way. So we're going to have the 4 variants. It's going to be the Tughlaq dynasty, which is the Delhi variant. We've got the Sengoku Daimyo, which is the Japanese variant. The Macedonian dynasty coming in as the Byzantine variant. And finally, we've got the Golden Horde, which I think is the one that most of us could have predicted for the Mongols. So yes, looking at this, I already feel like the Delhi one is quite different. It looks like we're going to have essentially what Gur should be, moving drop-off buildings, which are elephants to the Delhi, as well as a lot of different elephants. It looks like smaller war elephants as well as giant springle type elephant. So maybe this civ just has that instead of siege. There's also something very interesting. You guys see that? You can't because I can't zoom in further. In the center there, in fact, I'm going to open it in a new tab. What is that? Do you guys see that? That's not a mango. And that looks like it's a relic on it. So we've got something new coming in. I don't know if this is a Delhi-specific thing or what, but it looks like there is some sort of relic car or cart coming through. So relic carts is an intriguing idea. I wonder what that's actually going to do exactly. Definitely something new that I imagine is not just Civ-specific. I can't imagine how that would be relevant for the Delhi. But outside that, we can see here, this looks like this is going to be the Sengoku Daimyo. So we have got some similar Japanese ships. I don't think there's anything too different there. We have, however, got new units coming in. Are you guys seeing that in the pictures? So check this. What are those? These things right here with the big clubs? So it looks like we're getting some sort of blunt force unit, maybe like a men-at-arms-esque unit. The cavalry also looks very different, but the other thing I'm noticing... Yeah, so we've got... These are the clubber boys from behind. Are you guys seeing that in the back? There's something else. What are these? Those aren't hand cannoneers. Those are something else. So it looks like the Sengoku are not only going to have these clubs, these maybe tanks of some kind, but they also seem to have arquebusiers. Look at the shape of the gun. It's a little bit pixelated, but it's very thin as it trims through, almost like a musket. So we're not getting your standard hand cannoneers. We're getting some sort of musketeer type unit, which would be arquebusiers, if my history is correct, for the Japanese era. But we also have some different looking cavalry. These don't look like your standard horsemen, so I'm kind of curious on this one. I wonder if there's anything else. Let me know if you see anything else in each of these screenshots in the comments down below afterwards. But next up, we are going to be looking at what must clearly be the Golden Horde here. So Golden Horde is going to be the Mongol variant. I'm already noticing some weird differences here. These outposts or whatever they are, they look like outposts anyway. They literally look like Chinese outposts. Look way too big. So I'm wondering what their purpose is. The interesting thing, by the way, is that the Golden Horde right here is using essentially Chinese architecture for their outposts. So I'm wondering if this is maybe like some sort of static emplacement or something. Okay, this is really cool. It looks like we're actually getting the pasture change we've been discussing on stream before. You guys remember when we talked about this, the idea of Mongols having a building a little bit like a ranch that you could garrison inside of to gather sheep? Well, apparently, the Golden Horde is going to get exactly that. We've got these little pasture areas where you garrison villages. That's really cool. So presumably, this is a way that villagers will be safe inside, that you have to kill the building to access them. Yeah, actually really curious to see overall what the big changes are going to be with Golden Horde. We're seeing a few here. We're not seeing... Wait, we're seeing some sort of unit down here. He's got some sort of lamp. Maybe this is some sort of new aura coming out. I'm not really sure what to make of this guy right now. We also have a new icon appearing on this guy down here. Next up, we are going to be looking at... This must be the Byzantine variant, which is going to be the Macedonian dynasty. What are we getting different? Oh, actually, like it looks like we're getting a few things different off the bat. Yeah, they have a very different looking spearman here. They also seem to have a different cataphract. So this is not your standard cavalry. Maybe it's like, I don't want to say the companion cavalry of Alexander. That feels like out of scope, but something similar. We also do not have olive oil. Okay, so that's a really big change. So a Byzantine variant. I'm kind of happy with this idea. We mentioned that what we're really looking for with variants is a completely different way of playing them. And I think we can agree a Byzantine civ that do not use olive oil is big. And someone's saying they trade silver? You might be right. We've got an effect over here. Yeah, look, you can see it. There's the silver right there. So this civ seems to have access to silver based on gold generation. And it looks like we've got some very different structures. So we've got something back here that looks like it might be either a blacksmith type or it'd be some sort of siege workshop. We've also got... Is that a Viking camp? Yeah, we've got a Viking camp. That's a Varangian ship. So we know that the Varangians activate for the Byzantines. Maybe the Macedonians have some other types of Vikings. We can even see a very different looking type of spear here. So this looks like more of a berserky type spear. And this looks like some sort of maybe multifaceted production building or an archery range. I don't know why the archery range looks so beefy, but I'm curious to see that in action. Is there anything from this angle? It looks mainly just like an archery range from the outside. But a little bit of an insight into Byzantine. So I wonder what we're going to be getting with this silver, what you're able to do with it. Outside that, next up, we've got more from the Sengoku. So Sengoku, looking at this one, a lot more visibility on the units. We were correct. You can see it this very clearly this time. If you look down here, you can see this is an arquebusier. So this is not your standard hand cannoneer unit. We're getting something new and different. I'm curious, though, on whether it's going to be castle or imperial, because normally you have hand cannoneers or you have something like what, Janissaries. We did get a new early form of hand cannoneers, which was with the Lancastrians. You just never see people play them. And we have got the big clubber boys. Dude, they look so wild, actually. I hope it's the most ridiculous little clonk when they get in combat. Outside that, we have something that almost looks like a marketplace that's being built around as a mill. Maybe marketplaces are drop-off buildings for everything? And wait a second, what's that? We have some sort of new structure here. It looks like some sort of food drop-off building of some kind, and that would make sense why they put it next to the boar. I'm very intrigued to find out more about what exactly this does, as that is a very standoutish building, right? It might be similar to the drop-off elephants we're now getting for the Delhi. It might be that Japan has essentially Uvu-type things. But yeah, it looks like it's got something to do with food. I'm not entirely sure what. And we are getting some sort of new blacksmiths here. This on the side, let me just get the PC specialist thing out of the way. This might be some sort of... I mean, it looks very beefy. It actually could be some sort of landmark, which, by the looks of it, would have some sort of impact on either food or blacksmith techs. And then we do have another beauty up here. This almost looks like it's religious-based, so I wonder actually what you're going to get out of this. Dare I predict a new type of religious unit? We did already get the Buddhist monks for the Japanese, but it's possible getting an entirely new type one. And this also has my attention. You guys noticing this? The Bannerman thing? I do wonder if there's like some sort of correlation between this guy here. Like, why do you only have one knight? And you also don't have any stables, right? And if you... Ooh, that's interesting. There's different banners. Different style building, slightly in different banners. So maybe this is an adaptation of the bannerman system. If you guys remember with Japan, that's been a key component of their existence. Because the goal here with variants is you want to change it up as much as possible, but kind of anchor some similar forms. So looks like some sort of different system for the bannerman, which functions around buildings, separate buildings, instead of just building them out of the archery range and racks like you do with Japan. Next, oh, dude, this is a great shot. Look at them. Delhi's back. Yo, okay, these look sick. We've got giant ballista elephants. You guys asked, and they obliged. And we can confirm, look at that. That's got to clearly be drop-off elephants. They're carrying a bunch of gold and stone in them, as well as, like, hay on the back. And the war elephants do look a lot smaller than Delhi's war elephants. I love that for the Delhi variant, they're just like, yeah, more elephants. Because actually, in fairness, people responded really well in Sultan's Ascend to the camel spam from the Ibids. I think people like that identity of just leaning hard into the unique unit. So it looks like we're getting more shots from the Japanese. There is a big monument in the background that almost looks like the wonder of some kind. I don't know, like, what else could that be, actually? Maybe some sort of building that has an aura, but, like, static auras feel pretty rough. I am curious to see what this is actually going to be. Because it doesn't seem to be something that has structures built around it. But yeah, we are getting those carts again. And once again, we can see they're near boar. So there seems to be some direct relationship between the carts and boar. It does seem to be some sort of food-oriented interaction. Just curious that we haven't got any villagers or anything gathering here. So wondering what we're actually going to get out of that. Outside that, okay, this one's going to require a lot of zoom. Is there anything... I think this is too pixelated to dive into too much, guys. Oh my god, the size of this... Wait, guys! Guys! 400 pop unlock? 400 pop unlock? That's more than 200, right? Could we be getting a population increase? That's kind of a crazy idea, actually. But looking at the size of the army... I mean, someone can do the counting. I'm not going to do it live on stream off this video. But like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 15. Another 15 here, right? Scale that back. Times 4 alone. You're looking at, let's say, roughly 60 on, between this front line. This is definitely more than 200 pop. So something is up. And they're all pink, right? I believe so, yeah. It looks like these ones are slightly purpley, but I think they are all pink as just shading. So it looks like there's going to be a way of getting more than 200 population. If they make that change, that could end up being the single largest change to Age of Empires 4 ever. The ramifications of allowing more population is wild. But this isn't looking like a free-for-all, so I don't know if this is really Dominion. The weird part, though, is Green's army is really small, so, like, I don't know, maybe they've introduced a mechanic where you can pay a lot of resources to buy extra population. I just wonder if that helps booming a little bit too much. So I'm not sure about this. I'm intrigued, but I'm not sure I'm happy about the idea of more population. Up next, though, we have got another shot coming in from the field. This one doesn't seem to reveal too much. No, I believe... Is this the Mongols? I think this is the Golden Horde. They have got... No, it's just a scimitar. There's literally nothing special about this shot. And then finally... The final screenshot we've got is another either landmark or wonder. This is a very big... Wait, is that Tokugawa's tower? The Edo... Was it Edo Castle I'm thinking of? That might be like the Edo Castle. It's this type of structure. Ah, no, that would make sense for a monument then. The Toshogu Shrine, because it's something religious. Outside that, it looks like we cannot see... Wait, what? Okay, guys, that's a huge difference. Are you guys seeing this? It looks like we're actually going to be getting samurai... Archer Samurai. Anyone who's played Total War Shogun 2 knows where I'm going with this. We are getting samurai archers. It looks like there's a hybrid unit coming for Japan, so they're getting the Ibid treatment. Samurai archers. That's crazy. And they still have standard archers as well. So presumably they're not going to get Odachi tech, so the samurai is going to have a very different role. But this seems very reminiscent of the recent Earl's Guard with the hybrid attack. I wonder if it's more like Earl's Guard or more like the Desert Raiders where you can permanently switch to one and back and forth. But looks like those are the screenshots we've got. We're going to have a look. My editor's going to have fun editing this down. Do we have a video? Someone said we had a video now. In terms of the details we got here, by the way, so we do get a little bit more insight here from the text. So it looks like the Golden Horde, they ditched nomadic complexity. That explains the look of the outpost, so they are static for a powerful centralized force led by a combat-hardened Khan and his elite guard. Elite guard suggests we are getting some new type of Keshik maybe coming through. They build multiple Uvus, amass large armies, and make critical strategic decisions from the seat of the Khan, the Golden 10. Interesting. So it kind of sounds like what they're doing is they're bringing elements of maybe the Abbasid/Ayyubids to the Golden Horde. So you're going to have this Golden 10 that presumably is going to make decisions about your economy and your tech in it. And you can't move your base around anymore. The multiple Uvus does sound a little bit crazy, by the way. I wonder if you're still going to be able to double produce. We do have the Macedonian Dynasty, so we talked a little bit about this one already. It looks like they are going to have charge of the Varangians to go into battle. And then, there you go. It explains there. So we were correct. It's going to be silver coming in that you'll be able to use. So silver is going to be the unique turning point. Olive oil looks like it's gone because there's now normal farms for this Byzantine variant. Sengoku Daimyo, we talked a little bit about this, and there it is. So you've got the rival banners, Takada, Oda, and Hojo, each offering different, distinct bonuses, units, and technologies. Presumably, you have to make a trade-off here, though. By the detailed rival banners, I'd be surprised if you're allowed all of them underneath the same flag. So maybe you choose one house and dedicate to it to get certain advantages. That's a bit rough, though. Like that as a permanent choice, you need to be careful of. Like with Daimyo Bannerman with Japanese, you can commit into one, but then you can get rid of it and switch formation. So we'll see how they bounce that one out. And then finally, we've got the Tughlaq Dynasty. Who cares? These guys are all elephants. That's all we care about. So apparently, you're going to appoint powerful governors who bring their own adept craft to the table. So it looks like we've got a new governing system, maybe something akin to what you get out of the imperial officials for China. It could also be this is more like Templar and their ability to get different commanderies. Outside that, we are getting 2 new elephant units. So you strengthen your economy with worker elephants, which actually makes them sound like they're going to gather for you. And we are now going to be seeing the ballista elephants, which we saw in the earlier shots and look absolutely incredible. Dude, these guys have got me excited. They look so ridiculous. I can't imagine a world in which they're not OP. All right. Do we have the blog posts? There's a trailer and a blog post, right? So let's have a look at those quickly. Dude, why did someone give me the Steam page and not just start with the blog post if there's that much info? Good lord. There's 5 blogs? Wait, they done one each? Okay, yes! Oh, this is what I've been waiting for. More single-player content. Enter the Crucible, a new roguelite RTS experience is coming to Age of Empires 4. Hold on, chat. I'm going to have to move your asses out of the way, because otherwise, you're going to be blocking l'experience. So, introducing the Crucible, a bold new single-player mode that redefines the possible in a game of Age of Empires. The Crucible fuses classic RTS mechanics with shifting battle conditions, evolving enemies, and unpredictable twists that test your ability. So presumably this is some sort of survival wave type game where different things can happen every time. Each bout within the Crucible is a unique journey featuring unpredictable challenges, escalating difficulty, and dynamic objectives. And it looks like you have got the roguelike elements of amplifying yourself each time. So it looks like you've got some sort of point system here that you can buy things like, for example, here, each level increases the carry capacity of villages by 5. How interesting. The wonder is the key to victory. It must be protected at all costs. So every single situation will have a wonder. It is exactly kind of like a survival tower defense game by the sounds of it here. Boons are powerful upgrades and abilities that you can select during a mission. You'll periodically be offered a selection to choose from. So this is the next step for the chart of the course game mode you guys remember from before that people played for a little bit. And you can see things here. So like the choices here is immediately gain 1,000 stone, immediately gain 1,000 wood, or berry bushes gave 250 more food, and you gather 100% faster. So it looks like boons are really, really strong in this game. This is cool though, by the way, guys. Like this is a huge change that's been needed in Age of Empires 4 for a while. We got a little bit of this with the Trials of Knights and Rose, or Trials of Cross and Rose. My mistake. Trials of Cross and Rose kind of added a little bit of this in when you've got the different places like Agincourt. Finally, single player content that people could replay and enjoy away from sweaty 1v1. This is the next step. I love this. It's a smart addition because one of the big problems I think they encountered with the recent DLC is no replayability or limited replayability. Some could be replayed for better times, but eventually you just done it all. This seems to be shining a completely new approach. Every mission has 2 optional objectives that are chosen randomly. Use the perk systems to create a different environment, and points of interest are smaller optional challenges as well hidden around the map. So it looks like they're trying to create giant maps with some character that you interact with different ways each time you play. This is a great change. The only thing I would question is, why is it only single player? If this was co-op, it changes everything. StarCraft 2, Legacy of the Void, was on a collision course for disaster, and then they made the decision to add in co-op mutators. Co-op maps that changed each week, co-op maps where you chose heroes that had unique armies you could leverage. That evolved the game and gave a lot more years of life to StarCraft than I think it otherwise would have had. So I love that we've got this, but my big question to the devs, is this a stepping stone towards co-op? Or was co-op not considered? And if so, why not? Because the goal here, this is great for engaging single-player players. If this had been made co-op as well, you create a bridge where people could matchmake randomly from their single-player experience with other people, which they then connect with and then play online together. That is how you convert people. That's your funnel. That's how you get them through from being only single-player to potentially touching your 1v1, which has been the main focus of Age of Empires 4 development for the longest time. Outside that, we have got the biomes. Looks like we're going to get Greek Islands, Pog. Perfect time for Mr. Return. The new 8 maps coming in. We've got Craters, Nomadic Tarns, Ridges, and a few others. Cliff Sandy sounds kind of wild. I'm intrigued by that one. But I believe, is that all the blog posts we've got? Was there anything else? If so, let me know. We got a trailer? Has someone got a link to the trailer? We need a link to the trailer. I'm reacting to this all live. Like, I literally just got this info. Oh, they done Civ-specific vlogs. This is going to be a very long video. All right, here we go. Ho, 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 ho. Wait, why is this the focal point that we're optimizing for controller? Aim assist? Come on. Jean rework, maybe? They're showing off Jean very specifically, so I'm hoping we're getting the rework. Wait, this is just the... Okay, why did you link me this? It's just a PS5 controller. It's just a PS5. Okay, here we go. This is the part that we need. Okay, the biome actually looks so... That green is luscious and very different to anything we've got. Okay, so here's the Crucible. This is the new roguelike experience that we've been looking for. So there... that is the wonder. That's the wonder of the new Japanese, because it's defending it. Why are you showing it in PlayStation 5? Come on, man. That graphics is not doing the game any justice. This looks like a beaut, actually. Dude, this army's so big. Something's going on with population. Yeah, okay. So, like, my takeaway on that trailer, real talk, I don't think that focusing on the PS5 components, that could have been a separate trailer. I think that the DLC in PS5 should have been separate because the graphics on the and I don't know why the graphics look that bad on a PS5 because a PS5 is a pretty solid piece of hardware. Like, I've seen Hogwarts Legacy and how it looks on a PS5. I'm not quite sure why it looked that bad. Because the other screenshots we've seen are really impressive of the game, as you'd expect of AoE 4. But I think that's everything to cover. I mean, we could go into the specific blog posts on each of them, I guess. Where is the link for that? Should be here in AoE4, right? Is it under civilizations? Have they been added? They have not been added. Why are the links so hard to find? Ah, here we go. So we have got the civ pages for each of them. Okay, so yeah, it is going to be these fortified outposts that you apparently anchor and build your bases around, presumably for different influences and buffs that you're going to get on the Golden Horde. We have got the Golden Horde Khan. We saw him in the picture earlier. He looks like an absolute baller. He's got the giant lantern on his back and the king icon. And it looks like he's going to inspire nearby troops, so a little bit like a meta type thing. And we've got the Torgud, which is going to be the Khan's special cavalry. Looks like when the Khan is near, the Torgud deflect any damage from the Khan to themselves. That's an interesting mechanic. With positioning, that means that like if you have healers behind it, you could keep the Torgud back, throw the Khan in, and then try to chain heal him maybe. Then we've also got the Karash, which is inexpensive light melee units, so it looks like they just get trash militia type units to throw at this. We've also got the Beachhead Rams, which gives the Ram an ability to open side arrow slits and unleash torrents of arrows from units in the... What? Wait, okay, guys, we got to talk. So clown carring got removed from the game recently, and now, after removing clown carring, the devs looked and went, that's a game mechanic. They're adding it back in specifically for the Golden Horde with the Beachhead Rams. We have also got the Glorious Charge technology, which when activated, gives them a speed boost and reduces incoming damage they charge into battle. So basically like a better version of the Gilded Knights unique tech. And then Stockyard Edicts, which allows gold to be generated from stockyards that are being worked near fortified outposts. Stockyards are the pasture replacement, remember, so they're a safe place to farm. But outside that, we've got the Dark Age. Looks like it's going to be the Golden 10. This is a lot. I feel like there's going to be a lot for one video. We're at 27 minutes of recording. I think maybe we save this for like another day to go over. We'll make it 2 videos. Okay, so it looks like the Dark Age, beginning with the Golden 10. This is going to be the way that you age up. We were correct about this. So this is how you level up each time. I wonder if there's going to be a Golden Age attached and what kind of unique choice you're going to have inside. It feels and sounds like they're making this a bit more like the Golden, the level up rather, of the Abbasas, the Ibids, where you maybe have some flexibility in the direction you go with each age up. And Age 2, looks like you will get access to those bodyguards we talked about, where the Khan can have all damage mitigated away from him to them instead. Presumably the Khan can be very strong as a melee unit or something to make sense of that. Then we do have Age 3 in the Castle Age. You get the Fortified Outpost. You can research new edicts such as the Karash Edict. So they're using an edict system, so presumably there's going to be different buffs that you can turn on or off or buy into temporarily. A little bit like what you get out of the Malian's 4th Age landmark, where you can increase farm production rate. And then finally, with the increased stone income of an expanded UV network, technology can be researched to increase the power of your armies. Yeah, so just pretty standard stuff they're talking about here. Outside that, when we look across at the Macedonians, it looks like the Macedonians, we talked about their ability to get Varangian, and it seems they are going to have war camps which replace fallen warriors. So we just like added in necromancy? Okay, so this is the necromancer's civilization. We got Envious of Warcraft. So they just randomly replace fallen warriors, and you use the silver to improve a lot of your weapons. So it seems like there's an extra blacksmith system maybe on top of the blacksmith system here, unless it is only all derived from silver generation, which would be very different. But looks like the villagers discover abundant silver deposits as they mine gold and stone, actually. So this 5th resource can be used for researching unique technologies at the new Varangian arsenal. And then the mighty Varangian warriors step forth into the battlefield from their fortified strongholds. Fortified is an interesting word. So these strongholds, which I think we saw some of the buildings before in the previous pictures, right here, I wonder if you can garrison inside of them. So maybe these are like outposts for the Macedonians. So going back to this, we have got the... Oh my dear God. I love how the developers are... Every time me as a caster, I pronounce a unit correctly. At this point, I'm convinced that Winston is standing somewhere going, let's create a more complicated word to pronounce. We've got Atigimar and Bogmar, Radari. So it looks like the Atger are going to be the light Varangian unit. They do have a passive berserk ability. It kind of looks like an angry Vikings version of an Onabugeisha. Then we've got the Bogmar, which is going to be the archers. And they have an ability to penetrate armor weak points. So they get some sort of temporary bonus, at least, against heavily armored units. And then finally, you got the Vidari, which we did see in the early picture. We said it was some sort of replacement for Cataphracts. They have throwing axes. Wait. So after seeing the throwing axemen not be good of Knights Templar, they were like, the problem is movement speed. So we've got a better version of Knights Templar throwing axes coming on horseback. Outside that, excuse me, you can place runestones. So you carve them a little bit like camps, I guess. And with any Varangian unit, when enough enemies have suffered their blades. So that's interesting. This sounds like in the event that you keep playing statically on one location, you will generate runestones to get buffs. So if you're playing against the Macedonians, you need to avoid fights in the same location. If you're fighting in the same location, you're benefiting a lot more as Macedonians. We then also have the Rumpire swords, which allows them to meet the needs of war. Okay, I'm assuming that's going to give them like a ridiculous buff in damage in some way. Maybe cleave damage on horseback. That'd be kind of crazy. And then, yeah, we got the Varangian arsenal to equip. But outside that, it seems the core concept is going to be gathering silver. We also do have confirmation that the Byzantine variant Civ, the Macedonians, will have access to early Varangian. We also can see the war camps in action over here. Presumably these guys can build some sort of boat as well. That's interesting, actually, because if you think about it, there's been a lot of talk in the past about Varangian building boats, but it comes in Castle too late. Having Feudal Age Varangian build boats could be vital and actually very valuable on certain maps. And looks like we do have the war camps over here. So yeah, you can call in a bunch of reinforcements to the Empire's need. And then finally, I think that's the monument, isn't it? Yeah. A pretty big army here. Is there some sort of siege engines you can get? Because it looks like you do have the Foreign Engineering Company. So presumably you can get the same kind of things. You can get Springolds that fire an explosive bolt. So kind of different. Next up, we've got the Sengoku. So this is, I mean, a little bit of history background. 1467, collapse of the Ashikaga shogunate. And then the civil wars led through until Tokugawa's shogunate's reunification in 1615. So this is going to be focusing on that time period where you've got like the Takeda cavalry, you've got the Oda, as well as the Hojo. So, in Age 2, choosing which clans are supported by buildings that building their daimyo estates will shape your armies. Each daimyo estate will provide bonuses and unlocked technologies for a different class of units. The daimyo can be called into service as well, inspiring nearby units. So, you do get bannermen still, but presumably there is some sort of limitation. And here are the boys we were talking about. These are the clubmen. We've got the Kanabo Samurai. They're a unique melee unit that has a large studded club that does bonus damage to enemies based on their maximum health. That's pretty wild. Bonus damage based on percentile health is a new feature. We haven't got that anywhere in Age of Empires 4. What is going to be interesting from a balancing perspective is if it's percentile maximum or current. For balance reasons, I would suspect current, just because if it's maximum, you're going to be able to cheese with Kanabo a lot. The reason is, like, if a unit is full HP and you do 10% of their health per strike, that's very impactful at the start of a fight, and at the end, you need something else to finish off. And there it is. So we've identified the hot dog stand. It's the Yatai. This is a unique work unit that can be sent out to gather food from animals, berries, or fish without depleting the resources. That is why, in the other pictures, the boar wasn't being gathered from. It's being ignored because it seems that you generate resources by being near resources. And there's the daimyos. So for each daimyo estate, a unique heavy melee cavalry can be recruited. They increase the attack speed of nearby enemies, units rather, even when they fall. And it's going to be classified the correct way. So Takeda will be so you can buff your cavalry. Hojo will be for infantry. And then range units will be the Oda. And look at that. We were on point with that other landmark. The Iki Iki monks. They don't sound so icky to me. I'm sorry, I had to make that comment. Sorry, it's icky. The Iko-Iki monks are strong warrior monks that forgo traditional target healing and instead heal all nearby units whenever they strike an enemy. Alright, I'm going to have fun cheesing with these guys on the ladder. Can we just agree on that? So, against someone who's not paying attention, you could sneak these guys in, and if you just keep attacking, they're going to heal everyone in the area. It's kind of like the dervish in a different form. And there's the confirmation. We are getting Samurai Bow, found in the Hojo Daimyo estate. It equips Samurai with a Yumi Bow. That's interesting. So we talked about the Bannerman effect, and it seems there's some sort of investment that if you invest harder into it, you get not just the units and the buffs, but unique techs. One of them being with the Hojo estate, which is going to be the... I thought that was the infantry one. Yeah, it is the infantry one. Then you'll get your hands on bow attacks for Samurai. And wait, what? Mounted Samurai get Odachi? So remember, Odachi is the one that gives bonus against infantry. This is essentially turning Japanese mounted Samurai into even better Samurai. They're basically becoming like the best of Sofa and the best of mounted Samurai, which is kind of crazy. And interesting, at the start of the game, this Civ isn't berry focused. It sees the deer and the boar immediately, so it knows where it is. And it also can send the Yatai to bolster food income by making food for them without hunting it. As it fills up, it will send food traders back. So there's risk reward here. It's kind of like a meditation garden out there in that you'll gather the resources and then have to send them home, but people can snipe them a bit like a trader. Outside that, we have got the daimyo estates here. So we can see that they have to be built around the structures they want to buff, presumably, which I think got mentioned in the details above. And you want to build them in the correct area. So you've got the Hojo over here, and then you've got the Odo over here for the archer buffs. And we can see there's Arquebusier in effect again. Finally, going into Age 3, it looks like the health of melee infantry can be increased by Hojo as well. And there you go. It even tells you, yeah, so as you escalate the daimyo effect, units recruited from the Rack's range will get deflective armor, but otherwise they won't have it. Fully supporting Hojo clan with 3 daimyos will also allow you to levy troops from the provinces. So it sounds like this is going to be a trade-off investment. I can't imagine they're going to let you have all the best benefits of every single clan. I wouldn't be surprised if they make you commit to one. Maybe they let you get out of it by deleting the clan buildings and then switching over. And then finally in Age 4, we're going to get information on this weird monument we saw. The Oda clan could become a valuable ally in Age 4 with a focus on ranged infantry and allows you to unlock the early Azutsu. So you can get Azutsu in Castle. You can basically get like mini bombards in Castle. All right, I'm game. The Tanegashima Ashigaru and early hand cannoneer can become the backbone of the army. So we do have confirmation it is indeed going to be these Arquebusier units coming in Castle Age. And then finally, they have the Tante standing shields, which is presumably going to be a little bit like Pavis. Actually, we have confirmation. The Tate allows them to remain stationary and increase their attack range and damage. So basically, if you're able to stand still with gunners in a fight, you can turn them into snipers. I'm not crazy about this decision with the Sengoku. The problem with this, and we've seen it in games, Dropsy aren't really used for attack speed boost because most of the time, high-level players want to move their range units. So this is like a big negative, is having to stand still isn't really something that high-level players engage with anyway. And finally, we have got the Tuklak Dynasty. So remember, this is going to be the Delhi variant, which is going to have a very big focus on elephants. It seems like they're trying to steer the Delhi variant the way they did the Abbasid variant, where Ayyubids was heavily about camels. So, looks like there's going to be a focus on nobles and officers and taxes. We're going to go around and have a little bit of look here. We know that we're going to have the worker elephants now, and we do have confirmation. They drop off there, and you get bonus resources when you drop off at the work elephants. The cool thing is these guys look very valuable because they're moving. Especially if you're going for wood-based builds, I imagine the work elephants are going to be absolutely key. And the Tuklak Dynasty provides near instantaneous research times on most technologies for a high price. So, presumably, this Civ is going to be doing away with the scholar system. So we're shifting away from the scholar system to the polar opposite, where you have to pay a premium, but by doing so, you will unlock the research much quicker. That's an interesting steer, actually. And I guess that is going to lean you even more hard into the elephants to make sure you can get enough. Stay ahead of enemies by researching quickly and trampling through defensive lines with the raider elephants. So that's what these guys are. These baby elephants are raider elephants. Presumably quite cheap, maybe the price for like 2 nights. Produce the healer elephant from the... So we are just basically getting everything conceivable in elephant form. This really is the elephant version of Sultan's Ascent. So you're going to get healer elephants, worker elephants, raider elephants, ballista elephants, all the elephants. And here we go. So you've got the worker elephants here. The raider elephants are light melee cavalry units. They're light. That's interesting. With increased health and an ability to trample through foes. So they're basically light elephants which have got the cataphract trample. And they replace... Wait. Do you guys see that detail? They replace horsemen. You don't have horsemen. You have elephants now. Ballista elephants are also going to be able to penetrate multiple units. These replace springalds. Why did... Okay, I'm going to say the obvious thing. Why did we stop at springled elephants? Where are the mangonel elephants? We've then also got the Tuklakabad forts, which you appoint governors in to provide buffs across your entire civ. Interesting to see how that plays out. You also got the governor of Ajmer, which is one of the 6, and he recruits heavily armored Emir warriors that consume no population space and are more effective when defending near forts. What? Okay, there's got to be some sort of limitation, though. So we're going beyond 200 pop, apparently. And then finally, we've got collateral damage technology. Reinforce elephant tusks with deadly spikes to increase their damage output, causing catastrophic damage to anything. So basically adding in splash damage on light cavalry. I can't see this going wrong at all. Beyond that, we did talk about the elephant drop-off locations. Like, this is going to be, I think, kind of a go-to. I'm assuming the elephants are going to cost either 100 or 150 resources to be balanced well. And then you start building Tuklabad forts to kind of get into your governorship. So there's going to be a desire to play towards stone here for Delhi, which is very different for this Delhi variant than standard Delhi. In Age 2, you can start building the Tuklabad forts and choose between one of 6 governors to appoint. And they offer up 4 tiers of bonuses to economy, religion, military, etc. So I was saying earlier that I thought that the Sengoku... Sorry, the Golden Horde would play a little bit like the Abbasids. It seems actually like the Delhi variant might be more Abbasidi inspired with this fortress system, where you choose different elements to increase. The way they're describing economy, religion, military, etc. is actually reminding me of Rise of Nations system on leveling up the different tiers of like military, eco, trade, that type of thing. And then when you get into Age 3, you can get the combat defenders to get even more forts. And then you can get your hands on the heal elephants. Dude, I love it because it almost just looks sillily, like, childish the way they've constructed this. One and all, meet the healer elephants. All right. I can't believe I'm saying this because I actually hate, like, the idea of playing Delhi. But... the Tuklak might be my favorite civ. It's just so much elephant, I can't not love this. It just looks like the imams are having a party on top. Oh, that's absolutely brilliant. And by the way, heal elephants gain increased damage the more infantry units that are nearby. So they're not just a healer, guys. They're a frontline as well. Oh my god. And then finally, Age 4, advance the Imperial with one of the 2 landmarks that interacts with the governor system. Palace of Sultan immediately grants you a governor of your choice for maximum tier 4 bonus. The Hisar Academy grants you resources over time based on how many governors you have. So very similar for the Age 4, not too much difference there. But, I mean, there's already so much difference coming through from Tuklak anyway, as we can see by the elephants. I'm so excited for the elephant. I can't believe... I shouldn't be. I feel like these elephants are just going to be broken. They sound broken, but in a fun way. But guys, that's every piece of info we've got so far on the upcoming DLC for Age of Empires 4. Later this year, we'll be able to dive into Dynasties of the East. It looks like, I think it has got a price up on Steam, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, actually pretty reasonable. Like, actually, I don't mind that. £15. So what, $20 toll for 4 variant civs, a completely new game mode, and 8 new maps. That's actually not the worst deal imaginable. Also, Knights of Cross and Rose, if I'm not mistaken, was really not far off on price. Yeah, it was £10 compared to... or £12.49 compared to $16.99. So you're getting double the amount of civs for a few pounds more. This isn't actually a bad value proposition. But to recap for people, this means what we're going to be getting our hands on is 2 new variant civs, 2 at least of which I think look very different. I think that the Delhi variant Civ looks very, very different. And the Mongol variant Civ looks very, very different. Outside that, we are getting a brand new game mode, a replayable game mode. We're finally getting a roguelite experience in Age of Empires 4. I hope there's mutators and regularly changed content, because that's the single player content that's going to keep people coming back time and time again. And the new biomes and maps look pretty compelling as well. But let me know if I missed anything. Let me know if you guys saw any sort of secret leaking in there that I didn't notice. Let me know what your thoughts are on this. You know, I'm a little bit bummed out personally that we didn't get any brand new civs. But one thing I want to praise about the devs here is, at least upon immediate look, 2 of the 4 civs sound very different to their original civs. This doesn't feel like a Jean being a ripoff of French situation. This does feel more like House of Lancaster and Knights Templar, which we can all agree were so different from their originated civs. They were borderlining on just being completely new civs. But yeah, if you guys like this, make sure you're liking, subscribing, sharing this around. Let me know your opinions down in the comments, and I'll catch you in the next video. Oh, I should do like another outro as well, because I think that's going to be 2 videos. But yeah, that's the details we have on the Civ so far. If you have not watched the other video, make sure you go check in on it, because that was kind of a wide scope look. This was a little bit more detailed, checking in on the blogs in particular regarding each Civ. Personally for me, I do see a decent amount of difference, to the point that I'm content with the idea that it's just variant civs. I'm gutted we didn't get original civs. My message to the developers would be to not lean too hard on variant civs. I think for the community, there needs to be at least one brand new civ coming in each of these installations. Otherwise, there's going to be a feeling like we're just skimping out. The reality is, from what I'm seeing on paper at least, these civs are notably different. But I know in terms of sales, it's going to track a lot better if you're like, hey, we've like added in... Oh no, my brain is fired. We've added in Spain. We've added in Poland. We've added in Sweden, right? We've added in the Aztec. These type of statements made on a DLC will carry an even bigger weight. And I hope we do see more of that in the future from the developers. All right. I believe we have another game. Sorry, we got sidelined. I don't know how long... That was like... Sorry, guys. That was almost an hour. I know we were in the middle of a series, but... I mean, it's news about the future of AoE4, right? I didn't expect it to take that long, to be honest with you. So. Let's hop back into it. Gorge for game number 3. Let me update the score as well. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, I hope the next DLC is just like brand new civs, exploring like a mutual campaign type thing. But let's get ready to go. We'll go 2x for the other game. All right, this could end up being Sordov's final game of the week in KPMM. He's clashing with Anatan in quarterfinals, and so far, folks, it has not gone well. No, Anatan looking ready to book another date with B in semi-finals here. Rank's opening coming in from HRE. We're going to be the 2x speed just for the beginning, and whew, dude, my mind is on so many different things now. I'm sorry, Anatan and Sordov. This game 3 deserved his immediate attention, but like we got distracted by the ambush of information coming in. I just realized I am looking in the background at the wrong thing. Wait, have we captured the wrong scene? We have. Oops. Uno momento. I'm looking for OBS. There it is. Boom. There we go. We're back on game. Yeah, I don't know what Colon is up to. Oh, I think Complexity are leaving Counter-Strike. Wait, what? So, what's the plan here? We have got the Spearman opening onto the hunting cabins, but it looks like it's backfire for Anatan. The hunting cabin placement is closer by sort of. So he kept them in range of the TC so they can't be harassed. Smart read by him. Bad start by Anatan. It's just not really finding the impact he was looking for. However, having spears isn't bad against Roos. Remember, Roos love pro scouts, so opening Spearman has already got you in position to block their #1 play. Oh, dude, I'm so freaking excited now for the DLC. Like, more than the variant civs, actually, for me, the fact that it looks like they're adding in replayable single-player content, I'm just a little bit bummed it's not co-op. I think the big mistake, the big whiff from them is not having co-op. But outside that, I am so freaking excited for this DLC. I feel like we got burnt out on the House of Lancaster plus... The House of Lancaster plus Knights Templar drop pretty fast, right? So Minework's going to be coming in pretty fast here. Anatan has been a big fan of these Minework builds, by the way. Horseman plus Spearman is pretty fast and pretty smart here. It gives you blocker to the Pro Scouts and also stops the organic steer into Archers by Roos. It also means if they go Knights, you've got Spearman already. Yeah, so it ticks a lot of boxes. We've also seen this as super effective when you approach Castle Age because of the Knight's Barded Armor that you can get for HRE. Oh my god, I shifted everything around the background. I need to give everything its position again so we're set up. Also need to improve the AI. True. AI could always use some improvement. It's always tricky with RTSs. The sad problem about RTS development and AI development is like AI is a crucial element towards single-player RTS experiences, but it typically quite often gets the least time investment and resource investment from development teams. Because for the average player, it's not often the most apparent improvement. And I think I've used examples of this in the past. Like the most obvious one I always go to is Halo, where they created this AI system. People played the game and like, this game sucks. The AI is not very challenging. I don't feel like I'm actually having to do anything. It's way too easy. Change it. And they went around for weeks figuring out, okay, like what do we change? What do we make better? Like what do we do? And they ran down the clock to the point that they had to make a change, but they didn't know what to do. So in the end, one of the guys on the team said, screw it, just like increase their health and damage by X%. And we'll leave it at that. And the next session, the exact same tester came across to them at the end of the session and went, wow, I don't know what you done to change the system, but man, was the game hard. Like, I really struggled to complete it. And that's what I mean by AI resource investment is low. Because the way that you deal with the player's issues with AI is usually quite trivial. You don't have the type of resource investment on a product into AI to create something smart. So as an AI developer for video games, your number one goal is to create something convincing. Right? It's all smoke and mirrors. Okay. What are we looking at here from sort of? He is going to be going Archer Knights. But like, it's a skip out. Anatan just straight up went Regnants. Now, this is where things get a little bit scary because sort of has been baited into Archers, which has no relevance here. No, it's going to be Barded Knights. Which you can't really spam Standard Knights into, so that forces you what into Spearmen after you've already gone Archery Stables. Don't know what AI just doesn't go past tier 1, AoE 4 and AoE 3 AI that just randomly runs around. The other thing that you got to realize is actually also RTS AI typically cheats. It can see everything you're doing, but it's basically like because of the way Pathfinder, etc. works, and it's on the server side, but it's being told to ignore it, if that makes sense. Outside that, the other thing to keep in mind is a lot of the time, game developers make AI really cheap. So I played a lot of Supreme Commander 2, for example, in university. And in Supreme Commander 2, if you put the difficulty higher, all it does is gives the AI more resource. So it does the same build it was going to, but it's doing it faster. I know. He's actually just tank healing. First Knight's coming out soon. Sort of. He needs some worker kills, right? Like, surely you got to get one. Like, he goes to the prelates. Oh my god, he pulls him away as well. Anatan, leave him something. That was disgusting. The double prelate tank. Well played, Mr. Anatan. Well played. I bow. I tip my hat to you, sir. What a cool reaction to it. Doesn't get steered into archers, horsemen. No, he just straight up gets knights. Knights that are now going to beat the Roost ones. And reminder, folks, this is Regnants. So sort of is sort of on the clock. Prelate is going to get intercepted, but the Knight is running those archers down. There's only 2 left alive. I mean, this is basically getting home. If he ducks, he could have actually pulled the Prelates to heal there, by the way. I think he was scared of the incoming Knight. Speaking of which, Anatan did not micro away the more expensive unit. Yeah, a little bit surprised. He protected the Prelate, but not the 240 resource unit. Charge comes across onto the gold now. Oh, wait. Please don't keep hitting the different unit. Oh, man. I feel really bad for sort of. If this had been Spear Knights, I think I see the path, right? But, like, your opponent is just easily getting away with high-quality Knights. We've got Steel Barding now coming in, which means these archers guaranteed are going to be locked to doing 1 damage. Tech Up is not too far away. Sort of is going to have to go in High Trade House here, right? And the problem with High Trade House, it's good, right? But you almost need that timing into Monks if you want to intercept. It's only 1 relic so far, so it's like not the end of the world for sort of. But if Anatan gets triple relic here, you're in pain. Right? You're on the bed crying like you just watched Bambi. I should make a co-op like SC2. Agreed. Like, it's something I've been begging for a long time. AoE 4 just needs co-op content. It needs mutatable AoE... Like, AoE 4 needs mutatable single-player co-op content. So you can just steer between the two however you want. I'm really hoping the Crucible will be co-op. I think if it's not, it's a big miss by the AoE 4 team. Polo is not gonna work. So, Relic denied. Sort of is scaling Knights now with Tech Up complete. It means that he can at least compete with the Holy Roman Empire Knights. But remember, with the Barded Armor, they are technically better. Looks like we've got a Pro Scout shenanigans here as sort of tries to snatch away the goodies. Could he Monk heal through? Probably not against a Knight. Knight hits a bit too hard. The Wall though. Archers are going to arrive. Nicely played. So sort of, we'll be able to deny that. Crossbow switch from sort of. I like that he's not being greedy about this. He knows it's all about the relics, but sometimes the best counterplay towards the relic issue isn't to gather them yourself. It's just to keep making your opponent waste resources trying to gather them. Still, this is not an ideal fight. Vlad sort of realizes quickly, does back away. It looks like second relic is going to be brought home for Anno. I mean, the Knights try to charge by. He's going to recharge in. He's just fully focused on that prelate, though. Few spearmen here. Prelate. Did he just heal a dead guy? He did. New prelate's coming out, though. So, good job. He did at least exploit this to the maximum. I think Anatan, over this one relic, lost at least 3 prelates. But he will now get it. And for some reason has taken this one out. And hasn't realized. Clearly what happened, guys, is Anatan was playing this game, and then he noticed the ping about the new DLC. And he's just looking across at the second monitor right now, reading the details. He's like, oh, wow. I'm going to play Golden Horde. Wow, that sounds cool. I know, already out in the deer. Sort of. He didn't get much. Okay, no, he did. Okay, I was confused for a second. It's because he's got like a deer carcass remaining from both of these, so it's showing on the map still. So actually, it sort of has got a lot of food to work with. But I love that Anatan has gone out for both deer stacks to just try and minimize the value. So I'd say sort of is probably going to have about a 60%, no, 55-60% split of the deer on the map. Which doesn't feel great when you're the one going pro scouts. Spear. Wait, is he going to get a double kill? Oh, he gets a double kill! Okay, yes, the prelate gets denied his return, but 2 knight kills from 1 spear and a prelate is a great trade there, Fano. He also does have another relic coming back from the north side. I wonder... He's sort of ready to defend against this, because he's playing out on the map, isn't he? He wants relics. He understands that if Anno just gets 5 relics, he's just going to rush Imperial. So you have to contest him here, right? But you're playing crossbows at the start of Castle, which doesn't feel great. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, Don. Like, prelates aren't being harmed, all right? They love their god. You're just returning them to their god. Jesus. Nice. Now with the dive. And they have got a lot of armor here, folks. 7 ranged armor. Means the crossbows are the only hope, but there are not many of those. Anno now cycling towards the tree line, sort of, not pulling away quick enough here. Is going to experience pain. He tries to go for the trade. He dives in towards the deer, but the garrison's already going to be there. And there's just nowhere to go for sort of. Another relic coming through. He's got another Wallalow. That's going to scare Anno off. But now with a healthy 5-worker lead, there needs to be some return fire, but it's not going to connect. No. Only manages to get the 1 worker kill. Crossbows are now overextended. Against 6 knights, they will lose. Sort of. I mean, you might as well just turn around and trade, right? You're not getting away from this. In fact, if anything, you allowed him to gap close quicker. Anno does try to get cheeky with the microwave, not able to do so. Recharge is going to be there to connect. An expensive loss for a guy who's trying to get critical mass crossbows. The 1 knight, I don't know what the hell's going on with the pathing, will get away. And final split is going to be 3-2. Pretty good, actually, out of sort of on the relics. Not so good is the state of his army. This is a lot of knights. And not just that, Anno's already steering into horsemen. With military academy. Good lord.
Now you're my sugar daddy.
Would have liked to have seen more more campaigns for new civs in the update. Agreed. Like, it's something that I think is sorely missing. And what is up, Elyona? There's someone who's sorely missing from my midweek muster. I hope you're having a good time, mate. Hope you had a good stream. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, one and all. We're into the final series of the day. Anatan versus sort of. We just went over the DLC's details on stream, so you guys can check the VODs for that later. There will be YouTube videos to follow. And wait a second. Okay, no, he's getting the outpost up in time. That's important. So Anno did sort of see that. Credit to him, he's actually been very logical about this. He's not being greedy. He's got wooden fortresses on any food gathering site he's going for. So we'll go to garrison. Spring on placements is coming, but we do have all pikes on the way. Anatan, it's a full horseman switch. Now it's going to arrive on the north side. Anatan not reacting just yet, but the villagers... Wait, sort of went back to work! Oh no, 4 go down. Dive coming in. It's not going to be good enough, though. Those spring on placements are making it so much harder, sort of. And now the villagers? He didn't build the hunting cabin! Absolute disaster. He's going back now, at least. He goes back in time before Anatan would have seen him. Luckily for sort of, Anatan did not have a scout, but wow, he just calls it there. Those little whoopsies, the fact that his opponent's got 3 relics and 10 more workers, sort of taps out a bit early here, but I can't blame him. This is starting to look rough. Okay, yeah, a little bit of an underwhelming game number 3. But it is what it is. Oh. But hell yeah, man. Dude, I'm excited for the DLC. I really, really want to play the Crucible. All right. But guys, I think that's going to bring us to a close here. I can update the bracket and quickly tell you the state of things. So we did just do 2 more series, which means we are all completo on every quarterfinals except Numidan Valdemar. I'm not going to do that one now as well. I'm still feeling a little bit rough, and we're 8.5 hours into a stream, so have mercy on me, please. I'll just tell you guys the outcome of that one, as I'm pretty sure that was a 3-0 for for Numidan, brother. Oh no, sorry, dude. What? That was the close one. That was legitimately the close one. It was a 3-2 to Numidan. I clicked the wrong one, and I didn't realize until like after I said it, and I clicked the right one. So yeah, Valdemar actually almost took down Numidan. Updating it now so you see the results in a moment. Dude, I can't believe it. The one that we didn't watch is the closest on score by far. Still, in fairness, if you guys have not seen the B vs Recon games, check the VODs on YouTube. They were incredible, despite the fact it was a 3-0. I think some of those strategies, especially game number 2 from Recon, was phenomenal. But there's the state of things. So we have got our semi-finals. It's going to be Wham vs Numidan, B vs Anatan. Our goal with that is going to be to get both of those scheduled on Thursday, if possible. Usually the players are accommodating with that. There's only a few that don't like doing that, but most are okay with that happening. So hopefully we'll have both semis into grand finals on Thursday for a very long stream. So make sure you tune in for that. But guys, remember, I take tomorrow off. I need some time with my family. I need to catch up about behind the scenes things. Really behind on today because we've done a very, very long stream. But thank you for watching, guys. I'm going to end the stream now. Hopefully you enjoyed what you saw here. Remember, share it around. Let people know these tournaments are happening. Make sure you're following the channel. Make sure you've got notifications turning on so that you turn up each time we switch on. But thank you for watching. I'm going to get ready to raid someone. I think. Let's see who we got. Shall we send you guys over to... Wait, Ezra streaming? Yeah, but he doesn't... Does Ezra talk? I don't think he ever talks. Nah, he doesn't talk. Boring. I'm sorry, Ezra, about that. Like, come on, dude. You gotta get that personality in there, mate. I think what we'll do. Let's go ahead and we'll raid Meowasis. Alright, we got the vibe music on. Go have some fun with Meowasis, guys. I'm gonna be off. Thank you for tuning in. I'll be back on Thursday for Grand Finals Thursday. So make sure you tune in. You won't want to miss it. Not with those epic names in the Final Four. Wham, Numidan, B, and Anatan. It's going to be an absolute blast. And I hope